It's kind of standard the way it's played.
Do you know what map is replacing it
No.
in the map pool? I think
Is it
Bind is.
Bind?
I think Bind is coming back. Yeah.
No. I mean, Biden is getting a rework, so I mean it's
It looks cool.
it's okay. It's okay. It'll be fun to see how that changes
Yeah.
at all. But still kind of disappointing. Sometimes disappointing to see a favorite map go.
Yeah, but I mean, to kind of talk about this map a little bit, you were right to kind of say that it's fairly balanced on either side, but there's typically a lean towards A site for the attackers to go push. And I was actually thinking about this the other day when I was playing on Icebox. I was like, wow, A is actually hard to defend because, you have pipes up on the side,
Yeah.
and it's like, if you're sitting in maze, they could come over pipes, they could come through main, they could go over the rope. So it's like they have so many places that they can just kind of come from that it's like it makes defending it hard because either you sit in maze and risk guessing where they're coming from, or sit two players there, risk that, or you sit really far back. But then the only like common spots would be like sit behind generator, sit behind the box, sit behind 410, sit on rafters maybe. So it's like there aren't a lot of great defender spots that give you a definitive angle of where the enemies are going to come from, but B clearly does. Mm-hmm. There's one tight angle that they have to go through. You sit behind yellow, you know where they're coming. Because A, you'll be able to hear them, and B, it's just one small corridor. So
yeah, I mean, that's definitely a point to be made over on A. There's just, like you said, so many angles that have to be checked and have to be cleared, at least from the defensive point of view. And then when you look at it from the attacking point of view, it's just the standard spots where everybody sits, and then once those are cleared, then you have sight. So that's definitely a point to be made on this map because, one side is definitely easier than the other. So
yeah, and this is typically one of those maps where if we're getting into composition and we kind of see it come out already, two Vipers, kind of expected. This is like that map where everybody plays Viper. This and Breeze, but rip Breeze. And we will see the compositions come out pretty quickly. Typically Min on the Reyna, but Min will be on Viper this time. We'll have Bunny Fufu on Reyna, and then we have the KO and Sage as well. On the other side, also KO, Sage, and a Viper. So, three common agents on both sides, which is with these teams who really know what they're doing, know how to play together, know what each other likes. You can kind of expect that because they know how to play the strong compositions. They know what's good on what maps. They've done the research. So you're going to probably see very similar comps. Reyna and Jet, very interchangeable on this map, in my opinion. And then Sky versus Sova, very interchangeable initiators as well. So very similar team comps, but you can kind of expect to play them in very different ways, which is the fun thing about Valorant, is you can have a very similar comp or even the exact same comp and just play them differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the balancing is pretty solid, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to team comp, but still some standard stuff seen here as already the attack is coming in, and Yubity's just going to be able to dash right in through the smoke. So that's already the space made, able to find the first pick on a Bunny Fufu, as already looking for more, finds a second onto Min as well, as Discount is able to follow through onto Cyberbite, and still the spike is now planted, and Yubity creating a lot of space for his team.
You see, that's showing the power of the Frenzy right there. You kind of expect them to go A, which is kind of what we were talking about at the beginning, but then just pulling out that Frenzy and managing to just get 3 quick kills like it was a Sheriff almost, the Frenzy can be a really good tool.
Yeah, and he's able to find that first pick on a Glacian for this retake as the detection is made from the KO knife. But Dally and both Republic Steve are able to find those final picks, and then the attack Vandals are able to find the first round.
Yeah, as we were talking about, what a great round there from them. That's kind of what you typically see on a pistol round. You typically see them go A site, as we were kind of talking about at the beginning. A is almost commonplace. But you don't usually expect a Jet to pull out a Frenzy. You usually see the Sheriff.
Yeah, the Sheriff or the Ghost.
So, you know, you kind of think about it, you're like, well, the Sheriff has, like, you know, this and that. But then clearly proved us wrong, managing to just run in, tap 3 basically, like it was nothing, and win Vandals the first round of the game.
Yeah. And let's see, not really sure what's going on, but we're in a short little pause here after that first round. I think we're just trying to figure out some of the audio here, but seems as though it's figured out here as we are starting, as the match timers began again, and we're seeing a bit of a force here for Vandals, but instead
5 stingers!
Yes, instead of the normal Spectre that you would see, it's 5 stingers, so a little bit of a cheaper weapon. Some would say it's just as good. I mean, what do you think?
I think the Stinger's better than the Spectre. I stand by that. Because the Stinger at close range can just beam someone like it's nothing. Like, you can beat somebody with a rifle with the Stinger if you're just close enough. Gonna go ahead and put that Sage wall down, try to block him off. Cyberbite getting an early pick on a discount, but Kai able to take out Glaceon and pick up that Stinger. So this is certainly possible now for Cryptid to make something happen, even though they started with just classics. Because Kai was able to pick up that Stinger. Republic Steve, though. Kai managing to take out Dally. Can Kai keep going? Kai is at very low HP, but has the Stinger in a 1v3 situation. Manages to take out one, but just doesn't finish that out. Having such low HP after that duel at the beginning of the round. Was able to get a couple picks, though. So, you know, having just classics versus 5 Stingers, kind of what you would almost expect or want from a round like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even though the round was lost for Cryptid, it was still a lot of damage done. They were, you know, being able to take out 3 of the attackers with, like you said, those weaker weapons. You know, that can add up just when it comes to the team's both of the team's economy. So that's still pretty big for Cryptid right there, but. Now, with the full buy, with the rifles, they are going to have a little bit of a weapon advantage here against Vandals as they slowly try and make their way over to the A side. Opportunity to make it out, finds the first pick on Min, going for the reload. I don't think he knows what the other player is there in backside driven, but finally he becomes aware of Bunny Fufu, able to find that pick and the upgrade to the Phantoms, and continuing to try and push forward and find more. There's the headshot on the discount.
One enemy remaining.
Continuing to push forward, applying the pressure onto the defense, and Ubity with the 4K on the round.
Yeah, what a great round there. 4 kills there, obviously managing to win that bonus there off of pretty much a Stinger, because Ubity's able to just get in there, get the picks, pick up that Phantom, and manage to finish the round off with 4 kills, now bringing Vandals up to a 3-0 after winning a bonus. Now Cryptid going to have to save yet again. Vandals, and especially Ubity, 8-0, starting off really strong right now.
Yeah, that early aggression is really paying off so far for the Vandals. Just seems as though they're kind of catching Cryptid on their heels a little bit right now. But still plenty of game left to be played before the adjustments to be made. Discount with the Sheriff. Trying to find something here as Bunny was able to find that first opening pick with the onto Cyberbite. So that's going to slow down this attack a little bit as shots continue to fly through. Just trying to slow down this attack as much as possible. Glaceon finds that first pick, but is flashed, and so Discount will be able to find that free pick.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and rotate here. Vandals moving over to A. All of Cryptid's players still on B, unsure of where the Vandals players went, so it looks like they are going to get a free plant here. All they have to do is just use their utility, use their better weapons, and just hold this site,
Spike
not
planted.
let Cryptid have anything. Don't give them any 1v1s.
And especially with this spike planted now, it's just a bit of a waiting game for Vandals here.
They're playing time, yeah.
Yes. So it's going to. So Cryptid now working against the clock here, going to have to try and make some moves to be able to get on to site. And Min just starting to open up that wall so that way the space can be made for the rest of his.
Last player
Very
standing.
close. You see a series of trades coming through. Dally finally able to eliminate Discount, but Key coming through, gets that final pick, and now it's just a matter of if there's enough
Thrifty.
time. And
Just
oh
barely.
My goodness.
0.96 seconds.
So Cryptid able to solidify that Thrifty round, and I mean, it
That's
was
the
a
start.
close one. It was a close one.
That's the start that Cryptid kind of needs. After losing that bonus, it's like, it's a little unfortunate because you have to save again. You're starting to get so many rounds down, especially on a map like Icebox when you really don't want to lose a ton of defensive rounds. You know, we were talking about pretty even. If you go like 6-6 or something, it's fairly, you know, obviously even for both sides. But you don't want to keep losing those rounds. So to get that Thrifty and keep this momentum going is going to be huge for Cryptid here.
Yeah, absolutely. That early Sky Flash is actually going to give a little bit of information. So Cryptid are going to be aware that there are at least a couple of Vandals here approaching the A site. Min just playing very patient here up in the nest on site, as it seems as though Vandals just obviously didn't see something they like all over on the A site, so they're just going to decide to rotate around over to the B site, and Key is going to be the first line of defense here for Cryptid on the B site, as Vandals just going to storm out onto site, just giving up the space, deciding to play for their life and for the contest, and so Vandals going to be able to get the
Spike
down
planted.
as the rest of Cryptid get to the site for this post plant.
Yeah, playing it smart and deciding to back up. Cyberbite gonna get the first pick of the round after Bomb is already down on the Kai. Cryptid now down 3 players, Glaceon and Ubity managing to take out Discount and Min. These last 2
enemy
players
remaining.
on Cryptid are just trying their best to get in, but Ubity gets yet another onto Fry. It's a 4v1 here for Bunny Fufu. Manages to get one, but cannot heal off of it because they are suppressed by that KO knife. Just gonna go ahead and decide to save that gun. Vandals will go ahead and win yet another round, bringing them to 4-1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chaotic post plant, especially with all 5 members of both teams still being alive as the spike was planted. So, you know, Cryptid did their best to just kind of burst onto site and try and catch Vandals early before they could completely set up their post plant, and that's why we saw those early picks happen so quick on the retake. By that point, Vandals had already been able to set up, and so those crossfires were made, and it just, I mean, that's a tough situation for Cryptid right there.
Yeah, and Vandals 4-1 right now, really showing that the 7-1 Cryptid is nothing they are scared of. They came into play and certainly are right now. Already up, even on attack on Icebox. Gonna go ahead and do a little bit of a split here. 2-3, deciding to send the bomb lurking up A, try to maybe make sound. They throw that Viper Wall and the Silver Recon. We see Kai still over on B side, kind of just waiting for something to happen.
Blinded.
But Cryptid's still doing a great job of being patient, not rotating too early, keeping their players on the sites and not giving anything up.
Yeah, it seems as though both initiators for Cryptid are very aware of the pressure being given on both sides of the map. But already, things are starting to stack up over on B. Dally is going
Look
to
at
be
this
able to play
flank.
the wall, and so the spike planted as Kai's able to find the first pick on
Spike
place.
planted.
Min trying to stop the plant, but
One enemy
damage,
remaining.
and there's just going to be a series
Wow.
of trades. and everything is just going to go in the favor of Cryptid as Cryptid just collapse onto the site, and that's going to be a flawless round.
Series of trades. There were no trades. They got in there. They knew what they wanted to do, used their utility, played well together, and just learned from what happened last round. Almost exact same scenario, right? Wall goes up, bomb goes down on that A site. Vandals was able to take Cryptid out on that retake that last time, but Cryptid learned from that, knew exactly what they should do, came in swinging really quickly. That lurk also from Discount going around to be able to put pressure and kind of sandwich them in. They were able to just get the pick after pick after pick and just flawless that round.
Yeah, that was a great
Revealing area.
for Cryptid, especially on a little bit of a bounce, on the need of a little bit of a bounce back right there. So that'll definitely be good for their momentum here as
Deploying
they continue
drone.
to try and hold these sites. And Cyberbite just going to use the owl drone to
Enemy
get a little
tag.
bit of information, going to be able to get the tag.
Oh, the lurk from Kai!
Going to be able to find the first on Deflation, tries to do a little bit
Spike
more
down
damage,
A.
but won't be able to find the pick. Min able to find a quick 2 as now Republic Steve and Ubity last standing, trying to get something to happen, but Min just continuing to push forward and get aggressive.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
There's another head.
Min is ready for it!
Steve able to, but Ubity gets the shutdown on Min. So now just by themselves in this 1v4.
Yeah, they did have to kind of save a little bit there after losing the last round. You know, Ubity right here only has the Spectre, is going to get that pick onto Bunny Fufu though, leaving them in a 1v3 and managing to pick up the Vandal. Certainly possible here for
30
Ubity,
seconds
especially
left.
considering how they have been playing so far this game. They know exactly where Ubity is. Looks like they're just going to try to run him down. Ubity ready for it, able to take out Fry, has 3 picks this round in a 1v2. Has an ace possibility here, but only 14 seconds remaining, trying to decide what they want to
10
do.
seconds left.
Do they have enough
Just
time to
gonna be a
get this
race.
bomb down?
It's going to be really
4.
close.
They get it!
Oh.
And Ubity just gets the bomb down with barely 0.2 seconds remaining. Still in this 1v2, still an opportunity for an ace here from Ubity.
Yeah, and just gonna be able to dodge that knife as well. This might be
Oh!
my
Ubity!
You should have seen your faces.
And there it is!
wow.
Both of the 2 players on Cryptid walking together to try to wait, but that spray, transfer from Ubity, just perfect, able to finish off that ace. Just a flawless execution, taking out Bunny Fufu at the beginning, getting that Vandal, playing smart, getting bombed down with literally no time remaining, getting a perfect spray transfer, able to ace the round and clutch that round from a 1v3.
Yeah, and now off of the back of that overload from P, there's the Vandals are just going to decide to just go the opposite direction. It's not even going to try and bother with that as they do a lot of fighting through mid as Republic is able to find that first pick on. And now Discount looking for the trade. Does a little bit of damage, but he's going to back off as Ubity finds another on to Fry.
Yeah, Ubity absolutely dominant right now, as we've seen. Vandals already up 5-2. They are up now in players this round. It is a 5-3 situation here. 2 of Vandals players are pretty low though, so it's still not over for Cryptid. And we see Min still holding a site here. Min is going to get the initial pick onto one of Vandals players. Min still holding this site, just waiting for the players on Vandals. Discount is going to even up the player count. Ubity getting a pick, but Min trading that back out. Ubity gonna get another pick onto Min. Ubity has a chance to get 2 aces in a row in this round, but Kai shut that down real quick, taking out Ubity now in a 2v2, yet bomb is down. Health pool on both sides, fairly even, but that Viper's Pit is gonna go down for Vandals.
Yeah,
Last
this
player
makes it that much
standing.
more difficult for Cryptid, but they're actually going to be able to find that pick on Republic Steve. So now that makes it into this 1v2. So they're going to have to just hunt down Glacier and try and find
But they know!
But they find it. So that's the last pick found, and now it's just a matter of defusing the spike, and there's gonna be plenty of time here. So Cryptid able to get their third round in this half.
Yeah, Kai doing a great job of checking the exact angle that they were kind of ready for Glaceon to be in, which definitely a good play there. Cryptid looking a little dangerous at first. You know, it ended up in a 5v3 situation kind of at the beginning, but they were able to get the res off and Min get an early pick and then end up getting 2. All they had was a 2v2 retake there, and then they were able to just kind of suss out where the players were, peek exactly where they found them, and be able to get that round.
Yeah, Min did a really good, I do want to highlight that, like, especially as Vandals were trying
Get
to
out of my
make
way.
their execute, Min did a really good job of just kind of being a nuisance in the back of sight. You know, a pick here and there, a little bit of damage, and worked out perfectly, but Vandals already moving really fast as Ubity is going to updraft over the smokes and going to find the first pick onto Key, so that's going to automatically give the man advantage towards Vandals as Republic Steve going to get the spike planted. And now already in this post plant as Cryptid is going to have to make their retake happen. A lot of damage done with that fragment made though. So now Vandals just holding these angles as Cryptid is
Last player standing.
and
Whoa,
everything
the
going
spray!
in favor of Vandals right there.
That, and here's my opinion. See if you agree, but that is why the Phantom is better. That is why the Phantom, I'll say it right here, the Phantom is better than the Vandal. It is a more reliable weapon, especially in spray situations like that. Being able to just get those lineups, get those spray transfers.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I definitely agree with you. Phantom is definitely better for the sprays, but I think Vandal is better at range.
Yeah, it is. I just think the Phantom's a more reliable weapon, just overall.
Scanning ahead.
I mean, they're both good for each situation.
Take flight.
But already, Vandals looking to make a hit pretty quickly again as Ubity finds that first pick. And these early eliminations coming from Ubity have been invaluable so far for Vandals because just having that early man advantage can do everything. And also, it seems as though it was a little bit
Oh, the
but
peek
Min,
from Min!
what a shot onto Glacier.
There's
He's asking to
two!
be able to find a second as well, putting in work with the Bulldog. And now, just gonna have to wait out the suppression, so not gonna be able to use any
Oops.
going to have to do, but finds the second onslaught around. So that's going to be, seems as though that's going to be the call for Vandals to once again rotate. That's going to be the second rotate of this round.
And you know, Min is showing us right here that they can play Reyna, they can play really,
30
really
seconds
aggressive,
left.
but they also know how to play patient. They're playing this Viper,
Last
Min
player
able to get 2,
standing.
now 4! Min has the opportunity to throw a ace back onto Vandals. Dally getting damaged, able to take out Bunny Fufu.
Going
Discount.
to raise.
Discount knows the fight with Min!
There it is, the ace coming out from Min. Really good job. And honestly, like, that round, it was a bit of a mixed buy, you know?
Yeah.
We saw early on in that round, we saw I think, I don't remember who it was, but somebody had a stinger earlier on, and then
Yeah, I mean,
even-
Min started off that with 2 picks from a Bulldog.
yeah, the 2 picks with the Bulldog. So I mean, it was definitely kind of, I wouldn't call it a desperation buy because there wasn't anything desperate about it, but it was kind of a little bit of a half buy.
Yeah. Gonna go ahead and decide to go A here again. Silverdart going to possibly spot out people. Cyberbite doing a great job gaining as much info for Vandals as possible. Republic Steve gonna go ahead and get that first pick onto Bunny Fufu. Vandals now up a player, just gonna try to get this bomb down. That Sage Wall does go down. Dally gonna get the plant. Ubity getting a nice pick onto Discount. Min back here in sight, just trying to find as many players as possible, is going to get peeked by Ubity, and Ubity will take down Min. Only 2 players remaining for
One
Cryptid,
enemy
both here in
remaining.
screens. Kai will get taken out there by Cyberbite. Fry, the only player remaining on this Sky, trying to flash out as many players as possible, but Ubity will go ahead and peek that corner and gain another flawless for Vandals, now putting them up
Last round before the
7-4
switch.
going into the last round of this half.
Yeah, very good response right there from Vandals off the back of that ace from Min. You know, it's like, yeah, you might be able to get an ace and make some plays, but I mean, we can bounce back. So
yeah,
really well done right there from Vandals to, you know, kind of take it in stride a little bit right there.
And hey, Ubity right now showing they also know how to entry. They say, I can do that too. Right now, 24-5. Just really helping out Vandals with some nice aggression here.
And it seems as though Vandals are just going to slow things down.
Get out of my way!
A little bit. But they're going to wait until he pops the jet. Might just use that as the entry, and yeah, there it is. The smokes are thrown, and Ubity already into back of sight. Okay, trying to find the head, but Discount able to find the pick instead. Off of the damage, and now with all these fights happening, all the utilities, been able to find a pick onto Republic Steve, so that's going to put the man advantage into Cryptid's favor, but Vandals just going to back off after all that utilities use. Honestly, that might make the take on to be a little bit easier, but
well, that rotate's going to get spotted.
Yeah, Cryptid is very on top of
And Min throws that Viper's Pit down, shutting down that rotate instantly.
Yeah.
Vandals looking like they're thinking about just going back to A.
Yeah, this is so difficult, but Cyberbite,
30
That was
seconds
blind.
left.
yeah.
That was just a
was-
blind spray.
I mean, great spray. So that'll bring things a little bit closer to even here, as they continue to just run back and forth between sides.
You will
And
not
now,
kill my
Oh,
ally!
and evening the
10
score.
seconds left.
10 seconds left as well, so they're going to be able to get this. Oh no, I spoke too
Spike
soon.
down A.
Kai was ready.
The planter's going to be eliminated, and now there's just not enough time. Cryptid win it out on time.
Kai, kind of the MVP of that round, able to
Switching
get
sides.
onto the site very quickly, able to take out the bomb planner for Vandals, and basically win them that round.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that's a little bit of trigger discipline, and also just picking your targets well. You know, being aware of how much time there's left. You know, you don't have to always shoot the person that's going to be shooting back at you. If you
And
can,
see-
if you can eliminate the planter, you know that was the free round, and they didn't even have to worry about eliminating the entire enemy team. So.
Well, see, that's one of those things where you realize that in Valorant, not everything is about the picks, not everything is about getting eliminations. You're playing time too. You have objectives, you have bomb sites.
Now, with this side swap, Cryptid is going to have to be able to put together some attacks. Min trying to just lurk, but the Sage Wall is going to cut that off a little bit to go open too. So you're going to have to back off a little bit, but does have the flank.
Look where Vandals are. There's 3 of them behind him, but
Yeah,
Min is able to
Min-
take out Dally.
That lurk.
2!
Find second as well, so that's huge for Cryptid on this attack, as the rest of Min's team is able to just hold this
One
spike.
enemy
Min
remaining.
continuing with the lurk, finds a third, and now Republic Steve just trying to clear out the lurk from Min, but it's just too late. Everybody's made it back onto site, and they're just turtling up. Buddy Fufu looking for that final pick, and there's a flawless round for Cryptid.
3 of Vandal's players deciding that on pistol round they want to go ahead and lurk, but Min being in mid there shut that down almost instantly. Min able to get 2 picks, not even get traded out, just walk through mid, get yet another pick, and then Bunny Fufu finish off the round, gaining Cryptid a flawless first pistol round, which is exactly the momentum they need to start gaining this, get ahead of Vandal's score. The score is almost even. It is 7-6 right now, but they gotta just keep it pushing.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, I actually have it written down from the past matches over over the season, Vandals are very aggressive in their flanks. And we saw it that first round right there where, they sent 3 on the flank.
Yeah.
Luckily for Cryptid, Min was there on the work and was able to cut that off. But that's definitely something to keep an eye out as this half continues.
It's like I was talking about at the beginning of the game, the very similar team comps, but played very differently. They have the ability to do that. Vandals and Cryptid know how they want to play. Min able to get an early pick on a Ubity. Fry and Kai
remaining.
just running out. That rhymes. Able to get the Bulldog and the Stinger, the picks that they need. Steve, the only one remaining. Discount goes up onto rafters using the rope jump and is able to just peek out, evening up this score, now 7-7, but the momentum is in Cryptid's favor right now. And as I really like to talk about, very momentum-based game. If they can just keep this momentum going, then Cryptid can certainly bring this back in their favor.
Yeah, and especially based off of how Cryptid bought that for that force that last round, they're still going to be able to fight back for this bonus pretty well because they did buy a lot of Bulldogs. Bunny Fufu actually forced the Phantom for the second round, so it's definitely, this is still totally possible for Cryptid to be able to continue to build up that momentum.
Min gets a nice eco pick though with
Min.
that Spectre. They are on the bonus right now.
Yes, just continuing to put pressure on Vandals as Kai trying to get that spike planted. Will get it down, and then the wall will go up as well. On this flank, able to get the pick on the Fry. Gonna pull the smoke for a little bit of cover. Takes a little bit of time from this play, and able to land that headshot onto Ubity. So now, Vandals still trying to get this retake to happen, but Cryptid actually have a really good position here. Discount lands the headshot onto Glacian, and now with very limited
player
time
standing.
remaining, Min headshot get the third on the round, but Republic Steve actually gets a quick 2.
There's not much time remaining. Discount able to finish off Republic Steve there. And hey, credit to Min for getting 3 picks with just a Bulldog initially with the Spectre on a bonus round against guns like that. Able to kind of just gain Cryptid some weapons, get that round, and that's a bonus round there for Cryptid, now up 8-7.
And I mean, they were being able to convert a bonus into a full buy is huge, especially now that Vandals have to save. So, you said it before, and I'll say it again. It's just that momentum as they continue to apply pressure onto the Vandals here. As just having that weapon advantage is huge.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna go ahead and decide.
Judge.
Glacian there with the judge. Yeah, Bunny Fufu was not ready for it.
Spike
Able to take
down
out
A.
Bunny Fufu and Kai, but Fry and Discount come back with some trades of their own, bringing it back to 3-3. Min is on this perfect look, though. We see 2 in CT. Min just already there, able to take out Republic Steve. Has a bit of a duel there. Nothing happening, though. Eventually able to take out Dally. Cyberbite now aware of it, kind of just in this 1v3. But again, they are on a save. All Cyberbite has is a Marshall. Cryptid deciding to just go plant over on B site.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
a little bit of an awkward duel right there between Min and Dally, but Min finally able to win that out with the Vandal and really nice one-tap onto the Cyberbite to end the round. And that's another 3 on the round for Min. Min has just been going through on this attack, just 3K after 3K it seems.
Yeah, Ubity and Min kind of fighting for the top spot here. Ubity with 25, Min with 24. And that will be a timeout coming out here for Vandals. Now that Cryptid has a bit of some momentum going, wins a bonus. Vandals just saved. They're probably deciding what they want to do, what they want to buy, how they kind of want to play this, because the momentum is sort of in Cryptid's favor. And not only is this timeout here just for them to kind of go over it and think about it, but they are also kind of interrupting that momentum, not just keeping the rounds going. Cryptid just keep their, they know what they're doing. They're just going to keep the strategy coming. They're just kind of like shutting that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just sometimes you got to stop the ball from rolling, and that's
Yeah.
all, and so these timeouts, it doesn't necessarily always have to be about strategy. It can just be to simply, stop that snowball effect from
Yeah.
going. And so, um, I think it's a good time for a timeout.
Yeah, and I think it's also good to talk about yet again, to kind of go a little more in depth of it, the ability of both teams to play very differently, but also still get a lot of value. So we see, Vandals likes to do lurks a lot. Cryptid, Min seemingly likes to go through mid a lot, kind of shut down almost the lurks. That it almost feels like Cryptid knows that they do that. So Min is kind of just being put on that angle, just ready to get as many picks as possible. And kind of just adapting, Valorant is a lot about adaptation. But here we will see Cryptid go ahead and take that site really quickly. Min gonna drop that Viper ult there. Kai sitting in this corner waiting for some of Vandal's players, maybe trying to trigger Discipline a little bit here. Kai getting a random headshot onto Cyberbite. Glaceon with the trade onto Discount.
Upgrade to the Vandal. Kai continuing to push forward.
One enemy
And actually a
remaining.
third on the round for themselves. And Yubi just trying to go for the spray, but Kai with the 4K on the round. And that was a very fast round from Cryptid.
Yeah, definitely exactly what you want to see. Kai, definitely MVP there for that round. Able to just run in, kind of point out exactly where all the enemies are, and find them, and then boom, boom, boom. Just get pick after pick after pick. And Vandal's just unsure as to where Kai's going, and it works out exactly for Kai, being unpredictable. I think being unpredictable is something that is very important in Valorant, and that really good teams know how to do. They know how to not play in the spots that the team that you would expect, sit in the spots that you would expect.
Yeah, now following that quick take, it seems as though they're slowing things down just a little bit, but still already creating plenty of space for themselves as they continue to move forward, flashes run through the Skydog using a little bit of information, but Republic Steve with a really nice headshot on Kai with that Marshall, so that's going to give the advantage towards Vandals and slow down this attack even more from Cryptid. Glaceon in a really good position here with the Judge in the Viper's team.
Toxins going up.
Just going to be able to work right around. I don't think that they know that they cross each other.
Yeah, Vandal's doing a great job right here of just trying to push up onto site. That Viper's pit does go down on B. So they are forcing Cryptid towards the A
You
side.
fought well.
Dally managing to get two with the Spectre. Cyberbite getting another with the Spectre. Vandals on a save, but this is looking the best round they've had so far, even though they don't have weapons.
Discount
30
almost gets
seconds
picked off
left.
as so
One enemy
but
remaining.
no, Min able to follow
Toxin
through,
screen
clear
down.
out backside. So that's going to be the spike planted encrypted. And now in this 1v2, Glaceon is going to have to make something work with this Judge. And just going to continue to try and lurk forward and find these attackers, but this is just so difficult.
Glaceon has some great timing right here. None of them looking towards the bomb.
enemy
Getting some
remaining.
damage onto Discount. Able to take out Discount. It is now just a 1v1. But Min is able to take out Glaceon there. Vandals almost winning a really nice eco, but Cryptid going to go ahead and come out on top with Min winning a 1v1 between Glaceon there.
Yeah, that was really close. And actually really well played by Glaceon. The positioning and the decision making right there from Glaceon was actually really good, considering the weapon that they had.
The timing was really good, too.
The timing was great. That was totally doable. But Min just, with the one-shot headshot of the Vandal,
Yep.
that just makes things a little bit more difficult. But
Especially with the range that Glaceon was kind of at, wouldn't have ever been a one-shot from that distance. But as we get into this round, a minute and 30 seconds left, and Ubity already has a pick onto Min, kind of shutting down that lurk from Cryptid, so Vandals can kind of be safe that they know there's no lurk there. Republic Steve gonna go ahead and get a pick as well. Cryptid now down 2 players, gonna have to decide which site they want to take, if they want to stay A or try to run it back onto B.
yeah, was just missed right there, but Glaceon was actually able to get a pick on the early rotate as well. So that slows things down and it kind of boxes Cryptid in. So this is a really good position for Vandals to be in, as any cross made is going to be tested. But of course, as I say that, the timing. Swing out, and there's 2 free picks. It's a flawless round from Vandals and a 3K for Glaceon.
Glaceon with a nice peek there. Great timing. Both of Cryptid's players were, Cryptid's players were looking towards mid there. So Glaceon was able to get 2 rounds in a row. Some really nice timing. Their timing is kind of on today. Able to just get the peek right when neither of them were paying attention. Able to use that ADS and just kind of tap, tap, tap them. Able to get them down.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like you said, the timing was definitely there for, I mean, honestly, all of Vandals.
I've got your trail.
They had crossed up in mid. Oh my goodness.
You can't do it to him, Kai!
What a shot. So that's gonna open up sight for Cryptid, as Guy's just gonna run right in and continue to push forward off the back.
Spike
Enemy
planted.
kill.
Overload. Yubity going to get the elimination. I guess the overload went down right as Yubity peaked. So great time. Don't worry about the res, but now with the spike being planted, Vandals are going to have to
My ult is ready.
Cyberbyte finds the pick onto
Not
discount
ready
though.
yet.
So now that's just one step closer for Vandals to be able to get this retake done.
Yeah, they know how this plays out. They've done it once before. Can they do it again here? Fry's able to take out Cyberbyte. The wall goes down to try to force it off, but that Odin
remaining.
just absolutely deletes that wall. Fry able to get 3 with the Odin, and Min finishing off Dally, putting
Match
Cryptid
point.
at match point. 12-8 for Cryptid. Vandals is going to have to make something happen here, and it looks like they will decide to change it up a little bit with 2 operators on their side.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it might work. Normally, if you see the operator, it's only one player uses it,
Yeah.
and that's normally either your Jet or the Chamber. But instead, we see it here
Rip
on
Chamber.
the KO and Sage. So a little bit more talk, but
There
Dally
it is!
finds the first pick and works out perfectly.
That's exactly what you need. You need that early pick. That's exactly what the operator is for. Able to get that early pick. Now all Vandals has to do is keep their man advantage and just hold off from Cryptid. Cryptid are the attacking players. They're the ones that have to push onto site. They also have the 6th defender of the timer, as Mr. Isaac Linked Ghost likes to say all the time. Cyberbite able to get that pick onto Bunny Fufu. Another onto Cryptid.
Now we just like planted Vandals. Happen. Everybody's going to be able to find the first tag with the Hunter's Fury. So that's Kai at half health, and now Glaceon just going to continue to push forward, try and find space. Valley on this late flank, maybe able to find one, as Kai and Discount both able to find the trade for Glaceon.
Yeah, now a 2v2 certainly possible, but the
Last
bomb
player
timing,
standing.
that bomb is just ticking down too quickly. Dally, the only one remaining, doesn't quite get the pick
Attackers win.
onto Fry. Fry able to just finish that off, winning Cryptid that round, looking almost a little dangerous for Cryptid there at the very beginning. Vandals getting a lot of rounds up, especially through Ubity getting some nice entry on the attack, but Cryptid comes back with some really nice team coordination, some nice lurks from Min through mid, a lot of good timings from their team just all together. Bunny Fufu getting some nice picks. Kai doing I like to call it the Kai Classic, where he just goes past the wall on A and just kind of lurks around to try to get those picks, managing to get 4 that one round. Works out great. Why stop now? So definitely just some great team play from their team all around.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cryptid looking really good.
Definitely a great game from them. But before we go to a quick break here, gonna go ahead, one message from our sponsor, Fat Cap. Your team deserves custom esports drip imbued with special powers. At Fat Cap, every jersey is enhanced with sweat wicking and antimicrobial properties by local wizards. Always fresh, never frozen, no templates freaking ever. Go to fatcap.gg for some fly attire.
to Oath Valorant. We're about to jump into our second game on the main stage today. It's going to be an elimination match between Ace and Space Mode. I am Aiden, and I'm here with Isaac. And Isaac, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm ready to watch some Valorant, you know, ready to watch these student athletes compete at a very high level. So I'm pretty excited to be here.
Yeah, I mean, and you made the drive this morning from Stillwater?
I did, yes. So,
A little bit of a longer drive, but...
Yeah, early morning, but, you know, getting to see these great competitors is definitely worth it.
Yeah, and so, yeah, we're going to be playing, it's going to be Ace in Space Mode. We're going to be playing on Pearl, so, I mean, I'm a fan of the map. What do you think?
I don't love Pearl, but I do a little bit. I'm not a fan of the long angles like you see over at B, I believe. It's the same reason I don't like Breeze, same reason I don't like Lotus sometimes. So, but other than that long line of sight, I kind of like I like Pearl.
Yeah, I definitely think it'll be interesting to watch, especially now that we're on the stage. You know, things can be very different. You know, that the whole aspect of playing on the stage rather than just being at home behind your desk, it can be different. So some players rise to the occasion, and so it's definitely a great opportunity to see these players perform against each other. But right before we jump into the match, I do want to do a quick shout out for one of our sponsors. It's Esports Performance Academy, or EPA, and they are here to improve your skills as an esports coach or player. They work hand in hand with academic institutions, coaches, teams, and individuals across the country to optimize their path and achieve their goals. If you're starting an esports program at your school and need guidance as a player, EPA is your go-to. So if you need it, you can learn more at epa.gg.
I think Space Mode just finished playing Pearl. I think they lost a close one against Checkmate, I believe, on stage 2. So they're coming off of a really close game, close competition, and I think that it's I think that they're warm on Pearl. So I think we're going to see a lot of strategies that I just watched them play over on stage 2 actually. So going to look to see if they employ some of the same strategies as they did against Checkmate, or kind of switch it up versus Ace.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like you said, being able to already have played the map, you know, is a little bit of a warm up. So definitely, it's a little bit of opportunity here for Space Mode as we jump into this game. We already see some of the agents being picked. Nothing quite locked in. Of course, right as I say that, a little bit of caster's curse.
Love it.
So nothing being quite locked in for Ace quite yet. Just some hovering and some. Just, I guess, some conversation about what to pick. I do want to point out, we see Refresh, or at least the name of Refresh up on the screen for Ace. That's actually Lion Gamer playing on the Refresh account, just filling in as a extra player. So just know that's not actually Refresh playing for Ace. That's Lion Gamer filling in. So that just for those who noticed that.
Seeing a double Killjoy. I love Killjoy. I think I've said it before on broadcast many times. I wish I was smart enough to play Killjoy. So excited to see that from Mosaic and Devor as well.
Yep, and even Astros, we see that coming in from both the teams. And it's funny too, because I know, like, the production, we were actually talking about, like, the different controllers earlier. I think it was yesterday, about and especially about Astra, about how she's so strong on this map, and then it's almost like a need to have, at least for your controllers. Just the utility that she has, you know, being able to have the pull, the concuss, and then the smokes all balanced out. It's pretty strong, especially on how Pearl is played. So and then even the wall for the ultimate. So it's definitely going to be fun to see how both these teams use that utility.
Concussing. A little mid activity coming in from Taken. Devor holding Art.
Yeah, And just or has the first opportunity, finds the first on a refresh with an immediate trade out by
Spike
Dr.
down
Cool, but
A.
Taken still there for the support, and that will put the advantage back into Space Mode's hands as they just continue to be able to hold off this attack from Ace as a little bit of a stall here, trying to get something moving is Taken, able to upgrade over to the Ghost, but the last members of Ace just trying to find a little bit of information before they try and push out onto the site.
Yeah, I think Taken has control of that spike down over mid. So not a lot of room for Ace.
Flash is going to come through, but it's actually going to flash as well, but still going to be able to find that pick. And just continuing to push forward. Second on the Taken, Nico able to find the but still
30 seconds left.
out pushing forward, trying to fight for that spike. Mosaic there.
Last player
A
standing.
lot of
One
damage to
enemy
Typicality.
remaining.
Still doing a lot of damage, and that's 4K for Typicality, just pushing the issue and winning it out for Ace.
Yeah, a lot of, Ace got down in numbers advantage, or numbers disadvantage there towards the end of that round, but they played really well together to try to retake site, took a lot of team fights, and Typicality, like you say, was able to find 4. Just a really nice retake there from Ace. Or not a retake.
Placing sentry.
You get what I'm saying.
Take.
A take, yeah. There's no re.
Yeah, and so now there's gonna be a bit of force, and so it'll be definitely easier for these longer gunfights over at B main. So they're gonna push the issue a little bit here as Refresh leading the charge a little bit, just clearing all the
Here.
out. Gonna be the first contact. Does quite a bit of damage with the dash and updraft,
Plant the spike.
and that's plenty of space made for the spike to be planted. Dr. Ghoul still fighting for the site as already Space Mode trying to make
Spike
moves to
finally
get
goes
back
down.
on.
Flash.
4v4.
Yeah, things slowing down a little bit here, but Taken able to find the first shot onto Refresh.
Nice shot.
And now Typicality
Typicality finds
putting in
2.
work with that Spectre, able to find a quick 2, and there's going to be a spray off the tap on the spike as well.
They are.
One enemy
Typicality
remaining.
with no health, able to
Last
find one
player
before being
standing.
taken down by Devor. Left in a 1v1 between the Killjoys. Mosaic versus Devor. Mosaic finds a little bit of a
Placing
dink
swarm
onto
grenade.
Devor.
Swarm
I'm
grenade
in the
out.
side of Ace. Oh, is he gonna get the spray? No. Oh, that's so close there on the time. And we have our first spike kill. You know, if you've watched some Oath broadcasts in the past, you know I love me some spike kills. So unfortunately, Devor falls to the spike there in that round, but nice time control and play there coming in from Ace.
Yeah, a little awkward at first right there for sure after the spray and just, I guess, running out of ammo right there. And not sure if that was on purpose, just to let the spike explode, or if it was a little bit of a panic switch over to the knife, but it still ended up working out perfectly.
They got the job done.
Yeah, it still got the job done, so it works out for Ace as they go into this bonus round now.
And a nice team push mid coming in from Ace.
Yeah.
Slow attack, checking their corners.
That flash will give away at least one. That at least one player is coming in through mid though, and
Nico's the only one on B.
Blocking vision.
this should be
Obscuring vision.
for Ace now. Again,
Not
by
able to
himself.
get away.
But Refresh able to find that pick with the frenzy, and Refresh is gonna go and be able to upgrade, but won't be able to do anything.
One
with it
suppressed.
because it's able to get that trade. Spike is planted now though, so Space Mode are gonna have to be able to get this
Just
retake
waiting for
going.
Not able to find
Oh.
it though.
Goodness, Devor finds the headshot on the ref, so that's gonna be still one step closer for Space Mode.
Last player
Retake here,
standing.
and opens nice headshot on into Typicality and Taken. Finishing things off with the breach aftershock, I guess. Is that the aftershock?
I think so. I just say breach util.
Yes.
I mean, just a nice util use there towards the end for Space Mode to kind of retake site. They had numbers advantage after some nice picks backside or towards CT. So just nice composure, good picks from Okajix and Devor to stay to kind of get that control back. You know, because I believe Reshiram was out mid and Refresh was up kind of heaven or back heaven towards CT, and they found those 2 picks and kind of got control back on site.
And I actually liked that take from Ace. You know, even though they were on bonus, so they did have weaker weapons.
Standing ahead.
Still being able to get on to site, find some hits, and then all the spike down, that's huge. You know, that's just a little bit of extra money in the bank, and so it works out perfectly. You know, any kills or even the round win is just a bonus at that point.
A lot of patience coming in here early from Ace. Maybe trying to decide what route they want to take. A drone with Sova's owl through mid. Not gonna find anything.
Yeah, yeah, like you said, being very patient. Just trying to find those openings in the defense here as they continue to just walk forward.
Neither
Found
team
them.
wants to give
Alarm
up
bot
that
down.
first bit of info.
Swarm
They are
grenade
gonna,
out.
that alarm light is gonna get triggered.
Who's
coming in?
More though, and more able to find the first pick on to refresh through the smoke, but Mosaic still
Last
there,
player
able to
standing.
try and
Spike
do
down
the
A.
damage, but Stelio with a quick 3 is going to be able to stop the spike from being planted, and now in the 1v2, and Stelio with the 4K on the round.
Some crisp shots there, good trades coming down mid. Just, you know, like we said earlier, the team play on Pearl is so important. You know, if you don't get on site as a team, or if you get overwhelmed as a defender and you let yourself get picked and give them sight for free, basically,
Placing sentry.
it's very hard to retake. But we've seen 2 very good rounds coming in from both Space Mode and Ace to get their second of the game. Just nice team plays, nice trades overall.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that round was, I mean, it's kind of weird because it was so quiet for the entirety of the round almost. And then that last 30 seconds of what was happening.
Get
it was
out of
just
my way.
All fights.
Yeah, now they are completely abandoning the patience as they are sprinting onto this A site, and Refresh is able to find one, but he immediately traded. Celio finds 2, actually.
And Stelio just continuing to play back as Stelio actually able to find a 3rd as well. And there's going to be the breach ult.
One
and
enemy
that's gonna
remaining.
hit both of the attackers, and that's another 4K for Stelio as Oka just finishes off the last attacker. And Space Mode with a very strong defense on that.
Yeah, you know, the flank there coming in from Space Mode was huge. Ace got that plant down very fast. You know, they didn't play as patient as they did the round before. They were determined to get onto this A site, get the spike down, but they couldn't control the post plant and just got overwhelmed.
Turret out.
Yeah, and again, Ace is changing up looks really well. It's not the same thing it hasn't been the same thing every single round. And so even though these last few rounds have gone into Space Mode's favor, they're still getting the spike down, and so it's not a complete loss for Ace. You know, it's just that one trade here or there to be able to get into their favor. And again, we're seeing a fast take from Ace as Refresh is able to clear out almost the entire sight line with the dash in and the updraft. Trying to one with the molly though, and Risham's gonna trade it out. And so Ace now, with the spike being planted, is just going to evacuate site and play not retake. They're going to play to stop this retake.
Ace is trapped.
Yeah, they are trapped.
Oh, the spray transfer and the dismiss.
Now Risharam just being pinched between both sides, and Space Mode find another round for themselves, and I mean, they're looking really dominant so far.
Yeah, it's almost as if Space Mode is fine with giving the plant up, and they seem more comfortable in the retakes. You know, they send a few on the flank, they have nice pressure towards mid, and they kind of just wait for Space Mode. You know, it's almost like a Venus flytrap. They wait for Space Mode to kind of get into their spots, and then they're ready to act. You know, they're ready to respond because they know how Ace plays those situations. And you did say before the round, you know, Ace is keeping it with a different attack every time, but that, you know,
Placing
they rushed
sentry.
A for the second round in a row. So another caster's curse.
And it looks like Spaceman are actually going to get aggressive on this round now. Oakland's going to find a quick 2 picks, and they're just going to continue to try and push forward.
I think Oakland's is going to stay aggressive, trying to find more.
Try and find more. That's a
player
third, and that's a
standing.
fourth, looking for Ace. And there it is.
Bow before me.
Okajik's gonna find the ace, not gonna let Ace. Got the ace onto Ace. Ace squared, maybe?
Yeah, that was. I mean, Space Mode definitely took a risk right there a little bit to dump so much utility into B main and just push that. But it was still a really well done job. I mean, it ended up working out perfectly because Ace decided to go to that site. So.
At this time, we're asking that Cryptic Checkmate move to station 2.
But already now, Ace trying
Okajik's
to
staying
slow
aggressive.
things down a little more. Yeah, off the back of a round like that.
Yeah,
is-
how can you not?
how can you not taken, flashing for himself, able to find the pick onto Refresh. Okajik continues to try and do damage, but Mosaic able to find the pick on Okajik. So that's going to be the late Refresh found to even things back up. And now, Ace seems to be aware of Taken's position over by mid. So this will be a little bit of an easier take for Ace here. As Estelio's
Right
going to
there.
have to
Right
retreat
there.
into back site now. As now Ace slowing things down just a little bit more, having made this space for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, in space mode is already set up, though. They know where Ace is. They know where they have to come
destroyed.
from, so they're just going to wait for him. Or Devlin's going to take initiative
Spike
and
down
chow
A.
out mid, able to find one before getting traded by Mosaic. Maybe 3.
30
Like
seconds
is
left.
going to go down. He still
Spike
finds
planted.
2 with the
One enemy remaining.
KO mom. And Stelio cleans up the last one. You know, like I said, Aiden, the space mode, it seems like if the spike is not planted, they're uncomfortable. They kind of are lost in the round, but as soon as that spike goes down from Ace, it's like they click and they know exactly how to retake the site. They know how to play the rest of the round out.
Yeah, and even that round, I noticed they read how the attack was coming in really well, right? They were able to contest. They contested mid early, right? They were able to find that first pick, and then they just backed off, you know, right? Try and keep the man advantage. And then as soon as they realized it was going to A, right? We saw Devor move into A main. Normally you don't really push that. But because they knew it was coming from mid, like that was just like they knew it was gonna be safe. So then it just set the trap there for Ace for when they had to push on the site. But now we see again already Ace showing some signs over at A, but it looks like they're gonna try and rotate around. Taken actually gonna have
Taken is
a
ready, though.
opportunity here.
Taken might just back up and try to play a corner and wait for the members of Ace to make their final decision on where they're going to go on the round. We haven't seen a lot of rotates coming from Ace so far in these games.
Ringo's is gonna dash into
Nico
a
has
lot
one
of damage.
HP.
Nico so low. I don't know if you realize how close they were right now.
Just keep fighting down A.
And there it is. He's gonna be able to upgrade to the rifle, but Taken flashing for himself, gets the trade onto Refresh. So that's gonna put the man advantage back into space mode. And now Ace kind of trapped here in mid.
30
Gonna have
seconds
to
left.
Gonna have to make a decision here for which side to go to. Taken finds the first, but traded out by Mosaic, and so they're gonna be able to make it onto B site and plant.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get spiked down before the members of Space Mode are able to rotate over towards this B site.
Spike
I mean, it
planted.
seems like Space Mode
One
is just running
enemy
towards
remaining.
them, and it's going to try to attack before they can even get off site. Mosaic able to find one. The Killjoy ult does go down, but in the end, it's not going to matter as the members of Space Mode just they got to site too quick, man. Like I said, you know, once once they knew that the Ace had to plant, they didn't have a lot of time left. I believe they only had 10 seconds left. When they got the spike down, they just chowed together as a team and were able to take that one.
Yeah, they were very, you can tell Space Mode is very comfortable on the retake, you know, being in that little bit of a time crunch and having to basically be on the attack. And so a lot of the time you see these teams whenever they're defending, they try and play against that. They try and stop the plan at all costs. You can tell Space Mode is very comfortable in the aspect of being on the attack, being on the aggression. And so I think that, especially against Ace here in this match at least, you can tell that's really helping their situation here.
Seems like Ace might be leaning towards this B site. And it's gonna go B in a few rounds, but Taken and Okajix, I believe, are here. And they might have to chow together and get some early picks.
Yeah, it's able to do a little bit of damage off the back of the flash, but no picks found quite yet for Space Mode, but that, you know, that's okay. Just makes it that much easier for later in the round for the rest of their teammates. But the rotate will come through from Ace, so they're gonna be coming in. But Devore,
Finished.
able to find him, looking for more, but gonna be traded out. So only one from round from Devore, but that's gonna still be plenty of time made for the rest of the team to make it despite this, as the first
Spike
two
planted.
are actually found by both Okajix and Stelio. Dr. Ghoul's able to find the trade, though, and now with Spike planted, the retake is going to have to come into play.
One enemy remaining.
Now, just all the kills falling in Space Mode's favor, and once again, Space Mode just collapsing onto site and finding themselves
Team
another
Ace.
defensive round.
Yeah, I mean, the team play coming in from Space Mode has really been the highlight of this half so far. I mean, even when they only have one or two members on site, they play it together. They play the situation together. They chow together, they play trades, and I think that's what's been so, you know, what's been to their advantage in this first half and puts them up 8-2.
Yeah, and I just want to point out now, though, also, you know, we have the Breach ult and the KO ult and the Astra ult all available for Space Mode. So already a strong team on the retake.
Get
has
out of my
three
way.
Very strong ultimates for initiating any type of
for a
take.
retake situation,
For the retake situation. So this is going to be really interesting to see how they decide to use those given the opportunity.
Could see Okajix coming in far left towards this B side. Maybe try and get an early flank on. The Space Mode knows with refresh picking up or shouldering early there with the jet knives.
They're going to use those clear out that time. Actually finding it bad. But Nikto is going to be able to find the first, but traded out by Typicality as Ace continue to try and push forward here, but the KO, they can't use any of their util, so they're just going to be stalled out here, and they're just going to, looks like they're going to have to
They are
decide to
approaching with
rotate
the
away.
jaws of Okajix.
But Okajix in a really good position here.
Able to find
finds
two and gets away with the
Spike
dismiss.
down. Attacker
Is going to
spawn.
reach out for more. Refresh
yeah,
with the
refresh.
jet knives to shut down Okajix.
30 seconds left.
Now with so little time, they're going to have to commit to a site here, and looks like Taken is going to be the first line of defense over on B site with 20 seconds remaining. Mosaic is going to take a little bit of damage, but both Ace players are going to be able to get on the site.
Spike
There's the
planted.
spike planted as well. Spray's coming through, but Taken just waiting for his teammates to get here so that way they can get the retake done. There's the Astral Wall.
Last player
Through,
standing.
and the first pick onto Mosaic, and now it's all up to Refresh. Have to try and make something done, but on the push, all three members of Space Mode were ready for it, and that's 9 rounds on the half so far for Space Mode.
Yeah, you know, Space Mode knew that the two
Last
members
round
left of
in the
Ace were
half.
separated, so they decided to make that almost permanent by Stelio using that Astral Wall so that they could eliminate, Taken could find that one back side towards 90 and basically just give them a 3v1, so they just chowed child refresh together towards the end there because they knew that was the only place refresh could be. And these retakes, man, it's almost like they don't want to do anything without support from their team, which has been working out for them tremendously in this first half.
Yeah, almost every single fight they've taken has been a team fight, which, I mean, that's a great strategy as we've seen so far. It's been working out really, really well. But already now, Ace moving in towards A from Art, having made that space. And Dr. Ghoul actually continues to push in
Right there.
mid towards sewers a little bit. They do seem to be aware of the possibility of a player coming from there, but they're just going to head towards alley.
Oh, this might be a great read coming in from Okajix. Saw almost half of Ace there. Is it going to back up? Playtime. Get your teammates together. Mosaic able to find one on Nito, though, from CT.
Yeah, they're going to take that opportunity to run back to A as well. So there's still 2 players here, so this might be still holdable for Space Mode. But Ace still going to be able to clear everything out. The smokes come through.
Spike planted.
That's the spike. And now, once again,
want to
we
find
see
it?
another from Space Mode. There's the Astral Wall from Ace. And but Ripple
Sure, with 2 with the Odin.
finds 2, but able to trade
One
out.
enemy remaining.
Okajix.
Still in sight.
Now in this 2v1.
Last player standing.
Zay finds the first one.
1v1.
But no!
Find it.
Taken, finds the headshot. That's a 3 on the round. And Space Mode going into the second half with a very healthy lead.
I mean, we've highlighted it all half, Aiden. The trades, especially coming in from Space Mode.
Switching
What a
sides.
fantastic shot, I believe, by Mosaic onto Okajix to make it a 1v1. But then you have taken challenge from the other side. That's a very tough gunfight for Mosaic to take. And Space Mode just takes advantage of that, playing their trades, playing their numbers. As they finish the half up 10-2. What a strong half from Space Mode on defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the switch happens, because defense and offense is often played pretty differently. I definitely think Space Mode might be pretty comfortable on the attack, though, just based off of how they decided to defend. Just playing that retake, basically being on attack while on defense. So maybe the attack is just kind of where they thrive.
Concealment.
We're just gonna have to wait and see, as already Space Mode putting a lot of pressure down as Dr. Ghoul has to give up that space. And now Space Mode just kind of slowing things down, feeling things out, trying to find these players. But Okajix on the smoke down mid, spots the shoulder of the Jet, and a little bit of an awkward gunfight. Both players are taking a bit of damage, but no elimination found quite yet. As Utility continues to fly through.
A little bit of a stall here, Aiden.
Yeah.
I mean, they look to be aggressive early, but now we're just kind of at a standstill. No one wants to give up that first pick.
Yeah, and it seems as though they want to try and rotate away. A little bit later for the KO of Nikto, though, kind of waiting behind just in case. Just in case Ace tries to push forwards a little bit and get aggressive behind the rotate, but I think it's still worked out really well.
30 seconds left.
Here, as Ace actually did really well on meeting them here at the site, so the fight's definitely going to happen fairly soon. The last
Spike planted.
through and refresh finds the first
onto
looking
Devor.
for
Not gonna
but
check the bomb.
there's a trade coming through.
Last player
Finds
standing.
Stelio finds
actually
3
on Stelio. But
Taken with the 4th to clean up after the spike had been planted. What a phenomenal opening there from Refresh to find one, but they forgot to check the little market corner where the spike had been planted, and Stelio's able to find 3 huge kills to give Space Mode numbers advantage, and Taken finishes out there for that first round on attack for Space Mode.
yeah, that was, I mean, I actually liked it from Ace. Ace had read everything the Space Mode had done that round really well. You know, and then the flash coming through from Tibical worked out perfectly. But yeah, like I said, just Stelio sitting in the corner was able to find all those ways, which worked out well for Spaceball right there. But still, Ace was still able to beat Space Mode head on fairly well, even though he rotates and a little bit of mind games were played. But already now, Space Mode has made a lot of space. They're already on site. They have control of the spike. Planted shortly by Stelio, and now, because of that weapon, who would that fire for Guardian?
Third on the round.
Another on the round.
One enemy remaining.
Awkward gunfight with the Typicality, able to find the pig and Okajix. 4 kills on the round and flawless for Space Mode, putting them into match point.
Match point.
Man, I want Okajix to be my Guardian with the Guardian at this point. What a nice 4K there coming in from Okajix. I mean, they basically just they saw that the pressure from Ace was not there, so they just took sight, got it down for free, got to their positions, and once Okajix found the 2 early in the round after they got the spike down, just got aggressive and found 2 more, and now that puts Space Mode onto match point.
Yes, this is match point and elimination point, actually. This is pretty begins here as Viper drives now, as Okajix already creating a lot of space off of that effort, get that buff.
Spike down A.
Restroom able to find the opening pick, but Taken still finds the trade onto Refresh. Save finds one, but another trade from Okajix, and Devor even to boot finds the headshot onto Restroom, and now Devor is going to be able to get this plant down, and it's going to have to be a retake done. But both these players by Ace are coming in through main. It does seem as though Space Mode is somewhat aware of their positions.
Yeah, Ace is going to have to play this together as Dr. Ghoul finds the first one, bring it back to a 2v2. They are going to have to play this together if they want to complete this retake.
Right there.
Yes, there's the smokes thrown down. They're just going to have to continue to try and push forward.
From mid, not able to
Odin
find.
with the initial spray.
One enemy remaining.
Able to find one.
Going for the spray. They don't know where it's planted.
Okajix finds.
No, Okajix with the
Attackers
push
win.
forward finds the final shot, and Space Mode move on in the bracket.
Man, just a phenomenal team effort there coming in from Space Mode. You know, they separated there towards the end, leaving Okajix kind of backside in that little cubby, having Taken sit mid and kind of just feed off of Taken's information whenever they chowed out. So just, again, you know, we said it all of the first half, and that's really what helped them get the victory, was just a phenomenal team play and the trades coming in from Space Mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, Space Mode just playing off of each other extremely well that entire match, and I mean, honestly, that's kind of what you have to chalk that up to. It was never a 1v1, right? There was always somebody else there, and because of that, they were always able to even out man count if they did even go down, and so, I mean, just textbook.
And if there was a 1v1, I specifically remember one because it was both Killjoys with Mosaic and Devor. But you know, with that, I believe Space Mode, you know, even if it's a 1v1 in players left alive, Space Mode has been so good at communicating and sharing intel that it's really not a 1v1. You know, like you have that added information that gives you an advantage in the 1v1. So it's almost like a 1.5 or 1.125 versus 1. So again, I mean, and Ace had great strategy coming into the ground or coming into the game, but just Space Mode was too together towards the end. But you know, as we wrap this one up, we do want to give another quick shout out to our sponsors for today's event: Spray Can, Rail Yard Pie Shop, OESL, Fat Cap, Esports Performance Academy. We cannot make this such a great esports event without you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's it for this match, Aiden.
Yeah, so we're going to go on a short break as we get the next teams up onto the stage, and we'll see you guys soon.
Hello and welcome back to our Oath Valorant Finals. How we feeling, everybody? How we feeling after a couple of our first matches? Feeling good? Feeling good? All right. I'm joined back again by Jackson,
Yes,
or
sir.
Amnesia. How you doing, Jackson?
Oh, I'm chilling. You know, running on 4 hours of sleep in a dream. So.
I mean, dreams are important. You know, some say dreams are just the future. So maybe that's all we need is 4 hours in a dream. So who knows? But you know, I want to give another shout out to OESL, one of our sponsors today. Oklahoma's premier high school esports league, known as OESL, is sponsoring today's event. OESL reaches all corners of Oklahoma. They offer free options for schools with lower budgets or club teams. Their focus is on student interaction, teamwork, sportsmanship, communication, and integrity. If you're interested in getting your high school or middle school involved in esports, head over to oesl.org for more information. I think my old high school, Kellyville, is in the OESL maybe. So
Are they?
definitely love giving, you know, middle schoolers and high schoolers more opportunities to play
Yeah.
esports. I was so glad
I wish
that,
I had this in high school.
Yeah, I was so glad my school provided that. You know,
Yeah.
I was on my Overwatch team, even though, you know, I'm not great at it, but it was still fun. You know, I'm glad that we have these opportunities now and that they're growing. So
Yep.
we're on Icebox again, Jackson. I think you watched Icebox the first game.
Yeah,
How you
we
feeling?
did have Icebox the first game. The map that is exiting the map pool
Sad.
soon for Bind to come back. I like Icebox, so, you know, kind of sad that it is leaving. But what are your thoughts on Icebox?
I like Icebox. It's one of my favorites. You know, it's not Bind, R.I.P. Bind, but I like Icebox. In case I did forget to say, this is an extra match between Damage and Ace, I believe. So
Yes, Ace.
excited to see both of these teams match up. Give everybody an opportunity to be in the spotlight. So definitely excited about that.
Yep.
So we are heading to our agent select.
Yep. You know, the agent selection, typically something you see on a map like Icebox is controller, usually Viper. You usually see a Sova, like right now, Damage locked in Sova, blue locked in Sova. Extant Shelf deciding to pick the Omen. Not usually more common, but if you know how to play a controller like Omen, then it can definitely work out very well. Ace definitely going with different kind of team comp here. They do have the Viper, but they have Sage and Killjoy. Typically, you either see one or the other. You don't usually see both. Reshram pulling out the Reyna. We have Reyna on both teams. Reyna can be very dominant on this map, especially with on A site. You know, A site usually the one that gets pushed most of the time because it's harder to defend. There's other places to go. You have belt you can go from. You have ropes at a nest you can go through. You have main. You have pipes. You have all these areas that you can kind of enter site from. And Reyna works in those close corners a lot easier. You just flash someone out, get that elimination, heal off of it, and then go from there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're seeing Omen from Extant Shelf because they're so confident in that
Yep.
role with Omen.
See him on Omen a lot, yeah.
So definitely no shame in that. I play Sova basically no matter the map because at this point, you know, sometimes it's more about comfortability than need.
yeah.
You know,
And
because if
see,
you're
that's
more
something-
comfortable in your role, you're going to do better than, you know, if you have to try to fill for
Yeah.
something else.
And that, we were talking about that earlier. Like, you don't always have to play the meta comp if you don't know how to play. Like, if you don't know Sova darts, if you're not comfortable on Sova, even though he's probably the meta initiator on this map, don't play him.
Some early aggression coming in from Ace. We did see a lot of aggression from them in that last map. You know, they are pretty. They play patient sometimes, but they like to find success with early aggressive pushes. She was able to find one and the second onto Reshram and Lion Gamer.
Spike planted.
Gonna get spiked down really
She
quickly.
finds the
Cher's
third.
still behind Yellow. Managing to take out 3.
One enemy
1
remaining.
HP though. Cher manages
Oh,
to
the
take out
ace is
Dr.
on the
Bull and
way.
Ace on the first
Ace
round.
on
And
the
we see an
way.
ace from Cher at the very beginning of the match.
That's how you
Ace.
want to start a match. Shutting down the aggression from Ace, letting him get the spike down, but it doesn't matter because Cher is ready with the Jet and the Ghost. And I can't think of a better duo. Maybe Jet and Sheriff, but I mean, that's like, That's like peas and carrots is in a Jet and a Ghost.
I mean, hey, Ace gets bombed down on site. Cher is still behind yellow.
Yeah.
Just ready, peeks out, gets all the picks that they need.
We are going to have a little bit of a pause after that first round. But what a start, you know,
Yeah,
for,
definitely not
for damage.
An ace on pistol round is not typically something that you see. Also, you know how we were kind of talking about at the beginning that A is typically the site that you end up pushing. They decide to go B first round. And definitely worked out in Cher's favor because Cher was holding B, able to kind of get something going there on site, but Cher is just, you know, wiggling around yellow kind of that entire time, just trying to see where the enemies are coming from and is able to get pick after pick, just kind of unpredictably being where they were.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the last match I commentated for the regular season was Damage and Cryptid.
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, probably one of the best matches in Oath Valorant history. I
Yeah.
mean, it was a phenomenal, like, 4 or 5 overtime match. And we saw great plays coming in from everybody.
Yep.
You know, from Cher, Extant Shelf, Coop, Blue, Samson, and also, you know, the phenomenal players on Cryptid like Fry, Min, Bunny, Fufu. So really just
Min dropping 60 kills.
man, that was
on a map.
something. Yeah, yeah. But you know, I think really I think Damage is going to try to replicate what we saw on that last match.
Yeah.
Or the last match we saw from them in the regular season, and just trying to play together, but also, you know, when those stars are kind of having a hot round, you know, they get 1 or 2 picks early, just letting them kind of go out and see what they can do before the rest of the round kind of catches up.
Yeah, and you know, I talked about this the first time that we were on Icebox. They have very similar team comps, you know, because we were talking about comps at the beginning. But they play them differently. And that's the difference between Valorant and other competitive esports, is you can play different compositions. Like when we were watching Overwatch yesterday, they play the same comp, they're played the same way. Typically how it goes, you play a dive comp, you're diving.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
It's in the name.
But in Valorant, they have very similar team, Sovas, Sage, typically on Icebox. But like first game, we saw 3 lurks in 1 round come out for Vandals. So it's like there's so many different ideas that people will have.
Yeah, and one thing I notice is, you know, especially with the Sage pick, you know, I think we see Samson and Typicality running the Sage this game.
Yeah.
Is how you use those Sage walls, whether you use them, you know, to benefit your attack and help you take space, or to kind of shut down, you know, an attack or use it more defensively.
Yep. And Coop getting aggressive on the pipes there. That Sova Dart going to spot them. They decide to just drop. Restram walking in. Coop has that Spectre though. They do have a buy this round. Just trying to get as many picks as possible. Lion Gamer able to take out Coop though.
Spike planted.
Extant Shell taking out Dr. Cool there. Blue getting a pick onto Typicality as well. 2 players remaining for Ace. 4 on Damage. Damage is on that buy round though. Cher able to take Mosaic out. Lion Gamer able to take out Extant Shell. Only 22 HP remaining. Samson will get the spray through onto Lion Gamer though, winning Damage that round. Kind of expected due to, you know, the fact that they had the buy that round.
Yeah.
So you kind of do see that coming.
You know, sometimes, I mean, we saw with Space Mode last game versus Ace, they kind of are playing around Ace's aggression and their ability to get the spike down almost every round. But they find Damage, it seems like they find themselves in more comfort in the post-plant situations like Space Mode did last game.
Yep.
I mean, especially with Cher kind of playing confident and able to stay alive around the spike but not engage with it directly, you know, kind of just playing off angles, playing good corners. I mean, and that's what's got Damage up 2-0.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and take this B site again. Cher getting a really nice early pick on a Lion Gamer though. Having that Vandal in the buy round is gonna be big, but Reshiram is able to kind of shut down Cher there. It is a 4v4. That Sage Wall is gonna go down, allowing Dr. Cool to get that plant.
Spike planted.
Extant Shelf gonna do some damage onto that wall. Bomb will go down for Ace though. All they gotta do now is just play for time, hold that spike as best as they can. Damage is going to have to force through this Sage Wall. Ace just waiting for it. Mosaic gets that first pick onto Samson.
Around yellow.
Coop gets the spray, takes out Dr. Cool. Exit Shelf trying to hold as best they can, but those kills right
One in the
now
corner.
are gonna hurt. Blue,
Last player
Left the
standing.
technicality in a 1v1. He's gonna find both of them. Takes out Coop and Blue to secure the round. Ice in the box, ice box coming in from Typicality there.
yeah, definitely a great bonus. Like, that's kind of what you want to see almost from the bonus. You're not expecting to get a lot, but a couple kills is definitely what you want there. Typically, you would expect like a flawless or something. Just kind of do what you can, but getting a few picks there is definitely big for damage, even though they lost the round, and they are still up 2-1. Both teams having rifles now. Ace deciding to take B-side this time.
Cher is low. Begins. Taking this angle. Helped out by Samson this time. Freshman's gonna get active with the ult pop. Cher has one on the line.
Cher gets two!
Typicality able to bring one back.
Don't resist.
Takes down Cher, brings numbers back to an even 3v3. Ace does get spiked down. Backs up.
Good idea, spraying that wall there, try to gain more space. It is a 3v3. All Ace has to do is play for time. Damage needs to push
On
in.
the flank, able to
Coop
find
is on the
two.
flank and manages to get two with the spray there. Is able to heal with that Q.
Reshiram in
And
such a
Exit
tough
Shelf
spot.
is able to get behind a Reshiram. Was a 3v3, but Coop on that flank made it a 3v1, and all they had to do is sandwich that final player, being able to get that defuse. Damage now being up 3-1.
Man, just you see the significance and the importance of kind of covering and checking all angles there. Unfortunate for Ace, you know, they did line up for Coop once
Yeah.
Coop kind of got out into the open. I was able to find one, I think find the other one through the first member there, but you know, being able to kind of squeeze or surround the defense is really what I find to be one of the most successful
Especially on
ways to
B-side.
retake. Yeah.
Especially on B-site, you know, whenever there's not really many places to go, if you can send a defender to flank behind them and start sandwiching instead of letting them have that for free, even if you're putting pressure, you don't have to necessarily get a pick. All you need is just put pressure on them, force them to keep turning around and checking that angle.
Yeah, as Lion Gamer doesn't find anything with the Silver Dart, Ace is going to get active onto site.
Oh, 1 HP. Dr. Cool will take out
Spike
Coop
down
with the
A.
classic. Exit Shelf and Cher getting two back onto Ace, though. Reshiram here.
I don't know if they know Reshiram's
With
here.
the Spectre, they
He's
don't!
going to find Samson.
Last player standing.
They just surround Reshiram. Get back the power and control of that site.
Oh, the
Mosaic gonna
ghost!
find one onto Cher off of the zip line. Silver Dart is going to spot Mosaic as Extant Shelf cleans it up after the information.
Yeah, Ace needing to save that round, but they still managed to take out 3. 2 of them being just straight pistol kills. One was with a classic, one was with a ghost. So that's pretty much kind of like with the bonus, all you can really hope for. So Ace now being able to kind of full buy up. Coop 4 damage, having to save a little bit. Never mind, as I say that. Samson, the one who's actually going to have to save a little bit after getting picked off. So Ace does kind of have the better buy here.
Yeah, you know, like you said, once you find that, you know, that round there for Ace, even though you don't find the round win, you still get some small victories in taking down some of the members of damage. But
And once Ace can get a round, then the momentum starts going. But as we are in this, Reshiram was able to take out Extant Shelf very early into this round, just deciding to take it up tube as fast as
able to
possible.
find the whole team. He's able to find 2
Whoa!
before it's being taken down by Typicality.
You will not
Cher
kill my
not ready
ally.
for Ace to be there,
Last player standing.
but is able to take out
Plant
Coop in the
denied
process.
coming in
I
from
have the spike.
Samson from mid. All left up to Lion Gamer at a 1v3. They know where he's at.
Samson able to clean that up there. Damage now 5-1, doing really well at just playing patiently, holding the sites properly. All they need to do is just wait for Ace to push into them, and that's exactly what they're doing a really good job of doing right now.
Yeah, you know, we saw it from Space Mode. You know, once Ace likes to play these rounds pretty aggressive, you know, and that's you can definitely find success from that on a map like Icebox because sometimes it takes a long time to rotate.
Yeah.
So if you can get the spike down early and get a couple picks, you set yourself up for success. But like Space Mode, Damage is finding success kind of not letting any of their members, or at least a lot of them, drop before the spike gets planted, and then just taking together as a team, playing great.
Coop's getting aggressive, able to take out Reshiram already at the beginning of that round, and forcing out that Hunter's Fury from Ace. Coop still here with the Reyna ult, almost getting another.
Into the smoke.
Manages to get Dr. Ghoul. Only 3 players remaining for Ace. Coop might want to get aggressive here with that Reyna ult before it runs out. Just waiting for Ace to make a move right now. You could say that they're making the right decision here, just waiting instead of pushing them and losing all that utility, which is what Damage is doing a great job of doing, is just playing safe. Even though your Reyna ult is going to run out, you're not giving them anything.
You're keeping your numbers.
Spike
as
down,
Mosaic
B.
trying to rotate towards this B site.
Last player standing.
And finds Lion Gamer as well. All up to Typicality left in the 1v3. And there's not many places they could be, so
30
Damage
seconds
is kind of aware of Typicality's position because they know where they aren't.
Yeah, Typicality just trying to find anybody. Kind of stuck in this 1v5 only with the Spectre. Gets taken out by Blue, and that will be a flawless for Damage, putting them up 6-1. Right now, Cher kind of going a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what we saw. We saw in that match versus Cryptid of the regular season. Cher, Coop, and I mean, they're really just playing as a team. You know, we see a lot of pop-off rounds from the likes of Cher or Coop, but really they play their lives really well, which is something that, you know, you don't always notice if it isn't playing a big factor, but it can in later rounds. Once it starts to get, you know, once Damage, or once Ace starts to find more picks in each round, and you'll start to realize that Damage's ability to play their lives and stay alive and stick together is really going to benefit them.
Yeah, and taking this timeout for Ace is going to interrupt that momentum that Damage is kind of getting right now. And I always like to say, you know, momentum-based game, Valorant really a momentum-based game. If you can start rolling, you can kind of just snowball into more and more round wins. So being able to take a timeout, even if they're not necessarily talking about a ton of things, just helps interrupt that momentum that Damage is starting to go with.
What's the snowball and icebox pun? It's, you know, snow.
You know, I don't
Frozen.
know. I didn't intend it, but you know, maybe I did.
We always got to find our way to find ourselves in these situations where we can get a little bit humorous with the puns, or don't make fun of my syntax.
No, I'm not making fun.
Ace, you know, might try to stick with this aggressive action we've been seeing early in this half. Damage is ready for it. I mean, Coop and Blue kind of just holding their own ground, not letting Ace take a bunch of space yet. Pressure one onto Blue. Give them a little bit more room. Typicality finds another onto Coop. Advantage for Ace as they move onto site.
2v4 now.
Spike down.
Sharon Samson, the only ones
Spike
remaining.
planted.
Samson looking like gonna go for maybe a little bit of a res. Is gonna take up Coop, but
One
Mosaic
enemy
takes out
remaining.
Samson and Coop as well. While Coop being res, it's only Cher remaining. Mosaic gets the final pick onto Cher. Maybe that timeout was exactly what Ace needed, because as we were talking about, interrupted right after the timeout, interrupted Damages like snowball.
Yeah,
They're starting to
man.
get there, and then as soon as timeout ends, they take the next round.
Yeah, you know, kind of melt that momentum that Damage has been building after the first few rounds of this half. You know, maybe they kind of had a little bit of a, you know, they still kept aggression and a lot of quick pace early in that round to get the spike down, to find 2 quick picks, but maybe decided to play a little bit more as a team rather than kind of solo chowing, and they were able to find success and get one back.
Yeah, for sure. And Ace, after taking that victory on A,
You
decides
should
to
run.
take it A again. Coop, ready with the operator, though, is able to take out Lion Gamer. Ace not ready for them to have something like that in their hands, especially after losing the previous round. Killjoy ult is going to go down, forcing them off the site. Ace going to go ahead and have to play this 5-man retake. but it is a 4v5 situation. So this is still very doable
Spike
for Damage to
planted.
retake this. And Cher makes it a 5v3, able to take out Reshiram there. All Damage has to do, as we see the flank right here, able to sandwich them.
There they are.
But
Mosaic
Mosaic
is ready.
does notice it and takes out Samson. That dart does
So
get
bizarre.
typicality.
Last player standing.
Just a bunch of trades going off right here. Mosaic, the only one remaining there for Ace, but Cher is able to take that triple and win Damage yet another round, putting them 7-2.
I thought Cher might have dropped there on low HP, which would have put us in a 1v1. Might have got a little bit scary there at the end, but a nice bounce back round from Damage after Ace found themselves, you know, kind of winning the previous round quite easily. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't let that momentum go completely into Ace's favor, and they brought it back a little bit more towards their side. You know, none of the snowball has not been frozen yet. You know, it's still just snow on the ground.
Yep.
Each team still trying to vie and get control of the map.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to kind of switch it up after losing that round. They decide to send it B, maybe deciding to send a Lurk. Not quite sure what they want to do. Recon Bolt will get Cher. That is some initial good information. But we have Samson in this corner. Cher is able to take out Mosaic. They are not ready for Samson, though. Samson's able to take out Reshiram, but Typicality is able to turn point just in time to take out Samson. Cher getting Dr. Ghoul, but Lion Gamer taking it right back onto Cher. Ace still down a player. All of Damage kind of surrounding this B site. They are watching this lurk.
but
They
Blue
are
might be
watching this
ready.
rotate. Blue is ready for this rotate here.
Might be ready to rotate, not
Enemy remaining.
But Coop is going to find
Spike down.
Typicality on the
Attacker
rotate.
spawn.
Leaving Lion Gamer left in a 1v3. Spike out in the open. They're gonna
I have
beat
the
this
spike.
Spike with the silver dart.
Tries to take an off shot at Lion Gamer there. Lion Gamer is probably going to get the plant down here. Maybe gain a little bit of money. See if they can hold for time. Damage, all they have to do is just play together here. Don't give Lion Gamer the ones, and they can definitely win this round here.
30 seconds left.
Lion Gamer deciding to take the aggressive route
It
and
was
instead of
you
planting
for me.
bomb, decided to try to get a pick quickly before getting that bomb down, being a little bit unpredictable, but Damage was ready for it and is able to take him out, putting them up 8-2 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like Damage is ready for anything Ace throws at them. You know, they're playing valuable corners. They're attacking or retaking together. You know, like
Yeah.
like that was a good play there coming in from Lion to try to get one before getting the spike down to put a little bit more numbers in his favor. Only give it a 1v2, but Damage was ready. I mean, they were all mid waiting for him. So a nice composure teamwork there coming in from Damage.
Yeah, Coop deciding to take the operator towards A again. Ace switching it up a little bit. Instead of sending 5 players toward a site, they decide to send them all through mid and have a little bit of a Reyna lurk through A. Looks like Ace is going to try to go through mid and end A here. Blue knows it though. Blue is ready. Able to take out 1. The spray transfer onto
Spike
2,
down
but
mid.
Mosaic is going to get that trade onto Blue. Typicality getting the res onto Lion Gamer, and Coop taking out Mosaic. After the smoke kind of
Trim's
clears a
gonna get
little
active,
bit.
Is going to find Coop before the flash comes out.
Spike down mid.
Finds Ace Shelf out mid.
In a 2v2 now. Certainly still possible for Ace, especially since Samson is a bit lower on HP. Cher taking a
Almost
shot.
finds him.
Reshiram is here with the operator now, able to take Cher out. Now it is only Samson remaining with 50 HP. Certainly doable if Samson is able to get the picks. But Bomb is kind of trapped right now.
Not a lot of time to work with either. Only 30 seconds.
30 seconds
Thought
left.
he might try to peek this.
All Samson has to do is wait.
1 enemy remaining.
Able to take out
Find
Typicality,
one.
but is blinded by Reshiram's eye. And that will be a thrifty there for Ace. It will
Last
be an
round
8-3
before
now
the switch.
going into the last round.
I mean, you know, I think after that, I think that timeout really, you know, Ace kind of came together and said, we need to play more as a team. You know,
Yeah.
and those 2 rounds that they found after the timeout, they've won because of their team. They've won because of their trades.
Yeah.
As, you know, Typicality did kind of bait for Reshiram there, but, you know, sometimes that's what you need to do to get those rounds, you know, when you're running out of time, just to confirm it, get the round out of the way, as this is our last round before the half.
Yeah, Coop just deciding to continue this off here. Sova Dart going to try to spot that out, but Coop just no scopes the Sova Dart there with the operator. Ace still trying to make their way up into A site, just playing it a little slowly, might decide to rotate this. Damage doing a great job right now of just holding their angles, not giving anything.
Aggressive man, though.
Samson's gonna try to get something
He's gonna
here.
get away, barely. Almost no HP left. This H heal does come in. Just find a little bit more health, but share it. Once again, locking down this B site, stopping Ace from getting too aggressive, trying to take the site. Share finds one before being traded out by Lion Gamer.
Well, the Omen blind. Ace being forced back just a little bit. That Viper wall is kind of forcing the rest of damage off of B site. But Ace is still trying to work their way in there, and that Viper wall does go down. Mosaic is going to try to get this plant down, but it's not ready for Samson to be right there.
30 seconds
Samson
left.
and
Down
Blue both get picks themselves, but Lion Gamer is able to get that trade back onto Blue. Coop is just sitting here defending the bomb with that op now. Bomb is kind of stuck on site. The last two players for Ace are just going to have to make something happen. Coop decides to pull that right all down. Lion Gamer's able to get two and takes the ace, gaining the clutch for Ace.
That's how you end a half
Switching
right there,
sides.
Jackson. That is how you shut down any momentum that Damage had left before going into the next half, as Lion Gamer finds 5 on the round. You know, I thought once that Sage res came in for Damage, they might just...
And the Reyna ult, you see
And
the
the
Reyna
Reyna
ult
ult,
come
yeah.
out, you see the res come out, definitely looking dangerous there for Ace, but Lion Gamer just comes out, cleans it up, gets an ace for Ace, and gets that half.
I mean, you know, that does kind of get rid of the 9-3 curse possibility, but I mean, a momentum like that is almost worth losing that kind of, you know, quote-unquote curse, you know, because that might just shift all of the momentum in your favor, especially if you can take this pistol round here.
Ace deciding to all stack A, kind of expecting damage to be towards the A side, but they definitely thought
It's a
wrong.
little bit of a misread. there.
Damage deciding to take it towards B instead. Going to kind of get a little bit of a free plant down here. Ace gonna 5v5 retake. Looks like they're all gonna try to flank here though.
Oh, we're gonna have a 5 versus 5 gunfight here going down very quickly as Lion
There's
Gamer
one.
opens it up. Exit shelf share with 2 in response. Blue taken out by Reshiram. Blue finds another. Numbers still in favor of Damage.
Sage wanting to go for damage. Reshiram able to take out Blue, making it a 2v2.
Gonna check.
One enemy
Coop
remaining.
able to take one out and dismiss away.
Last
Just
player
one player
standing.
remaining for
1v1.
Ace. Now just a Reyna versus Reyna. Which Reyna comes out on top? And that Frenzy will take out Reshiram, winning Damage the first round here, putting Damage up 9-4 on offense.
Man, I love frenzies. I love frenzies and pistol rounds. That's always my go-to choice there, and you can see why. Just the, you know, kind of a bailout situation. If you're
I
not
think the
feeling,
Frenzy's better than the Ghost.
if you're not feeling the taps, you know, you can still find success with a little bit of a spray from the frenzy, as Reshiram did, or as Coop did that round. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but you know, I thought, you know, Ace might have found a little bit of momentum after that after that last round of the last half, but
They kind of just like, they decided to try to stack A because, you know, A is typically where the teams end up going. But kind of a little bit of a misread on that. Damage is able to just get bombed down. It is a 5v5. I like the idea of sending all of your players together to be able to take that. And it was really, really close. But just unfortunately, last player remaining, Reyna v Reyna, they come out on top.
yeah, I mean, because even though they guessed the site wrong, they were able to retake together. They didn't lose any members on the plant situation. So a full retake, you know, it's still, you know, you don't have as much time to work with because they do get the spike down.
Yeah.
But you still get to play together as a team because you still have that numbers even.
Yeah. And, you know, they are on defense, right? And as we were kind of talking about earlier, Icebox could kind of go either way. But, typically defense is known as the easier side because you're waiting for the attackers to kind of push into you. So if they can just play their sights, don't rotate too quickly, just be able to hold their kind of ground down on the sights, they should be able to kind of bring this back.
Yeah, and I think that timeout that we saw in the first half from Ace is kind of an underrated part of that first half. That
Yeah.
kind of shifted the momentum that we saw from Damage early. I know we've said it a few times already, but I still don't think that momentum has gone back, completely to one side. I still think
Yeah.
it is up for grabs by both teams, and even winning just one, winning with just one member alive left on that round, that still gives, they didn't win it in a dominant fashion because, it's still up for grabs. Nobody's really,
Yeah.
they don't find just a dominant victory and it's like, oh, we got control now. It is still anyone's game, especially on Icebox.
Yeah.
I love my defensive round wins. I say that a lot during my my regular season broadcast, and especially on Icebox, you see, like you mentioned, the success of defense just because of. I feel like you got more opportunities on the retake.
Yeah,
You know,
like if you're comparing it to Lotus, for example, like Lotus is obviously a much more offensive-sided map because you have 3 sites, you have doors you can go through, you have the breakable doors you can go through, just like a lot of places that the attackers can go. And Icebox, the attackers have a lot of ability to do that, but like B site, you're kind of crammed into this corner, so you have to kind of force your way through that. A site is a little easier, typically why people end up going towards A. Mid, you can go through mid, you have the possibility to go up tube and send it towards B site, or you can just go through mid and then go to the A side. So it really just kind of depends on what your team wants to do.
Yeah, and while we are still here in this little bit of a pause we have, I do want to give another quick shout out to our sponsors for today's event. Thank you so much. This wouldn't be possible without you. Just give another piece of gratitude.
Yeah.
We've only seen, I watched, I believe it was Pearl, the second map.
Yeah.
And over on stage 2, whenever I was watching Ace and
Space mode.
Ace and Space Mode,
Yeah.
they're finding, I want to make sure that everybody knows that it isn't all like the scoreboard at the end of the game. No matter, it's not always a tell for how close the game truly is.
That's
in
why
Valorant.
I like to call people the sleeper clutch almost, or the sleeper MVP. And it a lot of that typically comes from controller players too, because when you're playing controller like Viper, Omen, your job isn't necessarily to get as many picks as possible. Your job is to, especially on Viper, you throw down the utility for your team, and you always want to try to stay alive to be able to keep using that utility to let your team be able to get sight or hold the sight. And they usually end up not having a great KD or end up usually negative KD, but that doesn't mean, because this isn't Overwatch, so, eliminations aren't everything.
Yeah, and I come from a Call of Duty background, and so my mind kind of goes to, if there's not super defined roles like controllers or initiators in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But, usually whenever you play Search and Destroy, you have someone every time, the same person carrying the bomb. And I kind of see that as the controller because they might not find a lot of kills, and they might, even get picked after they get the bomb or the spike planted.
Yeah.
But they get it down, and that still has a massive effect on the round because now it's back in your favor. Even if you don't have numbers, you do have that time aspect to work with.
And that's why we like to call the timer the sixth defender, because it really is. Valorant is just as much of an objective game as it really is just an elimination game. And, there's also the mental aspect of it, too, of just even though, you're down a lot of rounds, like Ace right now, down a decent amount of rounds, you got to think in your head, no, we could literally be 12-0 and still win the game. It's possible. So it's not League of Legends. You can't just snowball into something and then game's over even though the game is still going. Valorant, it's round by round based.
Yeah.
So if you have the economy to still buy the weapons and can keep kind of it going, then that's really all you need.
I don't love Icebox anymore. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know I said it before the match started about how much I love Icebox, but sometimes there are so many trades happening, especially with how these sites are set up. Usually whenever you go onto A, the attacking team will find one.
Okay, so what is your favorite map?
They'll get the opener. I gotta stick with Bind. I think I said that. I think I said that before the match started. I gotta stick with Bind. Everybody hates Bind, but I love Bind.
No.
I like the teleporters. I don't like the teleporter change that's coming soon, but
I think the changes are great.
I guess we'll just have to see next season when it comes back into the. It's coming back into the pool, right? Next season.
Yep.
Nice. Excited for that.
And I know you have a very differing opinion on my favorite map because my favorite map is Lotus.
Yeah, I don't love Lotus. Like at all.
I think Lotus is fun to play just because there's so much you can do with it.
That's fair.
I like the 3-side maps. Like I like Haven too.
I like Haven, but I don't like Lotus.
Why?
That's a great question.
You don't even have an answer. You just don't like Lotus. Is it because you lose on it and you're mad?
It's possible. It's possible. Especially with, I feel like with Haven, I say it a lot about the defensive round wins, and I feel like those happen a lot more on Haven than they do Lotus. Like I feel like attackers find a little bit more success on Lotus than they do Haven, and so I'm like.
But see that's why I don't like Pearl.
Is that why you
don't like
Lotus?
Pearl.
Is because of the more attacks? It's more of an attacking side of 3-side map.
Yes.
That's fair.
This could be the same copium that you might be on.
Could be.
Pearl is my least favorite map by far, and it's also my lowest win rate map too. So
there might be some correlation
there.
there.
Could be part of it, but I also just don't love the layout of Pearl. So.
All right, how about we settle this with a little bit of a crowd participation? So, make some noise if you prefer Icebox or prefer Haven over Lotus.
Some people.
What about if you prefer Lotus over Haven?
See?
It seems like you are in the majority then, Jackson. But
Lotus is the better map.
It might be. I don't know. I think the reason I love Haven is because I just sit in top on Heaven, on A site. So
with
I just
an
like
op,
that.
and you op crush.
No.
Crush,
I'm not good enough to op. I'm not good enough to op.
Hey, I say that as somebody who used to one-trick chamber, and now the dude is just bad.
Yeah.
So definitely no more chamber.
That's so sad too, because like the chamber made so many highlight or so many cool plays that I miss kind of seeing that in competitive play.
Yeah, no, for sure. And another quick ad read. So gonna give another shout out to our friends at Railyard Pie Shop, the tastiest sponsor of today's esports tournament. Railyard Pie Shop located in Edmond. So if you're a pie fan like I am,
I love
definitely
pie.
go check it out. Definitely very good.
We might be getting it back into the action. We are.
Still in sight.
As Coop gets
Plant
aggressive,
this
are
spike.
they going to check the corner? Lion Gamer ready with the shorty, but not going to be enough as Coop takes one. Cher finds another, giving numbers advantage towards damage. This attack. Coop finds another onto Reshiram. Let's stay aggressive.
Player standing.
Third on the round for Coop. Dr. Ghoul, the only one left.
Spike planted.
The shorty.
Yeah, having that long break there, going to kind of shake up the teams a little bit, kind of get them a little bit colder, maybe going to have to warm back up into it. But Damage does end up getting a flawless on that round, putting them 10-4. And it's like we were talking about during that little break there, if they can like keep in the game, know that they still have the chance to win, know that they are a good team, know that they know how to play together, and just keep it going, keep holding their sights. And right now they are on the buy. Damage is on the bonus. They have 2 rifles and 3 Spectres, which, isn't terrible for damage, but if Ace can kind of shut this down here and get their momentum to start snowballing, they can get this round back in their favor.
Yeah,
Easily.
I think the break definitely helped out Damage, as Ace still kind of vying for that momentum. It might have been even a little bit in their favor, leaning more towards them, but that break definitely helped out Damage, kind of regaining a little bit of control and then take that first round back.
Yeah, for sure. Damage deciding to just go again towards this A site. Just get in there, just group here with the Spectre. Sitting on top of 410, just waiting. Reshiram back there, able to take out
Last
Cher.
player standing.
Mosaic and
Spike
Typicality
down
both
A.
getting picks of their own. Coop is the only one remaining. All Ace has to do is just wait, because Coop still has to get that bomb down.
Ace just need to play trades, play together. Don't chow alone.
That blind from Reshiram is going to be big. Coop is able to get the Spectre kill onto Reshiram, but Dr. Ghoul gets the pick back on. Getting Ace their first round, it was a bonus for damage, but a round win is a round
I mean,
win.
and not a complete bonus, though. I mean, they still
They still have 2
Damage
rifles.
definitely
yeah.
still had 2 rifles, and you can get the job done with Spectres, too. So definitely a good round for Ace. Maybe trying to, you know, like we keep mentioning it, the momentum. I don't think either team has pulled away at any point in this game.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Damage find a lot of success early, but Ace didn't let it get too far out of their reach.
Yeah.
Still in sight.
They are going to go ahead and try to take it B this time after not finding too much success on the A site. Coop just trying to clear these corners, get in there.
I have a feeling Cher's just going to dash on the side and get super aggressive here soon.
That would be a share moment. They're kind of playing really passively right here, though. Just kind of waiting to see if any of Ace's players will make a move first. Try to force Ace to peek, but they will just throw that Sage Ball
Cher's
down.
ready.
Cher was ready for a peek there. Mosaic goes down. Damage, 5 players up, or you could call it 2 because they have the time on their hands now.
Coming in from Ace.
Dr. Ghoul and
We're not
Typicality
going to check the corner.
being able to get one back. It is a 4v3 here
Samson's in this corner.
in Ace's favor.
Just had to
Pressure Ram with a fantastic shot with that partial.
finds 2.
One enemy remaining.
Ace still finds another.
This just went back in Damage's favor
Last
so
player
quickly.
standing.
It is a 1v1. Reshiram versus Samson here.
Reshiram finds
and
it.
Reshiram will get the spray. Gets that headshot onto Samson. Just barely getting that defuse. Winning a round for Ace. The momentum really starting to get in their favor.
I thought Samson playing in that, you know, underneath heaven, or in that little connector right there, behind in that little cubby that they made with the Sage Wall, I thought was gonna be it for Damage, but I mean, and was able to find 2 before eventually being taken down, but just good composure coming in from Reshiram.
And now they're forcing Damage to save.
Yeah.
So this is looking like a very easy kind of round to get to 10-7. 3 rounds in a row, just kind of get their way towards even and even winning.
Yeah, I mean, Damage is going to not play as patient or passive as they did to start the last round. As Cher pops the knives, is getting aggressive, basically sprinting at the other team. As a couple
Takes
fights
the
go
dismiss
down.
instead of a heal. Left at 14 HP. Cher gets a nice pick on the Mosaic.
Oh,
Samson gets
unfortunate timing.
This is looking good
Spike
for
down
Damage.
B.
They were on a save, but they do have the jet knives.
The timing.
Ace down a player. Exit Shelf decides to peek it. Typicality takes down Exit Shelf. Now a 2v2. Bomb is still yet to go down. Damage deciding to take it towards Ace site because both of Ace's players are sitting there in Snowman.
Blue's positioning here could be absolutely key for Ace this round. Or for
Yeah,
Damage.
Blue
Last
notices
player
them,
standing.
but Typicality's able to take out Blue, getting the third. It is a 2v1 here, but Cher, the top frag for Damage right now, and has that jet ultimate out. Now a 1v3. Definitely looking dangerous for Cher here. Ace really needs this round.
Cher just patient, playing the time. Only 30
30
HP left.
HP!
Nice Team Chow coming in there from Ace. I bet they're glad they got that res off.
Yeah.
That was huge for the retake there in that round with just enough time to get the defuse.
If you can force that round win, then again, they're
Yeah.
still going. That's 3 rounds in a row now that they have. Now they're 10-7. They're only 3 rounds down when they were 10-4 at the beginning of it. So certainly kind of what you want to see here. If Ace can win this round too, get to 10-8, Damage just to save again, 10-9. Momentum is just heavy in their favor at that point.
Yeah, I mean Ace is determined to not let this get too far out of their reach. staying in it, playing together. You know, as we've seen some of the more successful or star teams in Oath, you know, they find so much success off playing as a team. And now Ace, they've deployed that strategy, and it's working for them.
Yeah, and Damage deciding to take Ace site here. Ace doing a really smart job of not getting picked off and just deciding to back out, wait for their team to get there, and then force it back in together. Bomb does go down for Damage, but the Sage Wall used somewhere else. Cher is able to get 2. Reshiram notices and is able to get Samson. Typicality taking Coop out.
Cher
It is a
on just
3v3
2
here.
HP.
They do need to take out Cher here. Reshiram with
Oh,
that
Cher
red ult.
finds
Cher's
one.
able to get another. 2 HP and a dream for Cher, but Typicality does take Cher out. That Sova ult just
They are gonna
forcing
half
them
it.
off. Yeah, it is halved now.
Enemy remaining.
Blue does take out Dr. Gold, but the bomb is being defused. Has to take the
They're
spray.
gonna get the defuse. The angle was there for
Player standing.
Typicality, and they took advantage of it. That's
Ace
the 8th round.
getting that
phase.
round.
It is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. It is not over yet. Ace staying composed in these situations, finding the angles that work for them and taking advantage of them. Man,
Yeah, now that Ace is starting to get, it's like we were talking about, got to get that round. Damage is still able to buy here a little bit. They are going to force up. So if Ace wins this one, they're probably going to be able to get up to even.
Cutting their vision.
Damage is gonna get aggressive through 2, but Reshiram is here. Classic. Not gonna find any. Who gets the opener?
Reshiram only having the classic there, kind of unfortunate. They do know Damage is going to try to force it towards B. Ready here, Coop drops! Dr. Ghoul was not ready for it. Coop is able to take Dr. Ghoul out. Mosaic kind of in a bad spot here. Coop able to get 3.
Typicality finds 2 to bring it back. Numbers even for Ace.
Yeah, now it's 2v2. Oh, the Sova drone! He forces himself out.
Actually gets the res off on Cher. Now Typicality's able to find the res
Oh, the
member
reverse
and
res!
enemy
And
remaining.
Typicality takes out 4! Lion Gamer managing to take out Extra Shelf. Ace winning the round!
they are not, I mean, they are determined to get back in this game, Jackson. They are not letting, I mean, they're not letting any of Damage's kills go without being traded.
They went from 10 to 4 to now 10 to 9, and Damage is more than likely going to have to save this next round.
I mean, it's always, it seems like Typicality and Lion Gamer are always the final 2 left for Ace, and they are able to ice up on Icebox time and time again. Man, what a round there from Ace, bringing it to just a 1 round difference.
Hey, yeah, and it looks like Coop Blue and Extra Shelf are able to buy rifles. Extra Shelf deciding to switch over to that Spectre, but we will see 4 rifles come out, possibly for Damage. Samson not quite sure, deciding to go with that Bulldog. So they are going to force up here to try to shut down Ace. Ace having a huge opportunity here. Damage deciding to play it really, really slow and just wait for the force. Coop getting the first pick, but Typicality trading out onto Coop.
Blue.
And Blue getting Typicality as well. Ace is now down a player. Damage is up. Maybe this force was good for them.
Ace has found success, you know, with Sage and Sova being the last 2 alive, and now it's up to the other 3. Will they be able to replicate?
Ace using that Killjoy ult over on A to try to force him off, but what they don't know is that Damage took that quick rotate over and got the bomb down on B. Now Ace at a severe disadvantage. Damage having bomb down and a player up on them.
Yeah, I mean, Damage is in just such a strong position here post-plant. 2 members yellow, 1 playing, I mean, they're almost back towards their spawn. I mean, just not giving Ace any intel
Oh,
to where
this
they
is
are.
a good idea, though. Dr. Ghoul deciding to throw the Viper ult down, but Cher just peeks it and is able to take out Dr. Ghoul and Reshiram, and Blue finishing off, going for Mosaic. The force from Damage, getting them back that round, and now a timeout will go from Damage.
I mean, it kind of seemed like Ace had had the momentum there.
They did, they
But
did.
Damage kept forcing, they kept recognizing how important it was to kind of stop any sense of momentum that Ace was getting, and they were able to take that one back. I mean, they bought, what, 3 or 4 rifles that round?
Yeah.
I mean, and it definitely paid off for them.
They had 3 rifles, a Bulldog, and a Spectre. So, yeah.
3.5 rifles, good enough, right?
3.5. But, yeah, definitely a good idea to take that force, obviously, because they were able to take that round. And they're forcing Ace off of kind of a streak there. They're now up to 11 rounds, not quite match point, but if they can just take one more and get themselves to match point, they're just trying to, I don't really know. They're just trying to like get as much as they physically can before Ace just starts evening them out.
Yeah, I mean, not letting Damage almost just blew it open early in that first half. They found like 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And then Ace was able to stop that momentum, and I think that's exactly what Damage was trying to stop for Ace. They had won 3 or 4 rounds in a row. They have money still to buy, 3 rifles coming in for Ace, so definitely still, some weapons available. But that force coming in last round from Damage really kind of stopped any of Ace's momentum.
Yeah, for sure. And they're deciding to push it towards A. Only 2 of Ace's defenders on the A site. Looks like they're just going to take the smart decision and just back away. 2 of Ace's players deciding to flank on this. Reshiram gonna lead the charge here. Dr. Ghoul is able to get Hextech jump on that flank. Lion Gamer also gets Samson with Hunter's Fury, but Coop and Blue return it. Now a 3v3. Maybe deciding to rotate, knowing they got those 2 picks. More than likely those 2 players came from the B site, so they know B site is more than likely open. All of Ace's players just together here, trying to figure out which site Damage is going to go to. And it looks like they will lead towards B.
Ace might be reading this a little bit, though. I mean, it does appear like Spike will be able to go down, but Ace is
No
nearby.
Sage Wall. They don't have the Sage Wall to defend it. It is a little bit easier for Ace. Typicality able to take Share out. Now a 2v3. Oh, they put the wall down. They at least get it half.
Last player
Blue just
standing.
has to spray
They're
it
gonna run
down.
out of ammo.
Typicality just jumps off that bomb and is able to take Blue out. That is yet another round for Ace. Damage now 11 to 10. Very close game here.
Like we said, I mean, that was basically a force coming in from Ace in response to Damage's force. So now,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it feels like both teams understand that they have to buy the most that they can every round,
Yeah.
even if they don't have the most money. If they can't afford even full shield, they are understanding the power of these rifles every round. I mean, and again, typicality, Lion Gamer alive in the 3 left for
those
Ace
clutch
that,
situations,
in that
yeah.
round.
Now we're just going to see what Damage decides to do after losing that previous round. They're going to try to slow it down again. You do kind of notice a pattern where Damage, once they start getting momentum, they just start rushing it quickly. But once they lose a round, they start taking it a bit slower. Decide to kind of default a little bit.
Try to feel out where the defenders are. There's nothing, I mean, neither team wanting to give up that first pick. Both playing so patient.
Yeah, they still have that Jet sitting on that lurk, waiting for the lurk, expecting Ace to kind of push out. But if we look at the map here, none of them are towards that side. Damage is just trying to get a pick here. Ace doing a really good job, though, of just not giving Damage anything. Just sitting and holding the sides, even rotating back over to B.
I mean, there's only 35 seconds left in this round. Damage have to start making a decision on which side they want to go
30
to.
seconds left.
But all members of Ace are still alive. So, I mean, if they can read which side Damage is going to, they'll be able to stop it before anything happens. But Damage is going to get aggressive towards this B side. But here come the members of Ace.
Only 13 seconds left. Damage has to get that bomb down now.
10 seconds
Dr.
left.
Ghoul able to take out Samson.
Spike down.
Spike Planner is killed.
A flawless to tie the game from Ace. They were not giving Damage any intel, and they were able to stay together and perfectly time the rotate and not let, I don't even think Damage got the spike down.
No, Damage had to get that bomb down. There was 17, even got down to 11 seconds remaining. Samson tries to stick that bomb, but Ace, all of their players there, they just swing together and are able to get a flawless within 5 seconds. Just take out all of Damage's players, and now the score
It's a tie
is
game.
even.
It is a tie game. Man.
Damage just needing to try to. They either played really aggressively last round, just playing it a little too slow, just not being able to get that bomb down. Ace kind of forcing it. Damage just trying to force it down A. Get those picks on Ace. Coop up on 410 is able to take out Typicality. Cher also getting Mosaic. The duo of duelists here on Damage able to get the picks that they need. Reshiram gets the trade back onto Samson though. Lion Gamer as well, and Dr. Ghoul gets shared. Now only 2 for Damage. Lion Gamer gets another. Only 1 player remaining for Damage.
They don't know where Coop is.
Oh, but they check it.
One.
They're sticking the bomb.
Lion
Lion
Gamer is
Gamer with 3.
Ace 1 round away from completing the comeback.
Ace
Jackson.
is now on the
Match
match point. Remember, just a few moments ago when Damage was up 10-4, and now Ace is up 12-11. Damage just gonna force it. It is the last.
A lot of money left.
It is
though,
the
for
last
Damage.
round. It is the last round. Damage has 4 ults. Ace only 2. Ace has the Sage Res and the Reyna ult. But Damage has everything but that Sage Res. Damage is just going to force every single ultimate into Ace
Get out
to
of my
try
way.
to get this round. And there we see the Jet Knives come out already. Hunter's Fury ready for Damage as well.
If the gun can't get the job done, the melee can. But Damage is on site. Coop taking space, trying to get towards backside.
Bomb is going to go down for Damage. Never mind, as I
Spike
say that,
down
Typicality
A.
is able to take out Samson. And then there goes the Hunter's Fury. Blue able to get some damage onto Mosaic. No picks though. Cher gets Dr.
Mike's
Gold.
still not able to go
Reshiram
down.
a trade.
Enemy
It's trade
remaining.
after trade. Only 1 player remaining for Damage. This might be Ace's. This might be Ace's chance to come back, and Mosaic does it.
Defenders win.
They never gave up. Multiple timeouts, a break, and Ace never lost sight. They stuck together, played the trades, and they got it done, Jackson. They got it done.
Yeah, like we say right here, let's go Ace. They were able to clean that up, go 13-11. They were 10-4. They were down 6 rounds. And then they're able to just bring this back, keep the mental. It's the mental. If you can keep saying, oh, yes, we can do this, we got this, it's not over yet. That's what they did, and they're just able to clean it up and win that match.
If it does not say defeat at the top of your screen, the game is not over.
Exactly.
And Ace stuck with it. What a match. I'm changing my mind again. I love Icebox. I cannot stick with my decision, and I'm back to loving Icebox after that match.
Okay.
I mean, the last 2 times we've seen Damage on Icebox have been some of the best matches in Oath Valorant history. I mean, they are perfect entertainers on this map, Jackson.
Yeah, what a great game there. But we will take a little bit of a break. Thanks for seeing that extra match. We will come back with the lower bracket final soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to Oath Valorant. We're in our league semifinals for the lower bracket.
Yep.
So winner of this goes to the finals. Pretty exciting. This is going to be the match between Checkmate and Vandals. So and we're actually on Icebox again.
Icebox yet again. 3 times now playing Icebox. Interesting thing to note about these two teams here, Checkmate and Vandals. Cryptid has secured a spot in the finals already, right? Vandals and Checkmate both got 8 rounds against them. So from what it looks like, pretty even teams. This could really go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams were pretty even during the regular season too. So or at least when it comes to their records. So
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, this match can go either way. So definitely going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, well, before we get into talking about that, just another shout out from Railyard Pie Shop, the tastiest sponsor of today's esports tournament, located in Edmond. So go check that out.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, honestly, that kind of sounds good. But
Yeah, I'm hungry.
yeah, for real. But I mean, we'll be jumping into the match pretty soon. I'm pretty sure we almost have everybody in the lobby.
Yeah,
So
getting there.
yeah, we're getting there. But I just want to talk about these teams. We've seen both of these teams on stage already. So you know, I think we've seen them both on.
Vandals was initially played against Checkmate in round 2. So they've basically been making this run, beating a couple teams to get here now, and then Checkmate also coming down here to Cryptid, both being down here because of Cryptid. So it's kind of just the two competitors. Both of them probably want their rematch. So
Yeah, and I mean, I can't remember. Did Checkmate play on Icebox before as well?
yes.
Yes. So both of these teams have already played on Icebox also.
Yeah.
So earlier on. So you know, a little bit of a warm up maybe.
Yeah. Well, you want to talk about Icebox some more?
Sure, man.
As I've already mentioned before, you know, my feelings on Icebox is kind of different than most people's.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things because I feel like we've been talking about it all day too.
Three of the 4 streams being their streamed games being Icebox games.
Yeah, I mean
Everybody
it's,
knows it at this point.
Yeah, everybody knows it. A lot of people like it. It's kind of become a staple.
It's because
of
it's very
Valorant.
like evenly sided, I feel like. So, you know, your attack and defense, there's not really like a strong side. So they're kind of just, it's a skill matchup almost. Like genuinely just like who can get the most amount of rounds. There's no like, I started on defense, I have benefit, something like that. So
Yeah, it's not one of those things where it's like, like you said, starting on one specific side, all of a sudden you have a advantage over the other. So I don't know. It's like you said, it's going to be a pretty even matchup. So
Yeah.
it's going to be fun to watch.
And, you know, with these two teams now playing against each other, both having played it too, just going to be kind of interesting to see what the teams decide to do. There is, you know, the typical team comp, which we could run through, of usually Viper, usually have a Sage, most of the time have a Killjoy, and that's kind of what we're seeing in this agent select here, is Glaceon on the side of Vandals there, going to decide to pull out that Viper. Dally pulling out Sage, Cyberbite on Sova, Ubity on Jet yet again. And as we saw from the beginning, Ubity kind of went crazy on that first round that we saw Vandals play against Cryptid. They were up pretty solid. Ubity was just kind of going crazy. So if they can keep up that momentum here, and Checkmate, definitely another one of those teams. They also have Sith Bard on Viper. They have the Sage, but instead of a Sova, they're deciding to go with Fade, which Fade, I would also say, is fairly solid on the map. So it could pretty much go anywhere.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, I actually have some notes from like over the season, and then even earlier on in the in this tournament so far. But Vandals are very aggressive. They want to. They're very. They try and stay on the offense as much as possible.
Vandals, yes. And as we saw, they like to flank a lot. And they did it on this map too. So it's probably going to be something that we are going to see again.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how Checkmate decides to play against that, whether they want to try and meet that aggression or just play a little bit more passive and let the Vandals just come to them. So, you know, obviously there's options, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to approach it because, like I said, Vandals are a very aggressive team.
Yeah, and, you know, I know we've said this before, but with the comps being so similar almost every time, it really just is which team can rally it better, which team can keep coordination better, because there isn't just a genuine like team composition difference. Like, it really just is which team can do it better. A bunch of strong teams playing against each other, just which one's stronger.
Yeah, and already Vandals showed a little bit of signs of going towards the B site to begin with, but already have rotated through Ubity, dashing onto site, following the cloud burst. The walls are going to go up, so the plant should be coming in pretty soon, as already utility is thrown through and a little bit of information is found. Sorry, a little bit of chip damage with the dart, but actually going to be able to finish the
Spike
kill
planted.
onto T Corsi. Now with the spike planted, Checkmate going to have to work into this retake. Sitbard pushing back with the snake bites.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of pushing your way off of the site to get all your teammates back, but Vandals does end up getting a pick. Two of Vandals' players are really low, though. One of Checkmate's is low. Funniest does finally get a pick onto Cyberbite. They are now even. Zodiac is going to try to stick that bomb. The bomb is kind of just out in the middle of the open. They kind of have to get these picks here. Funniest does manage to take Ubity out. Zodakis is going to try to stick the bomb while
Last player standing.
Racket is going to defend, but Vandals will come out on top, getting that bomb down really early into the round, taking a really quick round one.
Yes, Vandals. I think that was. That was pretty good. Most of Checkmate had rotated over to the B site fairly early, so they, you know, bit of a fake towards B early on, and then just to rotate over, just being able to get right on a site, you know, worked out almost perfectly as planned. So Vandals, with the first round in the bag, able to get the force, and we actually see 3 Bulldogs. So opting with a little bit stronger of a weapon over the extra health of a full shield.
Yeah, trying to force that towards A side again. Maybe trying to make something happen. Just trying to get their way in there. That Viper wall is going.
Yeah, and Vandals still just kind of poking and prodding, trying to find any type of information they can get from Checkmate here, and it seems as though they didn't really like what they saw over on ice, so they're just gonna rotate around, and looks like they might be able to beat Checkmate to the site to get this plant, but Sithbard actually
with a
down
nice
mid,
pick.
able to find that pick onto Republic Steve, so that's going to be the man
Spike
advantage
planted.
towards Checkmate as the spike is getting planted here, and now Vandals just going to be able to set up into this post plant.
Yeah, Checkmate is on the light buy, already getting a pick is going to be great.
Checkmate just pushing forward. Sithbard finds the first, but we're going to see a couple trades come through with Ubity and Glaceon. Sithbard with the third on the round, looking for more, and that's actually an ace. They both line up, and Sithbard able to get the last 2 for himself for the ace, and Checkmate able to get their first round of the half.
And that was a bonus too. Vandals bought that. Checkmate only really having classics at the beginning of that, and they were able to kind of secure that. And being able to take that round is going to be huge for them, huge.
Yeah, and I just want to make a quick announcement at 2 p.m. Fat Caps raffle. Oh, never mind. I'm not supposed to say that yet. um, anyways, Vandals getting ready to go into their next round. They have to save this one. So with a little bit of lighter buy, have some light shields, a couple ghosts. So I'm gonna just try and work together here down B main.
Turret's
Bunny's
destroyed.
getting ready just with the spray through the smoke, but Zodicus actually up in the top of Nest, able to get a quick 2. The rest of Checkmate is going to try and push forward, get and take that space back as the off the back of those 2 kills, and Vandals just going to have to rotate away.
Yeah, they're just going to try to make something happen here. Vandals being down 2 players, they are on a bit of a save here because of last round. So Checkmate's trying, just don't give him anything. Just don't give him any guns. And there's a pick from Sithbard onto Ubity. Only 2 players remaining, 4 Vandals. Very low HP on Dally. Only 5. Gonna get spotted out by that Killjoy.
Oh, Zodicus with the flank though. Might be able to see it. No. Dali's
barely
able to
misses it.
walk up the tube just in time, but still the timing might be there for the flank.
One
Glaceon
enemy
finds the
remaining.
first on to Sithbard,
And there's
but
the flank from
Zodicus.
Zodicus.
The flank coming through and able to get the last 2 kills right there. And I guess I was actually supposed to make this announcement. So at 2 p.m., Fat Cap's raffle drawing will take place. So the winner will get a cinch sack, a fidget keychain, and a speed sleeve of their choice. If you have not entered yet, follow Fat Cap on Facebook, Instagram, or on Facebook and show the people at the Fat Cat booth to enter. Only 30 minutes are left if you want to enter that raffle.
Vandal's gonna go ahead and start forcing their way towards A again. They do have weapons this time.
Here.
Checkmate just gonna try to sit here and hold out as long as they possibly can.
Grenade.
T Corsi just staying in the back of sight, throws the nade to push him back a little bit more. Vandal's just kind of trying to get an idea of where these defenders are, it seems. Not really wanting to overcommit too much here. It does seem as though they want a little bit of a fake rotate here as they're pushing forwards.
Yeah, just trying to go back towards A. They're trying to play for that pick, which they do end up getting. Ubity gets that pick onto Zodicus.
Yeah, and with that wall coming up, Sally's going to be able to get the plant down. So now Vandal's
Spike planted.
entering into this post plant with the 1-man advantage in this 5v4. Checkmate going to have to make something done here as time ticks down. He finds that first on to Rat Kid, but Funniest gets the trade out. Glaceon still continuing to hold the spike as the rest of Checkmate continue to try and push forward. T-Force trying to get a jump on a player that might be playing in Maze with the satchels. But now, with the Viper's pick going down, it's just going to have to be sprays, and one of them is actually able to hit. Now Sithbard has to try and commit to this stick.
One
and then there's the
enemy
push.
remaining.
There's the push through and more sprays, but there's just no time
Not
left.
enough time.
Great attempt right there.
I like the idea of throwing the Viper's Pit onto site to try to force a defuse there, because obviously they're all just going to be sitting in main trying to poke you out. But if you can get them off of that, make them have to push you. But Vandal's just doing a great job of holding that, not letting anything happen. And just a great round initially. Starting off a little bit slower instead of just kind of forcing it onto site. Wait for that pick to happen. Ubity gets 1, ends up getting 2. Get that bomb down. All you got to do is wait.
Yeah, and I mean it was still a great attempt right there from Checkmate, even though they did run out of time.
Get out of my way.
Right there. I mean, it still ended in the 1v1, so it was still completely doable if they had just a little bit of extra time.
Yeah.
But already here, Vandals moving fairly a little bit quicker here, as they're just gonna shoot the turret down and then run away. It seems just show a little bit of face over on B.
Bait a little bit.
And but they do still have a bit of a lurk here from Glaceon over on the B main, so might be able to find a pick while leaving. But over on A, T Corsi in the back of sight is able to find that first pick on Ubity. and Dally trying to get the
Spike
run gun with the
down A.
Spectre, but T Corsi still with the Vandal, able to get the pick. Zodakis along with him. And
T Corsi doing a quick exit out of sight. Try to get
Player
back with the team.
standing.
Sith Bard gets taken out, but T Corsi does a really great repeat onto Cyberbite and gets that trade. Republic Steve is going to hit, knocked down to 29 HP due to T Corsi's nade. Will take out T Corsi though, knocking him down to 8 HP. It
30
is a
seconds
2v1
left.
and a 1 HP 2v1 at that, but they do not know where he is.
oh no.
Oh no.
Republic Steve
Flashbang.
with that shot is gonna have to follow through with the flashbang to try and get
Only 12
this hit,
seconds.
but there's just so
10
too
Gonna
little
seconds
save the
time.
gun.
Yeah, gonna have to save the gun. Find
Or
a nice
maybe
little
try to get
corner.
an exit here?
Hang out as the time ticks down. Last remaining players on checkmate, just gonna hang out as well. Keep their guns. And looks like they might try and go on a little bit of a hunt, but not enough time for it, and that round will go in favor of checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate now being up around here on defense. Definitely a good round from them. Good call from T Corsi, just to decide to back off, and is able to get some good trades, lots of good damage off. Eventually, rest of the team comes in, is able to clean it up. Vandals seemingly just keep forcing it towards A, but looks like they're just going to decide to maybe take it towards mid this time, do something a little bit different here.
And Ubity with this Bulldog already fairly far up through mid, getting updraft up on top of the tube, try and get a little bit of an off angle down into mid, but Sithbard with the shorty might be able to actually get one here. And yeah, there's the first.
Spikes
And
down B.
is aware of the other players of Vandals trying to
is
push
right away.
forward, but it's just so far away now. Out of that range of the shorty, but still able to
Gets
find
one!
one.
Last
Oh
player
my
standing.
goodness, tries to go for another, but Ubity with the Bulldog able to
Bring them down.
finally shut that down. And now,
Only one player
Spike
remaining for
planted.
checkmate, and bomb is down. Vandal's just gonna try to look for that pick, but your favorite rat kid does still have that phantom.
yeah, this is still doable for your favorite rat kid, but
Where are you?
still
Marked one.
Vandals starting to
Able to
separate
spot out
a little
Ubity.
bit, trying to just hold this cross. Ubity, the first contact does quite a bit of damage to Rat Kid, but it's not planted for him. Only planted for Glaceon, so it's gonna be up to Glaceon to keep Rat
One
Kid off
enemy
of the
remaining.
spike. Rat Kid finds the shot onto Ubity. It's now in the 1v1.
No time remaining though for rat kid to be able to get that bomb and manage to get the last pick onto Vandals. Glaceon will go down though, so that is all of the Vandals players do end up going down that round. So they're all going to have to buy again. Does hurt their economy a little bit, but the score is now evened back up 3-3.
Yeah, that was still a good attempt. You know, especially being able to isolate those fights. You know, even though it was a 1v2, Rat Kid was still able to get the 1v1 with Ubity, and then that was going to be a 1v1 with Sithbard had there just been more time.
Yeah,
so
for sure. And now Vandals is going to try to kind of force towards B side this time. Do something a little bit different.
yeah, the Killjoy utility is here though, so they are going to be found out, but it seems as though they're just going to continue to try and push through as Ubity will dash right in up on top of Yellow, so that is the angle held and spike planted. So checkmate now in this 5v5 retake.
Ooh, a nice headshot, but it is the Phantom.
Yeah, so it's not going to be able to do the damage needed. The defender Killjoy will come through, so that'll push the attack back a little bit on the hold. Yubi still just in this corner, trying his best.
Oh, T Corsi two with the showstopper. All of them forced it spawn. T Corsi manages to get two with the spray, but gets taken out by Republic Steve. Only the KO remaining. Sithbard is able to take out Republic Steve as your favorite rat kid holds that defuse, getting checkmate their 4th round. This really is just going back and forth.
Yeah, that was a really good play from T Corsi off the back of the Killjoy lockdown. You know, the attack either had to move back towards B main or just sit in that corner. And he knew that, and so he was able to use the showstopper to be able to get those 2 free picks because they were stuck in the corner. They were either going to get stuck by the Killjoy lockdown or die to the rocket in the corner, and that's what ended up happening. So really good play right there, and awareness from T Corsi to be able to play off the back of that.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like they're going to try to go towards that mid side again. T Corsi decides to push up really quickly with that judge, is able to take Glaceon out, now putting Checkmate up a player. Vandal's going to have to try to rethink what they're doing. Sithbard's sitting here waiting in main. Is Ubity going to get past before the smoke goes down? Ubity does, but Glaceon, sorry, Cyberbite does not. Dally also gets taken out by Sithbard. Republic Steve and Ubity both get trades themselves. Republic Steve with the classic, able to take out your favorite red kid. After that, res 3 players remaining for Checkmate. Republic Steve is able to get 1. Vandals is on a save this round, so this is already looking good for them. Funniest is able to take him out, though. Gaining Checkmate another round in a row, putting them 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, even on the save, that was still decent damage right there from Vandals. You know, being able to eliminate 3 of the 5, you know, and still put up a little bit of a fight. So not bad by Vandals. I mean, it's a save, so I mean, a lot of the times those rounds are kind of written off a little bit just because those fights are hard.
Yeah.
But you know, still a good attempt. So now with this full buy, it seems as though they are already pushing towards a little bit, showing some face. They've suppressed Team Corsi back in the back of site. They're aware of and you're going to be able to dash in off the back of the smokes. So
Ubity just trying to find what they can, try to find an early pick. Able to use the ability of Jet to get on. That is a dink through the floor, it looks like. But just doesn't do a ton of damage. Gets knocked down really low, but is going to get healed by that Sage. Vandals is able to get bombed down with all of them still alive, and Cyberbite is able to get a pick on your favorite rat kid, but Zodicus brings 2 back. Vandals now down a player. Ubity brings it back to even, though.
Yeah, now Ubity finds another one actually onto Zodicus, looking for more. There's a third onto Funniest, and now with only 1 remaining, still just playing very patient, just watching over this spike, jumps up onto the box, and able to find the final shot onto Sithbard, and that's 4 on the round for Ubity.
Ubity just knowing exactly where Checkmate's players were standing, able to just get the pick after pick after pick. Even 1 HP gets the last 2 players, and is able to secure another round for Vandals. This game really just going back and forth right here.
Yeah, the aggression coming out from Vandals was, it's not as wild as we're used to seeing. You know, normally it's just kind of hold W and just run into sight. But it's a little bit more calculated from Vandals, where they're just kind of trying to figure out where these defenders are before they take the site. But already Republic Steve, very early pick onto T Corsi right there, and that's going to open things up just a little bit now, as they have a little bit of a decision to make on which site they want to take.
Sithbard getting an early pick there onto Glaceon, now evening it back up 4-4. Just gonna make something happen, but Checkmate do be on a little bit of a save here.
Yeah, Vandals now with the space made over by B, so they're gonna be able to plant soon. The wall was placed, but that fade ultimate pushed them back a little bit. So Checkmate forcing the issue a little bit as Ubity's able to get the pick onto Funniest, and now Vandals just continuing to try and push forward, but with the Sage Wall broken, it's just going to be so difficult to get the spike planted just because there's no cover. So now they're just going to rotate away. All of Checkmate is on the B site now, so it should be a fairly easy
30 seconds left.
plant. You can see that there's a lurk through mid right now, so that will cut things off a little bit here for the Vandals and create a little bit of extra time and hopefully even get a pick or two.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Checkmate being down a player here is going to be really hard for this retake, especially with Vandals having bombs down already and they're on a save.
Enemy remaining.
Ubity just decides to go up into Rafters, peek out of it, and catch Rat Kid and Sithbard off guard. Zodakis, the only one remaining. A possible 1v4 opportunity. They do have a Vandal.
The Dali's just gonna just swing it off of the sound of the steps, and that's going to tie things back up for the Vandals at 5-5.
Yeah, a really close game here right now. Both teams are kind of just going back and forth. You know, it's like we were talking about at the beginning of the game. Both teams having very similar compositions. It's kind of just what do you do with it. Both teams playing very similarly, but yet also doing very different things, and it's working for both teams. Both teams clearly very equal in skill to each other, just trying to find a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, now Vandals already Yubri top of the belt, trying to push it forward a little bit. Looks like dashed up onto the top of the box. Cool 10, so yep, there it is. And there's going to be the first pick on a racket, already moving very quickly as the aggression continues from Vandals. Yubri able to find a second pick on the round and activate the dash again for the second time this round, and that was pretty quick, as the spike has already been planted, and now Checkmate have to try and make something done with a suboptimal buy here. Dali finds the first
Last player
and
standing.
there's going to be a quick trades here, and now it's all up to Zodakis with the Sheriff.
Yeah, you see them kind of trying to get something done. Zodakis gets a nice shot with the Sheriff
Rest.
and gets another. Zodakis only 20 HP though. 3 players remaining on Vandals. Might just take that gun and save it, or just try to get an exit or two here.
Yeah, it looks like try and do both. There's the
enemy
first,
remaining.
actually 2.
Zodakis getting 2 of them! Zodakis managing to get 4 kills that round. They may have lost the round, but
Last round
getting
in
that
the
many
half.
kills is going to be great for them going into this last round and a half. Maybe being able to even this up 6-6 before switching sides.
Yeah, and yeah, Vandals were still able to completely full buy. So
Checkmate was on a
Rifles-
save that last round though, so that not bad for them.
yes, I mean honestly, both these teams so far on their saves have still been pretty good.
Yeah.
Doing quite a bit of damage and keeping it close, which honestly on your save rounds, it's all you can really ask for. So
Yeah.
both these teams still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll keep reiterating the point of just there's so many different ways to play Valorant. And as you've seen, they're just both doing things their own way. They know what they're strong at. They know what to do. 2 very strong teams just kind of trying to fight for, you know, that edge. And as we've seen, you know, we typically see a lot of aggression come out from Vandals, but you can tell they've kind of slowed it down a little bit this game. Try to get a pick or two, but Ubity's still doing really well, just trying to get things going, being able to get themselves on site.
Yeah, I mean, I want to harp on that for a second. Ubity's ability to entry for Vandals is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Just continuing to be able to just get onto site, just like with between the dash and then the on the back of like flashes or any other utility that the rest of the team supplies.
Yep.
Like the space made is so valuable, and so Ubity is doing a fantastic job at just getting that entry in for Vandals.
Yeah, for sure. And you see Vandals again try to play a little slowly.
Where are
You send 3 through mid and 2 onto A.
Marked one.
Ratkid does get the initial peek onto them, but Ubity is able to take out your favorite Ratkid and get back. Dali's able to get that bomb down using the distraction through mid. T Corsi pulls out that showstopper, but just doesn't quite get anything, but there's just a spot in the wall that I don't think they were aware of. T Corsi still sticking the bomb, but Republic Steve is just able to take him out, but that bomb is halved. The Viper's Pit is going to be huge for Checkmate though. All they got to do is get on that bomb and stick it. There's still quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and especially with this Viper's Pit down, they're gonna have to
one enemy
just
remaining?
head in to get these fights
Oh, that
through, or
Viper's Pit
that
goes
are
down
spray.
though.
And yeah, wow. This is a really good round from Vandals, and honestly, that was quick. They were on site and they
Switching
had
sides.
Spike planted within 30 seconds of the round. That was so fast.
It was a good look there for Checkmate for a bit. Able to get that Viper's Pit. T Corsi able to stick it to half. But the oppression after that bomb gets down is just so hard to hold. Try to get your defense, especially when you're the only one remaining. Funniest, literally the last one. Not really much you can do other than just either get the picks or just stick it and hope you don't get shot.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with the way Vandals are, oh, excuse me, the way Vandals are playing, they have the Viper mollies, they have the KO molly, and then they also had both the Sova shock darts by the time they had the spike planted.
Yep.
So they had all the utility.
There was so
as
much
well.
utility
There was just so
going
much
down
they could
in
waste.
there. They ended up, yeah, using a lot of time. Sova Dart there will catch out a couple. Ubity kind of aware. Gets taken out by Zodakis, though.
Glaceon now is going to be the next in line for this fight, and it's just going to continue to try and hold this as much as possible. Actually pushing T-Corsi, but T-Corsi landing the headshot onto Glaceon, and now Zodakis getting the plant down.
Spike
And
planted.
there it is, and now Funniest able to get the pick onto Cyberbite as well. Now, Vandals in this 5v2 to try and get this retake done. It's just so difficult, especially now that Checkmate have set up their post plan.
Yeah, Vandals now being down 3 players, and with Checkmate having the ball down, it's going to be really difficult for them to get anything. That Fade Eye also going to catch both of them out. They both
Last player
know. They know that
standing.
both of them are behind that wall. T-Corsi manages to get Republic Steve. Dally just so low. Sith Bard uses that right click to take out Dally, putting the game at 7-6, still in Vandals' favor. But Checkmate is going to be able to buy up this round, most likely being able to take this round in their favor, evening that score yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to mention for Checkmate's attack, so at least for over the regular season, Checkmate's post plant has been elite.
Yeah,
Once they get the spike down, it's almost a guaranteed win, or at least that's how it was during the regular season. So Checkmate, and as we even saw right there, as soon as that spike was down, the round was in the bag. So definitely gonna be the main point of their game for the attack. Already pushing forward this B main, a lot of pressure.
Ubity!
Actually, Ubity falling to the Raze Roomba, and T-Corsi just gonna continue.
oh, the
my
swing
gosh.
with the Spectre on T-Corsi, able to take out Dally. Zodakis also getting
Last player
Cyberbite.
standing.
T-Corsi's nade able to take out Glaceon. Republic Steve with the classic, the only one remaining. Tries to maybe pull out a flash, but Funniest is able to peek that corner just in time. Getting Checkmate evened 7-6.
Yeah, Checkmate looking a little bit more comfortable, it seems, actually, on
Yeah.
on this attacking side, which is kind of funny because with the 2 Sentinels, you would think it would be the opposite with both the Sage and the Killjoy, but still looking pretty solid so far in these first 2 rounds for Checkmate on this attack.
Yeah, but and they will be on this bonus. They got 2 Bulldogs, 3 Spectres. Still not bad to Vandals, all weapons. It really kind of just, if they can get a pick or 2, maybe even just get bombed down, that's almost good enough for them on this bonus.
Yeah, and already just kind of sneaking up a little bit, not being too aggressive quite yet, but if you look at the map, there's actually 4 flanking. So Checkmate is going to have to get onto site and be very just hyper aware of this possibility as Republic Steve making some noise in the back of A site as a little bit of a distraction almost. And now all the fight's just going to be backline. Ubity finds the burst, and
But that
all
flank!
the kills are just going in
Cyberbite
favor
gets
of
3! That flank from them on Vandals was so big, but it's as we said, Checkmate was able to get a pick and they got bombed down. So honestly, almost all they can hope for.
Yeah, I mean, I pointed it out earlier in the round with Vandals, the quad flank is not really
Yeah.
something you see too much, but I mean, it worked out perfectly, and you know, Vandals have always been aggressive on their flanks, and so getting that in was just, I mean, it was a great job by Vandals right there.
Yeah, and now each of them are going to have their own individual, like, full buys here. There is a Bulldog on Vandals and a Spectre on Checkmate, but for the most part, they do have some good buys here. This is when we start seeing the attack from Checkmate come out in full force, see what they really want to do once they get guns in their hand. Glaceon going to try to bait with that orb, maybe? Zodakis is going to look in this corner! Glaceon is able to take out Zodakis, but Sithbard gets the trade onto Glaceon, is going to be able to pick up that weapon.
And already, Dahlia's just going to go ahead and place the Sage Wall to try and stop the plan, or at least slow it down a little bit. But T-Corsi continuing to make space for Checkmate as that's going to even things up. And then there's even a Showstopper pop to try and get...
And it takes out Yubini!
That's going to be a pick on
What a
Yubini,
double blast
continuing to
pack.
push forward, but Cyberbite able to win that gunfight out. Now, Dali going back to
Last
heal
player
in, but
standing.
Cyberbite's going to be eliminated by Sithbard, and now Dali in the 1v2 goes for the swing, but Sithbard landing the final shot, and that's 3 on the round.
And that will even them back up again, putting them 8-8. Checkmate's offense really strong that round. If they can keep this momentum going and really show that they do know how to attack, this will be a great game for them.
Yeah, it's just been back and forth so far, and honestly, it's pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah, very close game. We've had even score lines like 4 or 5 times at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and not only are the rounds close, but like each individual gunfight is close as well. So you can tell both these teams are pretty evenly matched here.
Yeah, Checkmate deciding to send an A instead of B this time. Only one defender for Vandals is on the A side. It's Republic Steve. Might have to decide to just back off.
Yeah, seeing the pretty similar aggressive flanking from Vandals as we've seen in the past. And already now with this Viper Pit placed down, just going to be a bunch of spraying in through the smoke, just trying to get a little bit of damage, maybe a free pick. But Dali on this flank is going to actually be spotted out by the Killjoy turret, so the Checkmate is going to be aware of at least one, but I don't know if they are aware of Glaceon, but T-Corsi and Funny's both able to get a couple of picks themselves, and T-Corsi with the blast pack out is able to get a second on the round for himself as well. Republic Steve now trying to do some damage with that Bulldog, but T-Corsi jumping in with the Phantom, finally able to get that final pick, and Checkmate with the 9th round.
A great attack from Checkmate there. That's kind of what you want to see, what they were kind of trying to go for. Now that they have weapons, they're kind of starting to try and snowball a little bit. They were able to get on site really quickly, get that bomb down, and just hold it because they know how oppressive that can be. And T-Corsi with that double blast back out on the belt to get that pick, kind of cool. So definitely just some cool plays to see. Both teams doing a really great job here.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, Vandals are getting very aggressive. You know, we've, that's the second round now where they've had like multiple people flank, but it seems as though Checkmate is starting to catch wind of it a little bit. They're starting to realize what's going on, because even that round, they got the plant down, and then all of a sudden everybody's looking at the back line, right?
Yeah.
And so even though they might have been able to catch even though Vandals might have been able to catch Checkmate by surprise right there, Checkmate was just ready for it. So already,
Sage.
so already Checkmate, you can tell they're starting to adapt.
Yeah, they really are. And they're up around now. Vandals might having to save this. They're kind of force stacking towards A. See what Checkmate decides to go. Maybe they decide to take a B and just get that free plant.
Yeah, Vandals with a bit of the gamble stack.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out. And I mean, if on a save on defense, I think that's totally viable.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, the weaker weapons, so why not have more people there? You can throw, at that point you can just throw bodies at a gunfight and win eventually. So I think on a save, especially on defense, that's the right play.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, seeing the kind of difference of approach in terms of attack is very interesting because, again, very similar compositions. So it's like what team decides to do what here and there, and with having a similar composition, how do they kind of approach it? And as we see, Vandals usually very aggressive, but it's almost like kind of flipped on its head this game. We saw Vandals play a little bit slower, worked out great for them. That's how they were kind of able to approach that, went A a lot. But Checkmate kind of playing a bit more aggressively so far, just trying to get that bomb down, hold it as best they can, and they kind of like to switch up sites a lot. They have gone A few times, but they've also gone A a couple times. Normally you kind of try to send it towards A, but it looks like they're kind of trying to diversify it a little bit. So definitely a couple different approaches toward the attack here and different approaches towards the defense.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Checkmate definitely varying up their looks, which honestly I'm a fan of. You know, it's also good for them as well because then it becomes harder to predict for Vandals, right? Because then they can't just say, oh, they've been running it down B main every round. Let's just stack B main. So it's definitely Checkmate definitely playing very smart and almost a little reserved.
Yeah.
Especially when compared to how Vandals have been playing, where it's just been high octane, just go, go, go.
Yeah.
So
and the the duelists of both teams, I think, are good to mention as well, because both of them doing a great job of kind of getting the entry that you need. T Corsi with those raised blast packs, just being able to get in there, do a lot of damage. Ubity on the other side, just with that jet, able to just do so much value with the entry on the duelists.
yeah, because like you said, those entry plays are so valuable.
Yeah.
Because that's the first in, right? You don't want your first player going in to die immediately, because then all of a sudden it's like hitting a wall. So to be able to have that entry and that space made by your first player is just so valuable. And both the duelists, both T Corsi and UBD, have been doing a fantastic job at making that space for their teams.
Yeah, both teams honestly doing a great job of just doing that, being able to play super well together. You know, it's two super strong teams. It's like we always like to mention this. All the teams are really strong, know how to play together, practice together all the time, played on these maps all the time. As we said, they played on Icebox already today. They're warmed up. They're just trying to get going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, both these teams are just at that point where it's just I mean, if you ask me, it's just one round away from either of these teams being able to get the momentum needed to be able to take this match. So it's 8-8 right now, right? So I mean, that's both these teams. That's 5 rounds away from being able to get a win. So definitely plenty of opportunity for either of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, watching close games is always very fun because you kind of want to see that back and forth happen. You don't really want to see just one team kind of stomp the other. No 13-0s, 13-2s, stuff like that. You really like to make it close as much as you possibly can, and that's what these teams are really doing right here, giving us a very entertaining game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, but we're gonna go on a short break as we're having a little bit of technical issues. But it'll be sorted out pretty soon. So we're gonna go on a short break and we'll be right back. And we are back. So I think so. Everything was finally sorted out. We're back from a little bit of our pause. So we'll be starting up our game.
Break that tie.
Yeah, between
8-8
Checkmate
right now.
and Vandals, real quick. So we'll be jumping right back in pretty soon. I do want to.
Hey, if you see that in the background, happy birthday to Sithboard.
I do want to make a quick announcement as well. The Fat Cap winner has been announced. It is Sean Brown. So congratulations, Sean. You can go up to the Fat Cap booth to get your prize.
Claim your prize, yeah.
But already jumping
the
back in.
Stack. As we were talking about the gamble stack on A, Checkmate decides to send it towards the B side.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as though they're quite aware how free Sight is right now, as they're just still going through the motions of clearing every angle, making sure all the utility is thrown. Spike is now planted, but now Vandals are going to have to get this retake done. But Checkmate having plenty of time to just set up their post plan. It's going to be pretty difficult here for Vandals.
Yeah, Checkmate just being able to sit there. Cyberbike gets a nice headshot on their favorite rat kid, though. Putting Vandals up a player.
Yeah,
Glaceon also pitching them from behind.
he's going to fall to the Killjoy Molly, though.
Last
as
player standing.
all the sprays just start to come through as Vandals try and make their way onto Cyberbite. He's able to find one onto Zodicus, but T Corsi landing the final shot on the Cyberbite, and Checkmate able to extend their lead by 2 rounds now.
Yeah, just doing a great job here of they just get bombed down really quickly and just try to hold that. It was a bit of a save for Vandals. You know, we saw some Sheriffs, we saw some Stingers, stuff like that. But they will be on a full buy now. But Checkmate is up 2 rounds now. They are also on a 3-round win streak. So if they can really just keep this momentum going, then they can surely pull this out. 3 rounds remaining before they take the victory.
Yeah, Checkmate just continuing to push forward, and really they're just putting a lot of pressure on the Vandals, right? As soon as they're able to get that spike down, they just default to their post plant positions, and it's just so difficult for Vandals to make any progress here. So Vandals going to have to try and meet Checkmate head on, but still Checkmate on a bit of a flank. Rotate, sorry, but they are aware of this flank from Vandals as Glaceon takes quite a bit of damage, but Dally in a good position to cut off the rotate as well as Ubity actually as he continues to try and swing out more and more through mid.
Yeah, Checkmate just kind of trying to get what they can here. Trying to find the pick, find the open space.
And
Killjoy goes down for Checkmate to kind of try to force Vandals off. And you will see Hunter's Fury come out for Vandals, though. Is able to shut down that lockdown. Ubity gets a pick. Zodicus is able to come back on Republic Steve. Ubity getting another, though. Putting Checkmate down, but that bomb is down, and we know how impressive this angle can be.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, but Vandals able to get in and get all the picks that they need, but Funniest is still alive. It's a 1v2, but Dally is able to take Funniest out finally, gaining Vandals another round, bringing it up to 10-9, almost tied again.
Yeah, that was a great play by Vandals right there, because they were able to it wasn't necessarily your standard retake. Because they met Checkmate as they were initiating their collapse onto site.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So right there, instead of waiting and trying to just gather up everybody and to get ready for the retake, they just jumped on it and did it early. And it worked out perfectly, because then a lot of the players of Checkmate were still stuck out in the open trying to get back to their positions, or even still stuck out on site. So it worked out perfectly right there for Vandals to be able to jump on the collapse and the retake early right there.
Yeah, for sure. And both teams doing a great job of all of that. And that timeout coming out here is going to kind of give them a little bit of a mental reset too. they just broke that little aggression coming out from Checkmate, but it's like time to like think about something, think about what we can do on defense, kind of start to try to fight this Checkmate aggression because they almost were losing that round. So just giving the time for the coach to be able to kind of talk to them is going to be big for them right here.
Yeah, and now as they jump in, or I guess not quite yet in this next round, but a little bit of a mixed buy here from Vandals, as we see a couple of rifles, a couple of bulldogs, and it seems as though UBD is just gonna choose to go with the jet knives.
Vandals
So-
wins the round, yet they are going to have to kind of try to save it a little bit because of how many got taken out.
Yeah, so now, off the back of that Viper's Pit, Checkmate just gonna go the other way around. They're not gonna want to try and fight that early. So now, trying to cross, Dali's able to find one, but there's gonna be an immediate trade. He's actually able to find one for himself as two, actually, with those jet knives, continuing to try and look for more, but just decides to back off and play for his life. Sidbard finding two as well for on both
Last
Cyberbite
player
and
standing.
Steve, trying to
Spike down,
continue
attacker
to
spawn.
just make it across. And just all these fights happening in the back line as Glacian finds the final pick onto Sidbard, and all the fights just happened in spawn.
Yeah.
In the attacker spawn. Vandals showing that aggression once again, just taking all that space and then just not giving it up.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, it's even right now, 10-10. Just 3 more rounds for either team, and that's who takes the victory. It really just is who is going to be able to kind of clutch up these next 3 rounds, because we see it go back and forth a lot. It's just which one is going to push up first. And an initial
Dali.
pick with Dali with that operator onto T Corsi.
You will
a
not
great
kill my
opening
allies.
for Vandals, but Zodicus is going to get that res onto T Corsi, bringing them all back up. Going to probably try to rotate, but 3 of Vandals players are here in mid. Cyberbite gets the initial pick onto T Corsi yet again. T Corsi not having a fun round right now.
One enemy remaining.
A lot of trades coming out. Only 1 player remaining for Checkmate. It's your favorite Rat Kid, but Vandals will get that team ace. Each of them taking out 1. Vandals now up after being down 2, gaining 3 rounds in a row. Back from Checkmate, now up 11-10.
Yeah, and I mean those last 2 rounds were very, very similar, right? Vandals finding that early pick, and then as soon as Checkmate tries to rotate around, they're just ready for it. And so they get those picks in the cross, and then there's just nothing that Checkmate could do, because Vandals had every single angle covered by the time the round started, as soon as the round started.
Yeah.
So really well
use
done
that.
right there for Vandals, just replicating that success from the round before.
Yeah, for sure. And just the difference of plays here. Checkmate deciding to go back to the A site. A couple players on Vandals, maybe deciding to flank here. We got Sova and Viper looking to do that. Zodicus going to take a little bit of damage. Cyberbite already kind of on this flank. Trying to maybe look for a pick or 2 or wait for them to rotate. T Corsi is going to get some entry though. Use that showstopper.
Welcome to my
Get a little bit of damage, but not quite a kill. Your favorite Rat Kid is aware of this flank and is able to take out Glaceon.
But do they know that there's more?
There is another one. There is another. They did not see. Dali is there. Your favorite Rat Kid is going to look for it. Takes him down to 1 HP with the Phantom Dink, but just isn't going to get the kill. Phantom moment.
Yeah, and
Just gonna
the
go ahead
rest
and
of
get out of
Vandals
there.
already trying to fight for this spike, but with this Viper's Pit, it's just so difficult as
And the
they're all
mollies.
on 1 HP because of the Viper utility and how just so little time. They have to get something done, but all the
Player
sprays are
standing.
coming through, and now it's just all up to Dali with the operator, and this just gonna try and have to save it, and yeah, able to get out of range from the bomb. So Dali's gonna be able to save the operator, but still, Checkmate brings it back even to 11-11.
Yeah, definitely very close game. It really just is the back and forth. It's just which team is going to be able to come out on top first. If we get into overtime, they're going to have to switch sides yet again. Checkmate is going to have to be on that defense yet again. So if we bring this to an overtime, they're really just going to have to try to see if they can replicate what they're able to do on the rounds that they have won and do it again.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of information gotten out of that KO knife right there. So Vandals are going to be aware of this hit on the A site by Checkmate. And Republic Steve already just trying to slow things down a bit.
Face your fear!
Molly and the flashbangs just going to jump, but just going to run away, trying to avoid that fade ult as it is thrown through. Zodicus off the back of the wall, going to be able to get the spike planted now. So Vandals in this 5v5 retake actually choosing not to do that aggressive flank that we've seen them do, but Checkmate's still not fully aware that all 5 players are here. Cyberbite's going to be able to find that first entry pick and upgrade into the Vandal. We're going to see a couple of trades come in as Steve is able to find one as well, and now just continuing to push through with the wall being broken. UBD finds one onto Rat Kid, and now in this 2v4, Zodicus is going to try and swing, but UBD through the wall, and now with one remaining, tries to jump across, but Sithbard still doing work with the utility.
Oh, but they're
going to be
sticking
able to
it!
swing through, but
Oh,
no!
and they
remaining.
stick it! Republic Steve just barely sticks it. Sithbard gets the pick right after
Match
that bomb is
point.
defused. Vandals are now on match point. Checkmate with no ults and is going to have to force up here, even though they don't have the best of buys. They have 4 rifles, but not very many full shields. Now 3 rifles. Zodicus deciding to go down to the Bulldog Heavy Shield. This does look a little dire for Checkmate, but it is still certainly possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that was so close, right? Just one of those shots lands in that spray through the smoke, and we're having a different conversation. But Sithbard with a nice early pick onto Glaceon, and now Dali's just gonna have to back up because of the pressure being given. And T-Corsi continuing to just push forward, getting plenty of information, but Dali still holding this angle with the operator, is going to have a good opportunity if Checkmate decides to swing, but it seems as though they're just going to try and rotate away, or at least make it look as though they're going to rotate away.
They got that initial pick onto one of the players,
But
and
no,
that's really all they
UBD.
need. UBD gets knocked down to 18. This is actually looking a lot better than I would have expected for Checkmate. They just got to be able to get on site here.
Yeah, so there's the break on the Sage wall, so still continuing to slowly try and push forward. There's the wall from Zodicus and the pick onto Ubity, so that's going to allow for space to plant if they can make it back up on, but Vandals continuing to push forward. No! Dali with 2 with the operator
Dali gets
with
the
collateral.
collat! Now only Sithbard remaining gets 1, but Cyberbite gets the take.
Defenders win.
Vandals will win that game.
Wow.
Looked very good for Checkmate there for a second. And then Dali gets that collat with the operator, takes 2 out, and then Cyberbite gets another, just ending that game there. But a very close game, 13-11. Great job from both teams here, but Vandals just comes out on top just barely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, that was a very close game. So, I mean, now Vandals gonna go to go into the
Vandals
grand finals.
gets their rematch against Cryptid.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, rematch. So I'm gonna be playing the team that actually sent them to the lower bracket. So
Yeah.
this is gonna be a fun watch. But just before we go, I do want to thank our sponsor, Fat Cap. Your team deserves custom esports drip imbued with special powers. At Fat Cap, every jersey is enchanted with sweat wicking and antimicrobial properties by local wizards. And always fresh, never frozen, no templates, freaking ever. Go to fatcap.gg for some fly attire. So thank you, Fat Cap. Thank you, Fat Cap, for the sponsor.
And show back up in a bit for the finals.
Absolutely. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our Oath League Valorant Finals. We have Vandals, we have Cryptid, and I'm joined for the finals by Aiden Ortiz. How you doing, Aiden?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a bit of a long day, but
Yeah.
we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm pretty excited for the finals. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got some high-level competitors and some competition, so it makes a long day a little bit better, you know.
Absolutely.
And finally, we get some change. We get Ascent, luckily for our finals. I believe it is
Yes.
now a best of 1 rather than a best of 3 now in the sake of time. So we're going to be on Ascent today.
Yep. So best of 1 for the finals, and we'll be like you said, no longer on Icebox, so we're not seeing the same thing over and over and over again. We will be on Ascent for the first time today, actually. So, or at least first time today on the stage.
Yeah,
I'm not
on
sure.
screen.
Not sure what the other stations have looked like, but first today. So, Isaac, what do you think?
I like Ascent. It's probably my top 3 maps. It can be very defensive sided, you know, but if you start building momentum on offense and you win the first couple rounds, especially a pistol round, I mean, you can just start to take over and really give yourself an advantage whenever it's your turn for defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely some would think it's a little one-sided, but I don't know. We'll definitely have to wait and see how both these teams end up playing it out. I mean, for the most part, just already with these agent selections, we see a lot of the same actually. You know, Ubity on the Jet, Min on Reyna. So just those duelists alone, like I said, not a whole lot of change. That's just kind of what we've came to see and expect from both of these teams.
Yeah, you know, and then this is a rematch of our first match on stream today. So Cryptid won the first one, sending Vandals to the losers bracket, but Vandals battled through, and now they're back in the grand final.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a little bit of a redemption game right here for Vandals against Cryptid.
Yeah, and you know, I really think the first 3 rounds here are probably going to be the most important of the entire game. I mean, yeah, you know, Valorant goes back and forth, and it's such a momentum-based game. But on a map like Ascent, I feel like once that momentum starts, and if you can win the first 2 or 3, and they all go to one side, that momentum starts, and it is very hard to stop on a map like Ascent. I mean, and it's basically, I feel like it continues that way until we get to that half in the side change.
Yeah, so it's gonna be this is definitely gonna be fun to see how both these teams react, especially with, you know, this being the first time that this map is gonna be seen already by getting a lot of pressure from Vandals, and going to go ahead and shoot over the window, and
Ubity's
Vandals
already on
just
side.
all on site. So Ubity getting that pressure in, creating that space, but Kai actually
Spike
really
planted.
close and going to be able to find one, looking for more, but going to be immediately traded out. Discount trying to find that
One
damage,
enemy
but Min
remaining.
just getting so much value, as now Glaceon by themselves in this 1v2, able to get 2 picks with that Ghost, looking for more. A little bit of
Stays
an
alive,
awkward
though.
fight, but yeah, still alive, and finally on the swing, Bunny Fufu able to land that final shot onto Glaceon, and Cryptid are able to get round 1.
Yeah, you know, Glaceon did a great job there trying to stay alive in tree and just buy as much time as possible. But Bunny Fufu and Discount, you know, chowing together there, confirming the kill and getting the defuse is really what you got to do on these opening pistol rounds. You got to play together as a team and play trades, because it's really hard to get, you know, 2 or 3 pieces with the likes of a Classic or a Ghost.
Yeah, and so now, in going into this next round, definitely, you're a little bit unorthodox on the force here for Cryptid. We do see some rifles, some stingers, but we also still saw a Ghost. So not your standard force for the second round coming from Cryptid, but still obviously pretty comfortable, as now Vandals trying to make some space, but
One with the stinger.
yeah, that's going to be the first one. Then going to be able to easily escape using those blast packs. Discount trying to get more, but Min able to get the first, getting the second as well with the overheal. So now Min back up to full HP after 2 kills, and now Vandals going to try and just jump onto site. Dali's able to find the pick onto Fry though, so that's going to be the space made to get the spike planted. And now they're just going to have to survive
One
this
enemy
onslaught
remaining.
coming from Cryptid, but Min with a third on the round, looking for the fourth with the spray, but no, Bunny Fufu is able to land that final shot onto Ubity, and Cryptid get their second round.
Yeah, just nowhere to go there at the end for Vandals, and they just use it together, play the retake. You know, and that's what we've seen that is the most successful teams here at Oath, is the ones that just retake everything together. You know, sometimes it's okay to let that spike be planted if you can just work together. You know, cross-check angles, cross-check corners when you're retaking site, and that's what that's what Cryptid did.
Yeah, Cryptid, I mean, Min already with 5 kills in the second, going into the third round. So obviously starting off pretty hot, and just also being able to have that rifle in the second round is pretty helpful as well. So gonna be just gonna have to bonus here, but Min already finding 2 picks. That's 5 seconds into the round. And
Min's
Min
just gonna get aggressive.
continuing to push forward. Cyberbite is finally able to shut that down. But Waifu is aware of these players. He's going to continue to send utility in. And Kai going to get gunned down by Dali, trying to get aggressive.
Oh,
Discount is
Discount's
next
ready.
in line, but Ubity
even more ready.
landing that headshot, and so now that's going to open things up for Vandals. They might be able to make it out onto site. Here's that's going to be the case.
Last
as
player standing.
Fry going to try and contest through the door,
Spike
but Ubity
planted.
still landing that headshot, and now Bunny Fufu by themselves in this 1v3, trying to just retake. Cyberbite is in a good position here over main, but going to jump across into lane. So going to be found out, just sending the utility in to try and slow down Bunny Fufu here on this retake. Just slowly creeping up. Gonna get spotted by the Killjoy turret. So now sprays are gonna come through, and this is
Running out of
just such a
time.
difficult task. Destroys the turret, and there's the swing by the Ubity, and that's it. The Vandals able to get their first round on this attacking half.
Yeah, you know, once they got those weapons, they kind of got a little bit more comfortable. Min and Bunny Fufu got a little aggressive there. Min falled, but Bunny Fufu backed up and was the last one there for Cryptid in that 1v3. But just nice post-plant setup, not giving Bunny Fufu anything to work with. You know, making Bunny Fufu kind of chow into all three lines of sight to give them that round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I kind of liked the aggressive play right there from Cryptid initially, especially down mid, to be able to just cut the entire map in half. But Vandals were just kind of ready for it, right? So even when Cryptid tried to push forward, Vandals were still able to
wide. Vandals want to, they can get a free plan, and it looks like that is what they're going to do.
Yeah, already Ubity just watching this door as Min is able to break it, so going to try and make their way out onto site, and already
Spike planted
on this retake as sprays are going through, and Min is very aware of Glaceon in this main position, so now they're just going to try and hunt him down, and there's the first 2 picks by both Discount and Min. And now they're just going to continue to push through with the flash. And just everything's going towards Vandals. And now it's all up to Kai in the 1v1, and Dali on the swing as Kai just had the nade in their hand still, and it's going to tie things up at 2.
Yeah, you know, Vandals, they looked as if for a minute they got a little too overwhelmed by by Cryptid's retake. You know, once Glaceon dropped back towards CT, but the members on site for Vandals did a great job holding site, not letting anybody find any picks. I think just one pick came in for Cryptid in that, like, on site. So they kind of just stood their ground and played back boat really well too.
Yeah, the initial clear from Cryptid was good. just around site. But as soon as it was time to like actually get on, Vandals just shut everything down. So really well done by Vandals.
You should run.
He's ready to be here.
And with this attacker killjoy, there's just not a whole lot of space. So
Fry not
Fry's
able
just
to
going to try and sit there and fight it. Going to do a little bit of damage before getting taken out by Cyberbite. But now Vandals are able to get
Spike
the
planted.
spike planted off the back of that lockdown. So now Cryptid in this 4v3, just trying to get any type of damage done with these weaker buys.
Man, unfortunately not able to find the sheriff spray through the ground. 2 members of Vandals sitting under heaven.
Yeah, Bunny is gonna. I don't think they saw Cyberbite, but Min is aware, is able to land the headshot onto Cyberbite, and gonna continue to push. That's 2, actually 3. This is doable now, but there's just so little time. Dally just using the Killjoy mollies to keep Cryptid off of the spike, so Min's going to kill everybody, but it's still a clutch in Dally's favor as the mollies just didn't allow for enough time for Cryptid to be able to get the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, you see there the power of a Killjoy, you know, not having to play directly on site, so you can buy so much time for your team. You know, the mollies come in, the turret use. Dally just needed to stay alive, and that's exactly what happened there as Vandals, they take the lead, Aiden. After dropping the first 2, once they get that buy and they're starting to feel a little bit more confident.
Yeah, and so now Cryptid on a little bit of a back foot here after those 2 rounds, and already here's some sprays, just trying to get that random kill through B main most likely, as UB just creeping up, trying to figure out where these players are, letting them push out. Slowly getting out. Oh, that drop was definitely hurt. Bunny Fufu was going to be able to get one, but immediately traded out by Cyberbite. Now Min next in line here in
One enemy
main,
remaining.
and everybody just over in mid. All the fighting happens, and now Dally by themselves in this 1v3. The flash comes through, and then landing that headshot with the Empress, and Cryptid tie things back up.
Yeah, you know, I thought we might have seen another 1v3 clutch coming in from Dally, but the headshots from Min, you know, over towards that B side, just too strong. Staying alive really is what mattered there the most for Cryptid. You know, there were a lot of gunfights going down mid, but Min was able to stay patient and creep up CT and take down that last player in Dally. So we got a tie game.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because that round at least, it kind of caught me off guard, because it seemed like everything was slowing down a bit. Everything kind of went quiet for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then all the fighting happened mid.
Yeah, and
everything, and then the round was over. So
I feel like
it was
that's kind of been the
kinda,
theme so far for this game. It's like we'll get a whole lot of aggression early, maybe in the first 5 or 10 seconds. Like they'll just trade some sprays, trade some shots. Nobody falls, but then 20 seconds later, all the fighting happens, and then it's a 1v2 or 2v2, and half the lobby's dead. So a little bit of mixed aggression and patience coming in from both of these teams. You know, I mean, this is the finals. I mean, they're trying to stay as motivated, not give any room for error. You know, they're trying to stay as tight as possible and stay locked in.
Yeah, and I mean, even so far, like in these first 6 rounds, we haven't really been seeing that standard aggression that we've come to expect from Vandals. They're a little bit more patient. So even though it's still happening, right? They're just starting to. They're kind of picking and choosing when to use it, which honestly, it's working.
Yeah.
You know, and Cryptid almost taking a play out of Vandal's book. Those last 2 rounds, they've been getting very aggressive on the defense, right? They're trying to force those gunfights and trying to catch Vandals on the back foot, and it's working out really well. So both teams, obviously, I mean, they have played each other already today, so they have an idea of what to do and just kind of play off of each other. And so far, it's working in both teams' favors. So.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like, you know, as you were saying, Vandals kind of having, you know, a very methodical approach, you know, not just rushing every round or not playing every round patiently. I feel like that's what you have to do to find success on a map like Ascent. You can't just expect to run in and find success every time because the way the sites are set up for the defenders, you know, you can play such good advantageous corners for the defense. Like if Vandals were to just rush in, the majority of the time they probably would find themselves not successful. You know, just because of the
Get out of
the
my
corner
way.
hits
Here
that
comes
would play.
the
But
party. Satchel out.
Kai's gonna try it with the showstopper. Oh, and the 10 knives from the other quarters final two.
He just finds 2 around the corner. Must have heard like one step or something. I'm not really sure, but or maybe just intuition. But finds early 2, and
Spike
Min
down
going
mid.
to find one for himself as well.
One
through
enemy
mid,
remaining.
and that's actually a second on to Republic Steve as well. Now Kai knows where Cyberbite is. The call is made, and that's a flawless round from Cryptid coming off of that pause.
Yeah, you know, that showstopper early on from Kai just kind of destroyed any type of push. I mean, Vandals didn't even get to get out of their spawn. You know, that's one of my favorite things about Ascent is we see that a lot with a raise pick, like we just saw from Kai. Is you get aggressive early, use that showstopper ultimate, and you usually find 1 or 2. I've seen a lot of times people find the whole team there. I mean, because you know that more than likely there's going to be at least one there, and Kai knew that and was able to find 2.
Yes, that was that was just a big opener right there for Cryptid
One
to be able
suppressed.
to complete that flawless round.
Scanning
But
ahead.
already now, Cyberbite is aware of Bunny Fufu's position, it seems. And yeah, there it is. Glaceon is able to get that pick on Bunny Fufu. Min trades it out immediately through mid though, onto Ubity. So continuing to just hold down this position for Cryptid, and now Vandals are going to have to try and hit the site, but Cryptid just seems to be ready.
Yeah, Vandals. They've got Raze back over to they want to rotate.
Spike down B.
Ready as Valley. Stuck.
more.
Min
That's
finds
actually
another
third.
on the round. Min's gonna get aggressive. Knows
Gonna
Glaceon
continue to
is
try and find this last one. There's the flash
One
through.
enemy
That's
remaining.
4 on the round, looking for the ace. But Cyberbite already pushed up mid, and yeah,
Right,
catches
ready.
Min off guard right there in that position. So able to shut down the ace, looking to clutch in the 1v2, but no. Kai is able to land that headshot, and Cryptid continue to try and further their lead.
Yeah, you know, it was a great rotate back over from Kai. You know, stayed over at the A site just in case for almost the entirety of that round. But once Cyberbite got that pick mid onto Min, kind of knew it was time to rotate and got that final kill. Puts Cryptid up to 5 rounds now. I mean, we're seeing different strategies, whether it be outright aggression or a little bit more patience coming in from Vandals. But Cryptid seem to be ready for anything they're getting thrown at.
Absolutely. Now Vandals trying to get something going over by a Min. Ubity able to catch Min, getting aggressive through mid. So that's going to be a big opening pick for Vandals to try and take this site. But still,
Kai's the only one here.
Kai, like, this is still doable. Back behind Dice, but going to be spotted out by the Owl Drone. So the sprays are coming through, and there's just so much damage done through those boxes.
Ubity
But
gets
we're
another.
gonna see a couple trades.
to my world.
Now it's a
Spike
4v2 in favor of Vandals with the spike planted, so they're just going to be able to hunker down on site to try and hold this, but the ult will come through, so that's a little bit of information for the Vandals, and they might have a little bit of an idea of where these players are, but they're just going to have to push on through Viper's Pit and the sprays.
One enemy remaining.
Under heaven.
Quick trade right now to try by themselves. They're gonna find the
enemy
first, and that's the
1v1.
second now in the
There's still
1v1.
time. There's still
Smoke's
time.
down.
Bringing some Molly, but doesn't find the second
No.
one. Again, the power of the Killjoy coming in from Dally, just staying alive in that cubby. The Molly coming in clutch for Dally. That's another round for Vandals. You know, Cryptid were stringing together a lot of rounds there, but Vandals finds one back. Just 1 round difference now after 9.
Yeah, and especially after those first 2 initial picks by Fry, like that went from difficult to doable.
Yeah,
right?
well said.
Going into that 1v1, I mean, those, like you said, those Killjoy mollies kind of clutched the round right there for Vandals. But now, just trying, again, leaning towards the A site. But
You should run.
it does seem as though Cryptid is ready for this take. Min should be the first contact, but Kai's actually going to find the headshot instead. And now, with the flash coming through, they're just going to have to
Oh, man,
back
I
up
got
off
caught
of
by this.
sight to not get caught by the
That
lockdown.
was close there for Min.
But it does seem, yeah, Ubity with this forward position, able to find the pick onto Min. So now with the defender Killjoy, they're just gonna run away. They're just gonna run towards the B side. So they'll have a free plant as all of Cryptid is over on A.
Be lurking in towards that market area, trying to catch any members of Cryptid rotating. B-side is going to find one onto Bunny Fufu before being traded out by Kai. Now up to a 3v3.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down.
Go get him.
Kai, 30 HP.
And there's gonna be the boombot thrown, but I don't know if
Glaceon's
it's clear, but
the flick.
not.
Kai is able to find Glaceon third on the round.
Kai continuing to look for more, but these last two players are playing in back sight is just gonna be a little bit of
One
a nuisance
enemy
here.
remaining.
The flash is through, but Kai with fourth, looking for the fifth, trying to get the ace, but no. Fry runs in with the Odin, steals that final pick. So no ace for Kai, but still the defuse will go towards them, and Cryptid back with the two-round lead.
Yeah, you know, that was a nice bounce back from Cryptid. I thought Ubity lurking mid towards that market area was going to find more than one members of Cryptid rotating, but again, you know, the trades coming in from Cryptid have been their strong suit. You know, Min and Kai have had multiple rounds this game where they're finding 2 or 3, but the rounds that they've been able to win have come from them effectively trading. You know, trading effectively wins games, and that's one of my biggest mottos. Is you got to play as a team, and Cryptid has been doing that so far.
Get out of my way.
Now already with the lean towards B. And actually, most of Vandals are gonna get spotted out by that Fade Eye. So already we see Cryptid starting to make their way over. Min did spot some, I think that was Cyber Bite out, just the shoulder of the Sova. So definitely aware of the possibility of a rotate, especially as that's exactly what's happening. Ubity leaning, just kind of leading the charge over towards A, but Cryptid still have Min over in tree, so Min's gonna be able to meet this push head on. Finds that first pick, goes for the heal, looking for more, but Dally able to find that headshot. We're gonna see a series of trades come through, and
Kai finds one from Heaven.
with the showstopper, he's gonna be able to stop the plant.
Again, the team chows coming in from Cryptid. Like, you saw Min tree
Last
there.
round before the
And
switch.
the whole entire team of Vandals, after Ubity got picked, they swung on Min and found the kill. But the reinforcements coming in for Cryptid from Heaven, it just two picks there coming in from Kai to both on Glaceon and to stop the spike from going down. I mean, they're playing well as a team right now. And that's really what they want to try to continue to do as they try to finish out this half with that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cryptid right there, it was looking
All
a
10
little
members.
rough, but
All 10 members are here.
yeah, this is gonna be a team fight very early in the round, especially as Min just got shut down early. So now Vandals trying to make their way through the site, but off the back of that smoke, they're just gonna try and go elsewhere. They don't exactly want to push through that, but yeah, looks like it might be a fake as they're just kind of waiting. Cryptid slowly starting to spread out as the doubt is made from Vandals.
Oh, the timing might work out in their favor. Might be ready.
Discount definitely saw at least
The other members of Cryptid
yeah,
are sprinting back towards
and
side,
now-
but Kai's here. Kai's here waiting. It was the right
first, looking for the
Spike
second,
down,
but
B.
shut down by Republic Steve, and now the rest of Cryptid just trying to make it out towards the site. Ubity, having pushed forward, is able to get the pick onto Fry, trying to reload the Odin, but Discount there for the trade. So now,
Spike planted.
Cryptid trying to get this 2v3 retake through, but with the spike planted, they're just limited on time now. Bunny Fufu slowly making their way forward. The C's will be thrown,
There.
so Cyberite will get caught.
Last player standing.
Now there's going to be a quick
One
trade.
enemy
Discount
remaining.
with 3 actually on the round. 1 HP.
They're both weak. I think it just takes one shot from either member. And this
There
guy's
it
gonna
is.
find the lucky timing onto Cyberbite backboat and get the defuse. That's another round for Cryptid. They're 8th of the game, of the half. I mean, they're continuing this momentum that they built on early. I mean, they're starting to get into a really good groove here.
Switching
Aiden.
sides.
Yeah, I mean, that was... great play right there from Discount. All through... that was actually 4 kills on the round from Discount,
Was
I think.
it?
I think so. But all of them were trades. So...
Trading effectively wins games.
Yeah, exactly. And then right there, it was just... I was definitely a little unlucky from Cyberby, just looking in on the left when Discount was actually on the right. But, you know, it happens. But yeah,
Great half
Cryptid
from Cryptid.
looked
half.
really solid on defense right there.
Now we're gonna see if Vandal can find the same success Cryptid had on defense. You know, we did mention before, this can be a very defensive-sided map, so odds could start to look in Vandal's favor, but Cryptid definitely running in momentum going their way as they find the opener on Republic Steve. Cyberbite finds 2 before being traded out by Min. 3v3. All members of Cryptid on site as the spike is going to be killed.
And Min just continuing to
One
contest.
enemy
Oh
remaining.
my gosh. That's 4 on the round from Min, just looking for the final one, but no. Another ace denied as Kai finds that final pick.
I mean, you know how we were talking earlier, I think I said earlier, Jet and a Sheriff might be the #1 duo, but Arena and a Ghost might also be very nice too. So you saw right there with Min getting 4 on the round, just unbelievable plays coming in from Cryptid. I mean, every member of Cryptid so far has had their moment of the game, but you know, it's not over. We saw earlier with Ace, it's not over until it says defeat at the top of your screen. So if Vandals can start to string a few rounds together,
To move
they can
faster
win it.
mid. This is gonna be a quick take. Min finds the first, and there's the overheal. Looking for more, and there's the second as well on Adali. And Cryptid have just absolutely collapsed on DB. They've made the space. And now in this 5v2, just continuing to try and push forward Yui with the shorty. This is such a difficult fight. But
planted.
so
Last player
there it
standing.
is. The flawless round coming out. Both Min and Kai just finding all the kills as Cryptid just bulldozes onto site. And yeah, that was you could tell they were pretty confident
Yeah,
with
you know,
that
after
round.
I think after that last round, when I think that was the second round in a row where Min and Kai, you know, did the jobs themselves. You know, they took matters into their own hands, feeding off that success from the previous round. They just stayed aggressive, didn't allow Vandal to kind of catch their breath or get ready for the attack. So I mean, great awareness coming in from Cryptid to push the pace, and it looks like they're going to continue to do so over on this A side. Republic Steve is on site.
Yeah, and now we have Republic Steve just trying to waste time, and so that way the rest of his teammates can get to site, especially as 4 of Cryptid's players were suppressed initially. But Min already up in tree, finds quick 2. There's the overheal, so back to full health, and now the space is made. Cryptid moving up towards site, going to be able to get the spike planted. Now Min popping that Empress, going to get most likely a little aggressive here through the smoke, maybe. Now just going to try and hold it, but the spike or the smoke does go down. So going to spot out Ubity and just continue to try and contest this. And yeah, there's the headshot onto Ubity, and now just continuing to build that
come in for
momentum.
Vandals. Now in a 2v3, they have time and a little bit of weaponry to work with if you are Vandals.
But that spike is just ticking away, so now Vandals are going to have to get aggressive quickly if they
Last
want to
player
try and
standing.
win this round out. Discount able to find one before getting traded out by Dally.
One
Now in this
enemy
1v2,
remaining.
Another, but
Dally's
there's no time.
finds Kai, but there's just no time. Bunny Fufu will fall to the spike, and actually so will Dally. And has Cryptid get their 11th round.
Just 2 more needed for Cryptid to take this home. But I mean, Vandals, they fought back into that round. They just were a little too slow at doing so. They ran out of time. Cryptid's finding so much success with this aggression. I don't expect them to change that up one bit. You know, they might switch sides, but this aggression has been working for them, whether they're on defense or on offense. As you see Kai and Min just pushing out every round, it seems.
Already, we see that aggression coming through as Cryptid has already made it out of B main and now making their way into sight. But Dally putting up a little bit of a fight, able to gun down Min. But Bunny Fufu using that utility, trying to find the exact location of these defenders, able to get the pick onto Glacier and Discount onto Dally. And so now Kai just fighting off this rotate
enemy
in
remaining.
from Vandals, and that's just going to just shut
Spike
everything
planted.
down using that judge. And now it's all up to Republic Steve with the Bulldog in this 1v4. And going to be able to find one on to Kai. And
Those one is mid.
this is such a difficult take.
There's no
Looks like he might even try and save. Now just flashes around the corner, but still Fry with that Odin sprays through the flash.
Match
and now
point.
Cryptid is on match
tournament point, Aiden. This
Tournament
is for
point.
the tournament. Cryptid just 1 round away from becoming your Oath League champions. As we're going to see a timeout before that happens coming in from Vandals. I mean, the aggression and the pace we've seen from Cryptid is some of the fastest we've seen all year, Aiden. I mean, they have found so much success both on offense and, you know, on the defensive half. They kind of sent out Kai and Min early in the round to find a couple picks, and that usually set them up for numbers advantage going into the rest of the round, but just they're finding so much success with this aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're pretty confident going into these rounds as they just bulldoze on through onto these sites. It's just dump the utility and go is kind of what we've been seeing for Cryptid on this attacking half so far. And it's hard, especially as a defender, because there's only so much you can do before you're just overwhelmed. And that's kind of what Cryptid has been doing, is they've just been overwhelming these sites.
Yeah. I mean, I expect that to continue. Again, Cryptid on tournament point. Left the spike, but maybe they won't even need it.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see, but still leaning over towards the B site, but showing a little bit of a different look. But Cyberbite able to find the first pick onto Fry, but Min still there for the trade, and now just continuing to move forward. Glaceon finds the headshot onto Min, so that's gonna slow down this take just a little bit as the players through mid have been stopped. Now Vandals just waiting things out just a little bit, especially as they do have this man advantage. So Cryptid has to make a move here. Kai with that Odin just trying to get these sprays through, trying to do a little bit of damage or even get the picks, but already moving out onto site. Discount has gotten the spike planted, so now it's just a matter of holding.
And Killjoy ult comes out, so there's 13 seconds guaranteed in favor of Cryptid.
Yeah, Guy just continuing to spray with that Odin.
If you got the bullets, why not use them?
And now Vandals going to have to get this retake in. And Discount actually getting a pick with the
player
Killjoy
standing.
turret.
It's all
And now
left up to
it's
Ubity.
all up to Ubity with the Odin in a 1v3.
For tournament point. Cryptid.
There's just so little
One
time.
member left.
Ubity trying to
There
get the
it
pick
is.
on Bunny Fufu, but there it
Attackers
is
win.
off the swing. The final shot was landed, and Cryptid are your Oath League champions.
Crown Cryptid 2023 Oath Valorant League champions. What a performance by Cryptid. Just outstanding from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Cryptid just just kind of looking dominant throughout this whole tournament, and definitely carrying that momentum over into this match to be able to win it out. So
And
well done.
shout out Vandals as well. I mean, they got knocked to the losers bracket early by this Cryptid squad, but they fought back. They went through the gauntlet of the losers bracket to get back to this grand finals. So still very commendable from Vandals. Great job. But just Cryptid, I mean, they started the day strong and they did not slow down, Aiden.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's going to be it for the Oath League finals. But before we go, I do want to shout out Bank First. So thank you, Bank First, for supporting youth esports all around Oklahoma. You have with over 100 different locations in the state. Bank First is a great option if you are looking for a new bank. If you need any more information, you can go to their website. That's bankfirst.bank, and that's actually spelled BANCFIRST.bank. So thank you, Bank First, for the sponsor.
I mean, and once again, you know, that wraps up the Oath League, the Oath Youth League side of this tournament today. But I just want to give another congratulations to all of our teams. You know, Ace, Damage, Vandals, Checkmate, Cryptid, Space Mode. Fantastic job on a phenomenal season. All of you, congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. So.
I'm really proud of all of you. Great plays today, great matches, and I want everybody to recognize the time. We were hoping to get this finished by 11. And so now this is why we had to run the matches on Friday nights, everybody, so that we could get this party started. So it's been a great party. I'm really proud of all of you. Thank you, parents. Players, give your parents a round of applause for letting you and participate in esports and supporting you as well. We're gonna start with team number 3. I've got Home and OK here who's gonna help me put on or hand out medals. 3rd place, 4th place. We've all, my phone's dead. Get me out. Epi. I know, sorry guys. Mine's dead. Mr. Epi, can we get you? sorry about that delay. All right, in 6th place, we have Damage. Everybody give Damage a round of applause. And in 5th place, we have Ace. Everybody give Ace a round of applause. All right, starting the medal ceremony in 4th place, we have Space Mode. Do we have any representative from Space Mode here? Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Coach. There's 3. We have Coach K-Store. We have Taken. And we have Nikto here. Congratulations, Space Mode. All right, thank you, Space Mode. In 3rd place, we have Checkmate. All right, just line up right here. And yep, scoot over that way. Seth, you look like a... You guys swap sides. We'll put the coach on the outside. You look like one of the players. And Coach Seth is actually out of Houston. All right, congratulations, Checkmate. What a great season. Good job, guys. Also, it's Sithbar's birthday today. Happy birthday, Sithbar. Yay! All right, your 2nd place team goes to the Vandals. Come on down, Vandals. What a great match. I want you guys to recognize how hard that they played. They had back-to-back-to-back matches. And that is exhausting, guys. A lot of people don't think esports is tiring. What? You're just sitting at a computer playing video games. But any of the champions here know that playing at this level for that long amount of time is absolutely draining. Sorry, everybody, scoot over a little bit. All right, now. All right, your 2nd place winners, everybody, the Vandals. And your champions for 2023 goes to Cryptid.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Oath Valorant Finals. I'm here yet again with Isaac, also known as Linked Ghost. You having fun today, Isaac?
Having a blast, man. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, same. We're now on to our Open. As you know, we just finished our finals. Cryptid winning that, so another congratulations to Cryptid for winning our Oath League finals. But now we will get to see, we will be on round 3. Round 1 was already played. We will see OK State versus UCO, both winning their first round matches, and they are picking maps now. So what are your thoughts so far?
There are rumors that we are not playing Icebox again, so
No Icebox!
hooray! Variety. I am excited about that. I'm excited about no Icebox.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of good maps in Valorant. Haven. Look,
And we will be playing Haven.
It's my favorite
This is the one you were talking about.
map. It's my favorite 3-site map.
But the general consensus was that Lotus is better, so.
But why didn't they pick Lotus? Oh.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay. No, I'm excited to see these two teams play, though. You know, both of us go to OSU, so
Yeah.
try our best, not to be any sort of bias at all. But we only speak the facts, only speak the truth.
Only truth. We are truthers.
We are truthers.
We tell it as we see it. That is our job as casters.
Yeah, well, before we go into the match, just a quick shout out from another one of our sponsors, SprayCan. For nearly 11 years, SprayCan Creative has worked under the belief that craftsmanship and hard work united with intentional beliefs yield the highest quality creative product, websites, branding, murals, packaging, and more. Whatever your business's creative need, it's SprayCan's goal to help you fulfill it.
Look at this wonderful graphic we have for UCO.
UCO.
In their agents.
We got
their roles.
RJ, Boiled, Percy, Roxo?
Yes.
Raxo?
Raxo.
Raxo. And
Yumi.
Like the cat from League of Legends.
Okay. You always find a way to bring League into the conversation.
I didn't get to make my joke earlier, dude. Now I'm sad. I gotta
I know. You were itching for it.
I gotta
You were itching for it.
I gotta accommodate for it now.
But
Yeah. Anyway, Haven. What are your thoughts? I know you like Haven.
I
We already
love
kind of
Haven.
had that conversation. But what do you think in terms of composition for Haven?
I love a Sova, love a Sky. I feel like
Both
those two are
good,
really
yeah.
good on Haven.
Sova's kind of just good on every map.
Yeah, I mean that's probably why I made him. It's a comfort
Yeah.
pick. It's never a bad option. Sova can always provide use and gain intel for your team, so you're never gonna go wrong with picking
That's true.
Sova. But I love a Sky. Sky's a great, kind of another duelist.
And we
almost
will see
sometimes.
Sova come out from both
So,
teams.
Love
so,
that. Love that.
Yeah, you kind of predicted that one there.
I love the Killjoy pick. I said earlier, I really like seeing Killjoy. The power of the mollies and the turret and the amount of information you can get from a good Killjoy is invaluable,
Yeah, definitely. Which we will see also Killjoy come out on both teams. It's we're watching college teams playing here, so they clearly know what they're doing. They've been playing collegiate for a while, so we see Astra on both teams, we see Jet on both teams, we see Sova on both teams, we see Killjoy on both teams. The only difference is the Breach versus the KO, which.
What do you think about that? Why?
Which could go. I think it really depends because KO is all around really good agent, especially for flashes. I mean, both are flash agents, obviously, but I think KO is more general use. You can kind of just flash whatever angle, you can knife whatever you feel. Breach obviously needs walls to do it, and there are a lot of points on this map, especially in A side, A short, where you're going to want to use that aftershock to be able to force somebody off the site,
Yeah, and, I feel like both have their advantages on attack, on defense, and especially on a 3-site map. There's even more corners than your normal 2-site maps. So I definitely understand the reason for the Breach pick, for the KO pick, but I'm excited to get into this now that we've got some college teams now.
Yeah,
So,
we get to see our collegiate teams play here.
Got some more elite student athletes.
Yeah, but as we get right into this, we see OCU try to maybe work towards the site, but they try to back up a little bit. Ghoul gets a great peek onto Percy, getting that initial pick at the start of this pistol round, leaving OSU up a player. UCO kind of slowing down a little bit, trying to figure out where they can get a window. Boiled walking up slow here. DW Jacobs is on site, waiting for it. Trying to play a little bit passive here. Here's that dart go out. Boiled spots him. RJ is going to be able to clean up that kill, and now they will be 4-4 yet again. Bomb is down. OK State is going to have to push into this with Note being 1 HP here.
Yeah, UCO can just play time, play back, play patient, force OSU to take unfavorable angles and gut fights.
Ooh, what a shot from
Boiled
Boiled on a
There's
Ghoul.
two on the rim.
There's
enemy
two! Getting
remaining.
Katie Bun as well. I miss her, who I'm assuming is Yumi. Able to take out Note. Seth getting a nice shot, but RJ cleaning that up, winning UCO. The very first round, still keeping 3 alive. I really like the start of that. They decide to play a little slow. They get picked off by Ghoul at first. Not quite sure what they want to do there. So they decide to play a little bit slower, see what they can do. They get that pick on DW Jacobs on C site, so they're able to push in, get that bomb down, and just hold it.
Yeah, you know, I feel like there's so many mind games you can play on a 3-site map. You know, you can fake a rotate to 2 different sites, or even 3. You know, you can just sit still for 30 minutes, or not 30 minutes, 30 seconds, and completely confuse the defending team because you have no idea. You know, they could be on the other side of the map at C, or they could have not moved. And if you just cut the noise, it can stay out.
Early aggression there. Obviously, UCO's on a bye here, so they are going to have better weapons. Ghoul just trying to make something happen with that Sheriff. Doesn't quite get the pick that he was looking for. Has to back up, but at least doesn't get picked off themselves. Gonna decide to rotate yet again. They started A last round, kind of the same sort of play here. Deciding to go towards the C side.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively open, too. He's the only one on site. He's going to miss the after shot.
He's gonna make the smart decision, try to back off. Maybe get a pick or
Spike
two.
planted.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and back off. Join the team. They have all 5 players remaining, and Ghoul gets a fantastic shot onto I Miss Her. Now up a player. Ghoul backside here, still with that shot. Gets another. Seth gets boiled. Ghoul manages to pick up that Spectre and take out Raxo and clean up that round. What a thrifty round from OK State there. Ghoul getting 2 really clean Sheriff shots, being able to pick up that Spectre, finish it off, getting the picks that they need.
That was so smart early, you know, after that rotate from DW Jacobs to kind of back up and wait for the team. Wait for the rest of the team and kind of have a 5v5 retake, but OSU just sprinted back once they had the rest of their team
Joining
there.
as a 5-stack was definitely the good idea, to not let them take anything, try to back up, try to take that 5-man retake. They had worse weapons, so they tried to use what they had and just play together. So now OK State will be able to buy up here, and UCO will be on a bit of a save.
Looks like they're leaning towards A yet again for the 3rd round in a row, but they have not stuck with this initial push either of the past 2 rounds.
Right there. Right
Raxo in a good position here, but Note does check it. Note takes Raxo down to 30 HP, but gets taken out. 4 players remaining for OK State here. UCO doing same thing they've done the past couple rounds. This team seems to really like to play super slow, try to wait for that pick to happen. They got that pick. It seems like they're starting to lean towards B, maybe even the C side yet again. They seem to maybe notice a weak point in OK State's defenses here on C. So they're going to try to force it out. The Killjoy is going to force them out of garage a little bit. Katie Gunn watching this, just waiting for them to push.
UCO's running out of time. OSU has such a
And Katie Bun does get the kill.
The rest
30
of UCO
seconds
is
left.
onto this side now.
Gets
They're not
one
gonna get
too!
spiked down as the as Percy responds with 2 of
One
his own.
enemy remaining.
It's a 1v1.
Ghoul runs out on the side.
Murder.
Ghoul wins the. It's 2v1.
What a-
Sorry, 2v1, 2v1.
There's
I
a
didn't see
2v1
Astra
there for Ghoul. Ghoul able to peek out and get those last 2 players remaining on site. They did have the better guns. OK State seeming to do a really good job here so far of just playing their defenses, not pushing out on anything, just waiting for UCO to push into them. But in response, UCO is also doing a fantastic job of playing slow, trying to figure out where OSU is going to be, get as much information as they possibly can, and try to find the open site. And it seems like C has been their go-to so far, but they are kind of leaning towards A here.
Yeah, I mean, every round they've kind of gone over towards this A site, but they have yet to commit to it. I mean, the mind games going on from UCO are at, maybe an all-time high here.
Yeah,
I mean, because I'm sure that one round that they stick with A,
a good hold here.
They're going to catch OSU off guard.
You can see Ghoul kind of peeking short over. Seth just waiting backside. OK State doing a great job of just holding their sides. Not letting any sound affect them over. Seth will spot that out with a jump peek. Is going to be blinded. Gets taken out by Percy. And Ghoul gets taken out by Boiled as well. So that will be a bit of a free A side. OK State now down 2 players, having to retake, which I would say is the hardest site on this map to retake. Down 2 players.
Oh,
the spray. No, just
Nowhere to run!
Here he comes in, not finding anything.
I miss her. Takes out Note. It's just DW Jacobs and Katie Bun in CT.
Last player standing.
Katie Bun gets taken out by RJ. DW Jacobs manages to get 2, but I miss her ends up taking out DW Jacobs, winning UCO another round, tying this game back up 2-2.
Yeah, I really think the mind games were at play there for UCO. The previous 3 rounds, they had started towards this A site, but then went over towards C after about 30 seconds. But after, they continued to play patient, kind of stand still within 30 seconds into the round, but then they continued the A push this time and kind of caught OSU off guard. Were able to get set up super well into site, under heaven, had some CT at short, and really just played trades, played well.
Yeah.
And that's got them tied up.
Yeah, they're going to decide to run at A again after being able to take that site last round. I miss her is going to spot Ghoul there. Ghoul is going to use that dash to get away. Just try to get information, maybe jiggle peek this corner. UCO deciding to slow it down here just a little bit. They still have RJ over on this flank just in case OK State decides to push up, but they're doing a really good job right now of just sitting their sights and waiting. This is a very patient game here. Ghoul does get spotted out again. It's kind of in a precarious situation. Ghoul manages to get, I miss her though. Trying to get out, has 11 HP, but Raxo ends up taking out Ghoul, but Note is in the perfect position to be able to trade Raxo. Seth was in the corner. Didn't quite get the spray onto it. Transferred just slightly too early. Note is able to take out Percy though. Boyle takes out Katie Bun, but is knocked down to 1 HP. Note gets another. Note at 3, killed. RJ able to take out Note. RJ only at 28 HP. Sova still remaining here for OK State though.
I got 30 seconds left.
RJ going to be able to get that spike down. DW Jacobs the only one remaining here.
Spike planted.
Gonna get that shock dart and it kills him! The shock dart from DW Jacobs, the perfect lineup for that default plant spot, is able to get the last remaining HP out of RJ, cleaning up that round, gaining OK State a bit of a lead here, now being 3-2.
That, kids, is why you study geometry, so you can make shock dart plays like that as Sova.
Yeah.
Great job, great composure coming in there from DW Jacobs.
Just knowing exactly where RJ was probably going to plant, uses that Sova dart to just bounce it off that back wall and get that final pick.
Man, what a bounce back after UCO kind of had a nice dominant win on that A side the previous round, but OSU held their own that round and kind of just played trades, really.
OK State's doing a great job right now, as we've kind of said, of just playing very cautiously.
Revealing area.
Like not pushing up out on defense because you're on defense. They have to get to your site. You just play the site and gain information. And it seems like right
Get
now,
out of my way.
UCO is going to use the success that they've had on C in the past. Or maybe they're just trying to, looks like they were just trying to get that jet orb. UCO is on kind of a little bit of a save, it seems like here.
And OSU is just giving them nothing to work with, really making you
That jump
earn
peek
these
from DW
picks.
Jacobs. He takes a bit of damage, but is able to spot out that they are C, so we will get the rotate. Katie Bun already on C site, and we will see Seth roam over to B, and Note start pushing towards C as well, while Ghoul maintains position on A. And as we see from UCO here too, Raxo is sitting here on this flank, still waiting, still being very patient, has been here the entire round, expecting maybe Ghoul or somebody on OK State's A team to push up. With that breach ult, the Rolling Thunder will come out from UCO. Tries to push in, but OK State gets off
30
that
seconds
site
left.
instantly. Astray util to maybe slow down UCO just a little bit, but that bomb will go down. All 5 players remaining for both teams, yet again on the C side.
Like going down garage. The school dashes onto site, but not able to find anything.
Last player
Katie
standing.
Bun and Note are able to get a couple picks, but RJ, I Miss Her, and Raxo are able to get the picks as well, evening the score back up to 3-3. UCO did a really good job again that round of just waiting for something to happen. They spot out DW Jacobs. They know in their head, oh, OK State knows we're probably going here. Let's just take it fast. So they send out the breach ult, that Rolling Thunder. They get Jet on site. Almost a flawless take. They get bombed down. Pretty much no damage to anybody on their team. And OK State just not able to get back onto site. So definitely a strong play from UCO that round.
Yeah, I mean, besides the one kind of dominant round we saw from UCO over towards this A site, almost every time UCO has gotten onto site, about 6 or 7 gunfights go down and 8 people fall, and then it turns
Ooh, a
into a
trade.
1v2
Down
or
A.
1v1.
Ghoul using those jet knives, gets an initial pick, but gets traded
I have
out.
the spike.
OK State and UCO, both 4 players remaining. UCO rotating out of A again,
You are divided.
trying to make something happen.
Delete.
They do decide to
My
wall off
ultimate
B,
is ready.
but Katie Bun with a stinger is able to take out Percy.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Katie knows there's more on the way, using that Killjoy utility to kind of slow down the potential push and force UCO to back up and rethink
Taking
where
that
they
back.
are going to attack from.
You can tell OK State is doing a great job of defending here because UCO's had to rotate sites multiple
concealment.
times already.
Concealment.
They just can't gain any traction from OK State, but it looks like they will beat OK State back to the A site. We see Seth and Note a little close on this CT, Seth up in heaven. They are on a bit of a save, so they do have worse guns, but they also have the man advantage. If OK State can manage to get a pick here, they could surely win this thirsty round. Oh, the Killjoy ult will go down from OK State, trying to force UCO off the site best they can. DW Jacobs and Note getting in. I Miss Her takes out Note, but Katie Bun is able to clean that up on I Miss Her. Oh, what a shot through the smoke from Raxo onto Seth. Now it is a 2v2.
The defuse.
Katie Bun is going to stick it, gets it to half.
I don't think it got
player
half. It didn't
standing.
get half. Now it's
Oh
1v1.
no.
not
DW
enough
Jacobs
time.
can't stick it.
My ultimate
RJ's able to take him out. What a spray through the, double spray through the smoke from Raxo. Knowing almost internally where the enemy was going to be. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean that looked like a familiar situation for UCO, just knowing where the defender had to be to defuse the spike. and was
Raxo
able to
getting
find-
2 headshots,
Yeah.
not only a spray, just shoots through that, gets Seth and Katie Bun alike.
Yeah, and then just with an extra second, not allowing OSU to half the spike, and basically ends the round right there, whether RJ finds that final kill or not.
Yeah, OK State just going to try to hold the side state best they can, because so far UCO's just been very dominant at holding this post plant. So if OK State can be able to play together, they can start beating UCO's post plant. UCO going to decide to take it towards C again. DW Jacobs sitting here behind platform.
Scanning ahead.
Notices Percy just slightly.
There they are.
Gets a little bit of a spray onto Percy, but Percy goes behind the box just in time. Has basically literally 5 HP. DW Jacobs goes down. OK State is now down a player. UCO is going to have that spike down, and the Killjoy ult is going to go out. This is going to be a tough retake here for OK State.
Yeah, not a lot of options. Just UCO is so strong in these post plants. experience. They have the numbers. They have the setup.
RJ gets a really nice headshot onto Ghoul and onto Katie Bun as well, but Note is going to be able to get the trade onto RJ. Boiled and Percy both able to take out the last remaining players on OK State, putting UCO up 2 rounds now, 5-3.
Yeah, UCO's starting to be more committed towards their initial looks on offense. You know, if they look like they're going C, they are starting to stick with their initial decisions, which we didn't see early from them, and they're finding success in that. I think OSU kind of got used to UCO making a rotate, or at least taking a lot of time off the clock before they made that decision, but now UCO's getting aggressive, and they're able to get on site pretty easily because the members of OSU are just not there.
Yeah, you can tell UCO. Seth able to get a really nice pick early onto Percy. They are on a save round, so they decide to just run it out B. All 5 of OK State's players just running it out B. And it looked like it kind of worked for them because they were able to get 2 picks. They lost 2, but they got 2. And now they're able to pick up guns. Ghoul running towards A, knowing that they are probably planning. RJ gonna watch this CT here. RJ gonna watch this flank, kind of expecting this. DW Jacobs and Seth are both there. RJ notices them. Ghoul is just holding the bomb. Able to take out Raxo. RJ does get the kill, though. That Sova ult is gonna come out. Ghoul just trying their best, but Seth getting 2 really nice shots with that Sheriff. UCO not expecting that double flank. They were able to get 1, but didn't expect the other. A triple kill with just a Sheriff from Seth there, bringing another round back in their favor, and on a save round, putting them 5-4 now.
Yeah, that was huge from OSU to kind of stop the aggression that UCO had been finding success with in the previous rounds.
Yeah.
You know, especially on the bit of a save, like you said, you know, the 3-piece coming in with the Sheriff, it was huge from Seth, and just finding those nice angles. And then, I mean, OSU is going to have to continue to do that and play together, play off of each other in the corners.
For sure. UCO continuing to kind of send it towards A, but they continue to be very slow-paced with their pushes. It's been working out really well for them. No reason to change it now. Note is going to get spotted out. That aftershock, like we were talking about at the beginning of the game, just a fantastic utility tool. Percy able to force Note out of there. Katie Bun is able to get a trade onto I Miss Her, though. They are going to get plant down for UCO. DW Jacobs here, trying to look for something. UCO is just going to get that plant down and get themselves off of sight to try and just hold these angles as best they can.
Placing
I
swarm.
mean, OSU's going to have to get aggressive. But UCO is so strong after they've backed up and just playing off of this noise cues.
Katie Bun gets a collat onto RJ and Percy.
Don't interrupt.
Only 2 players remaining here for UCO.
remaining.
Katie Bun tries to stick it. Ghoul gets the pick onto Boiled. Raxo is only 1 HP. DW Jacobs manages to take out Raxo, and Ghoul has just enough time to defuse that bomb. What a great play there from UCO. That almost looked 100% won, because they were able to get bombed down, get themselves off site, and we know how they're able to just hold it, spray through that smoke, but OK State doing a great job of just being able to peek those angles and get the picks that they needed to just barely get that bomb defused.
Yeah, I mean, Katie finding 2 through the box there really
Yeah, that
opened up
collat
that
was huge.
really opened up that retake for OSU, and they kind of just played together, re-challenged out into mid together as a team, and just, I mean, they just overwhelmed the remaining members of UCO there to even it up. It's 5-5 now.
Both teams here, OK State and UCO, are doing fantastic job of just playing together as a team. And it's like we talk about with the Oath Leagues, 2 very strong teams playing against each other, so very even game. Like, they're 5-5 right now. And Haven is one of those maps where it is slightly more attacker-sided because it is a 3-point map, but it's still fairly even. So this could really go either way. 2 really strong teams playing against each other, just which one is going to come out on top.
Yeah, because you see Percy already under Heaven. And UCO's got the spike down, and they're set up well, but she responds with the defender killjoy trying to push out the members of UCO.
They decide to play their lives and put that Killjoy ult down, which is definitely a good play for them because that gives them sight. That is 3 players that are detained there. Note is able to
Left,
stick it to
they're
half.
coming from
Katie
short.
Bun gets 2, and Note is just able to stick it off of the
One
triple
enemy
detain. Katie Bun getting a triple detain with that Killjoy ult and
Last
managing to
round
take out
in
all
the
3 of
half.
them. All Note has to do is stick that bomb. What a great round there from OK State, just deciding to back off the site and then play again together off of that ultimate. What a perfect round there.
Yeah, what great placement from that Killjoy ult coming in from Katie. And Katie both had the Killjoy ult and 3 picks on the round.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want to see from your IGL, is taking control before the end of the half.
Yeah, for sure. And now UCO, after kind of feeling that usually their post plans are extremely strong, but they're kind of doing a good job now of just waiting. Ghoul and Note both managing to get 3 picks alike.
C.
They're just holding Seaside. They almost expected UCO to go there.
Last
They
player
mind read them.
Flawless.
A flawless round from OK State there. Katie Bun and Note getting the final 2 picks. That was like a
Switching
mind read.
sides.
They had 3 people on Seaside just waiting for it.
I mean, I think they, once UCO kind of had a couple disappointing rounds, they weren't able to.
You expect them to see,
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't confidently hold the B or A sites after they got the spike down, but they had been finding success over towards that C site. So OSU read that UCO was going to return towards this C site, and they were set up perfectly, and that set them up for a flawless round to complete the half.
Yeah, it was looking a little rough for OSU at the very beginning, but they managed to get 4 rounds back on them. Going into the next half, it will be 7-5, OK State ahead. Just going to see what the difference in play here is going to be, because we saw UCO play very, very slow, try to get the picks. It's going to be interesting to see what OK State decides to do. We can already tell they're a lot more spread out than UCO is. Just also playing really slow, trying to get the picks. Ghoul looking for something, DW Jacobs throwing in that Sova drone.
I think
Ghoul
Ghoul
almost knows
sees the ghost from
I
Raxo.
yeah, I think Ghoul saw a bit of the ghost. Ghoul knows Raxo's there.
But they also know I Miss Her is in this corner as well, so they're going to use that Killjoy
Oh, the
utility.
Killjoy Molly is going to force him off. No.
Rush Garage. Katie finds 2 as they take Garage, and now they're on to C-side, and they're going to get the spike down.
One suppressed.
One enemy
No,
remaining.
just wide swings the smoke and is able to get a pick onto Percy. RJ, the only one remaining. Seth coming back here, almost sussing out that RJ is there. RJ is able to take out Seth, though. Only 10 HP remaining for RJ in this 1v3.
I mean, and they know RJ is, so it's just going to take 1 shot there as Note finishes the job. But, similar to what we saw from UCO, OSU took a more patient, team-oriented approach. Once they got that pick or those first few picks in Garage, they committed towards that C site, got the spike down, and played trades really well.
And it's like we always like to talk about with the Oath Leagues too, that Valorant is such a momentum-based game, and right now OK State has 5 rounds in a row on them, so they're kind of just going to start snowballing now with the momentum that they have and just kind of keep that going. Don't let it get in their head. Just keep playing the game. They are up 8-5. They just got to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, a little bit of force coming in from both teams. Jacobs opens up the round. A Spectre kill onto RJ. Oh, she's still playing a little bit passive, but making more aggressive side as Ghoul finds another onto I Miss Her, but it's immediately traded as
Raxo gets 2 with the stinger. Putting this into a 3v3. This is OK
Last
State's
player
buy.
standing.
But UCO already doing a great job of taking out 2 of OK State's players. Regardless of how this round finishes, UCO can be happy about this. But Boiled is able to get Katie Bun 1 more. Katie Bun not ready for Boiled to be in CT. Ghoul and DW Jacobs both know, though. Note and DW Jacobs, sorry. Note able to finish off that kill onto Boiled, making them 9-5. But that is 3 picks for UCO on their save round. So definitely a good round for UCO there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the bigger wins you can get without winning the round coming in from UCO, but I think you know, if OSU keep finding success getting onto Spike and it comes down to just 1 or 2 members left from UCO, the past 2 rounds, the last remaining member of UCO has come from the flank. So I feel like at this point they can expect that last member to just come from the flank, and they don't even have to watch CT.
Yeah, and it looks like UCO with kind of these weapons here are just going to try to force it down B. But they hear all the footsteps going on to A. OK State already taking A with 1 minute and 24 seconds, getting that bomb down. All they got to do now is hold that post plant, play the time. UCO might have better weapons here, but if OK State can just play time, they can win this round.
Not a lot of options. UCO is
Boyle getting a really nice shot onto Note. Ghoul trading, but Boyle trading back onto Ghoul. It is a 3v3 here. UCO could definitely win this round if they are just able to keep holding. Boyle is sticking bomb here. Has to get off of it. That time is running out. They do not have much time remaining. Boyle is going to try to stick it. Katie Bunn gets 2, and then Seth comes out of short, getting the other. Looked very winnable for a second there for UCO.
I love spike kills. I love it, even if it's bad for the economy, especially the economy we're in right now. But I love spike kills. We just got 3 right there.
A triple kill for the Spike.
Spike gets more kills in a game than I do.
Yeah, that will be a little rough for OSU kind of to have 3 people lose. They did have the bonus weapons, so they, you know, they had Bulldogs, they had Sheriffs, but I know they would have liked to keep those if they could. So it is a little unfortunate, but they were able to get the round, and they are pretty up on rounds here. So all they got to do is just keep playing their slow attacks that they've been doing over and over. Just get the picks that they need, get themselves on site. But UCO, not out of it yet. We've seen UCO do a really great job on attack, which can translate to retakes. So far, UCO, we're just barely in the second half. But if UCO has the opportunity to actually come out with full rifles, they more than easily have the capability to be able to get a really good retake, or considering how patient they played on attack, they could certainly just sit on site and hold it from OK State and not let them get on.
Yeah, you know, in OSU, they're being so patient and playing so good as a team. Like, they are perfectly utilizing the time once they get that spike down, playing together, not challenging unless they absolutely have to. I mean, and they know exactly where to sit. I mean, they look like a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, for sure. Ghoul just deciding to kind of slow walk up here B, try to maybe get a pick. Notices the Killjoy alarm bot, is going to shoot that. I think Percy is going to hear that. Percy in a really interesting spot here, just waiting to maybe hear somebody push on the site and use that flash to get an initial pick. UCO right now, like I said, doing a great job of just holding together, not pushing and giving anything.
Nice there from No.
Boiled getting a nice trade onto DW Jacobs, though. It is a 4v4 yet again.
Shutting them down.
Note does potentially know that there is a player there. Ghoul is able to spot out. Katybot does not get blinded by that breach flash somehow. Able to take out Percy. RJ gets the trade onto Katybot, though. It's a 3v3 yet again. OK State kind of struggling to get on site and get this bomb down, but they are going to be able to do it. That Sova Dart is going to spot out Ghoul. OK State in kind of a bit of a precarious position. Ghoul and RJ are able to trade here, though. Ghoul getting yet another in a 1v1, but Boiled assumes that Note is backside, but Note is sitting in a window that whole time. Note able to get an unsuspecting pick. The last kill there for OK State. It was looking good for UCO there for a second. They did a really good job of spotting out where all of them were. OK State was just in a really bad position there, but Ghoul able to get a really nice couple kills, getting OK State the rest of that, putting them 11-5.
Yeah, I mean, and Note there on that round, finding both the opener and the closer. Finishing the job for OSU, putting them up to 11 rounds. I mean, this is kind of the last buy attempt coming in for UCO. Katie finds one and Note responds with another.
Katie Bunn gets killed by the aftershock, though.
3v3.
Boiled, we were talking about them playing really slow on attack, but it looks like Boiled is doing this push on A side a lot.
player
Seth gets an
standing.
early pick. Note is able to just spray RJ with that Vandal through the door there. Percy, the only one remaining for UCO, has 2 flashes remaining. This is certainly doable for Percy. We've seen it before. Gets
One
Note,
enemy
is able to
remaining.
get DW Jacobs.
Spike
Just
down.
Seth remaining and still has a flash, but it doesn't blind Seth. Seth able to take out Percy, putting them at match point now.
Match
12 to 5
point.
with 5 rounds in a row being gained on this offense here.
Yeah, I mean, OSU, like you said, Jackson, that snowball, it's almost an entire
It is the
snowman.
momentum. It really is the
It's almost
momentum.
an entire snowman at this point. OSU has shown no signs of slowing down. I mean, even when UCO pops off with a 3-piece or a 2-piece, and they even have kind of the favorable conditions, OSU is just staying composed and finding ways to win these rounds.
Yeah, they're spreading out a lot on attack and just waiting for those picks. UCO is, though, trying to also push up and get some picks. Katie Button gets a nice shot onto Boiled there. iMissher's gonna get that gun and get out. Ghoul just gonna force it up A side, try to get the pick, but iMissher gets a great shot onto Ghoul there, evening it up. Katie Button will use that Killjoy ultimate, though, as a
Just decoy.
distraction.
It's just a decoy.
Because we see
C-side
DW
is
Jacobs
wide
and
open.
Seth are just running it down C. UCO, the closest UCO players on B. They don't know. And then the comm will go out that they are planning on C. The rest of UCO starts rotating over. What a play there from OK State.
Lurking mid, able to find Raxo on the rotation.
you are divided.
That's another, putting OSU
You
numbers advantage
are
towards
powerless.
Deciding to use that Astro Wall to kind of hold him off. That Rolling Thunder from UCO is going to come out, but it isn't going to get anyone. All 4 players of OSU are just sitting in main here. Percy is able to take out Note on that Killjoy ult. That Astra Suck is just going to force Percy off the bomb. They're just trying to stick the best they can. Katie Butt is able to get a triple kill, but Seth comes out with the final pick there, going 13-5. OK State winning that.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like UCO early had the advantage, had the momentum.
Yeah.
But once OSU kind of got a hold of things, started to get rifles, they didn't slow down for the entire match. I mean, once the half ended, I thought, okay, maybe UCO can respond on defense. Maybe they can start to get another, start to get a foothold. But
Yeah.
OSU just kept putting the pressure on them. I mean, clean rotates, clean trades.
We see they knew how to attack. They didn't drop a single round on attack there, and that is fantastic from OK State there. We saw a lot of good plays from both teams. UCO doing a great job of being able to get on site and keep that bomb down. A lot of players from OK State being able to just hold on that defense, though, being able to get those retakes, and on offense, just being able to force, and Katie Bun there at the end being able to use that Killjoy ult as a bit of a decoy so OK State can get that bomb down on C was huge.
Yeah, I mean, just great awareness from OSU, really, that entire map. But before we head to break, I do want to give 2 shout-outs to some of our sponsors. Spray Can. For nearly 11 years, Spray Can Creative has worked under the belief that craftsmanship and hard work united with intentional relationships yield the highest quality creative product. Websites, branding, murals, packaging, and more. Whatever your business creative need, it's Spray Can's goal to help you fulfill it. And also the Esports Performance Academy. Esports Performance Academy, or EPA, is here to help you improve your skills as an esports coach or player. They work hand in hand with the academic institutions, coaches, teams, and individuals across the country to optimize their path and achieve their goals. If you're starting an esports program at your school or need guidance as a player, EPA is your go-to, and you can learn more at epa.gg. And what a game, Jackson.
What a game. Stick around if you want to see OK State in the finals, and we will see you then.
And welcome back, everybody. We're not ready. We're not just yet ready to go, but we do have a little bit of something special. We do have an interview with Mr. Refresh, both legend and creator, owner, king in the esports industry, in the Oklahoma esports industry. How you doing?
Oh man, that makes me really. that's a lot of pressure, man. I don't know. Doing great. No, I'm really having a good time. Really enjoying the event. Lots of great matches. I just was reffing the OK State and UCO match, and I mean those are both really good teams. OK State came out on top, so I mean you were excited about that, right?
Yeah. I tried to contain my bias a little bit, but.
Can we turn it down a little bit?
You know, as an OSU, as a poke, I was a little bit excited for them.
I will say I was really, really impressed by the play of the OK State. Specifically, I think the player was named Katie. I mean, she was amazing. I just happened to see that one moment. She got a 3K, and it was just, as a ref, I was just pretty biased, unbiased in the whole thing. But inside, I was like, wow, that was really impressive.
Yeah,
that was really good.
I mean, I feel like as a ref, you get to highlight and be right there in the action, so it's even more fun or cool to see it happen kind of in between both teams rather than being kind of from a spectator point of view. So
well, and that's what's really nice about this event is what we tried to do here was make it really spectator friendly. As esports is growing and as esports is becoming more mainstream, specifically in schools as well as college, as well as like even in the pro-am and just community scene, I want to make sure that we're always providing an opportunity for people to learn, find out what we're doing with this esports stuff, come and watch great teams like OK State, like UCO, like even the Cuddle Monsters, of course the Oath teams. Rogers State is here out of Claremore, Oklahoma. They came down, they got a hotel room, they played in Overwatch and Valorant. Both really great teams. And it's really been fun to watch and just see, the different interactions. Most teams have a coach. Rogers State has Holden Craig up there, who's a really great guy. Really good supported program by their schools up there. And so for him to get to see some of the other potential recruits at the high school level from the Oath players. And then, we even had Westmore come out. They were here for the Valorant matches today, and then we had Allen, Oklahoma yesterday. You ever heard of Allen, Oklahoma?
I've not.
No, I'd never heard of it. But when they heard we were having an Overwatch event, they were excited to come out and play. And they're not a very big program, but they're excited to get going. And that's what's really neat is all of you as a student at OK State as well as a caster here for Oath, you get to meet those kids. Those kids look up to you. It's like, man, maybe I could be a caster one day, right? Or you play on that team. I'd like to go to OSU and get a degree. What's your degree in?
Sports media.
Makes sense why you got a headset on.
Right, exactly.
And so they see that, they can meet and talk to you and get those opportunities. We had schools from Broken Arrows here. They came all the way down both days. They had an Overwatch team and a Valorant team. We even had Independence Community College come down.
From Kansas, yeah.
And they came in and played Overwatch, which was a lot of fun as well. And so it's just building the whole esports community. Giving an opportunity for people to get recognition in the space when they might not get that recognition before. Because, like, even you trying to get, you're working towards your degree and you're wanting to be a caster, and so you need every opportunity to be on microphone, right? And that's what we're doing this for. Is like at the end of the day, our sponsors, Bank First, of course, helped us out a lot. So shout out to Bank First and Jay Emery for supporting youth esports. They see the value, because even though you're getting a sportscasting degree, some of these kids, they're computer minded, right? And that's what employers need. They need someone that has great problem solving skills, that knows their way around a computer, and what better person to hire for that position than someone that has come through as youth esports player and moved into collegiate esports, etc. So that's what Bank First is excited about. Lots of opportunities to meet and get recognition for Bank First for the players, etc. And then we even have Titan Electronics that's based here in Oklahoma City, part of the Jasco family of products. They manufacture a surge protector. We have a charging station that's using some of their equipment, and we're even giving away some of the surge protectors here. So shout out to Titan. And then down to we have friends from Esports Performance Academy, EPA.GG if you're wanting to check it out. They are a great program to the south of us. They help colleges like OK State as well as colleges across the country kind of develop their esports program. But guess what? It's not even just colleges. It's even down to high schools and middle schools. We're seeing middle schools joining esports programs. And EPA, they do have some really great things coming out. They have some fitness-focused things that are coming out. And, so we're really thankful for those friends and those connections. So, hey, if you're a middle school, high school, college, and you need some help getting your program started, make sure you call the guys over at Esports Performance Academy, epa.gg. And then we even had colleges, we had RSU. These headsets are on loan from Oklahoma City University.
Really?
Yep. They had a lot of their players here helping out around the scenes, and even had a booth to be able to talk to some of the up-and-coming students. And then, it's even down to Rail Yard Pie Shop, which, they were like, hey, I love esports. I want to make sure some people get some great tasty pie. So they even gave us a gift card and some money to be able to help put on this event. And, do great production, like the production team here, production behind the scenes. You guys can't see them, but they're doing great stuff. And then even in the state, we have programs like OESL, which is the Oklahoma Esports Scholastic League, and it's a lot of high schools. I know Broken Arrow is one of the schools that plays in OESL, and I'm not for sure if Westmore does or not, but if you're following into our cast and you're interested in getting your school involved in Oklahoma esports, you can always check out the OESL.gg and reach out to Click Gaming and those guys over there and see how you can get more involved with the program that they've got going.
I know my high school alumni, Kellyville, kind of near the Tulsa area, is in the OESL. So
perfect.
I really love what Oath is doing and providing, young students an opportunity to compete, and not only compete, but to learn and get leadership experience and kind of learn about an industry that is blowing up. It's booming right now.
Well, I don't know if everybody would say that, because there have been a lot of the pro orgs have decided to shut the doors.
Yeah.
But reality, that's actually a good thing, right? It means that we're growing and we're healing and we're building a stronger program. And you're exactly right when we talk about Oath, is because these kids, these players, they're wanting that opportunity. They want a team. We're desperate for mentorship. We're desperate for teammates. We're desperate for community. And that's what Oath provides, is a great team program with amazing coaches. All the coaches in Oath, and I'm not just saying this because, I'm connected to Oath, but they really, really are amazing coaches. They love their players, and they put in the work to make sure that those players grow. And at the end of the day, that's the most important part, is when we're done with this, through all the frustrations of technology, through the frustrations of pioneering a new way to do things, right? Because that's really what we're doing. This is all new every day. At the end of the day, it's all about making sure that those players have a great experience, they have good memories, and that they take away from this moment a little bit better than where they were before. That's why we do it. Eventually, once this gets all locked in, this thing's gonna be running like clockwork, and everybody, esports won't be like, oh, what is that thing?
Yeah.
We won't have to worry.
It'll be a mainstay.
Yeah, you'll be getting an esports casting, or what is your degree in?
Sports media.
Esports media.
Yeah.
That's kind of dope.
Yeah, and OSU actually has an esports certificate that they are working towards going into a minor.
Okay.
So they already have some esports classes, like an intro class and learning more about the industry and specifically the media side of esports. The coverage of content creators, of casters, of your publishers like Blizzard and stuff
Riot,
like that.
yeah.
But you mentioned earlier the memories about events like this being such a possibility to make lifelong memories. What are some of your favorite memories from this weekend from our Oath Leagues now that both have been completed?
Okay, well, one big announcement yesterday is when we started Oath in 2020. So a lot of people don't know this, but the Oath Act is actually an acronym, and it originally stood for Oklahoma at Home Esports. And so it was when COVID and nobody went back to school and everybody closed the schools, I still wanted kids to have that community and find that mentorship and that sort of stuff. So we got started with Oath, and the first employee that we ever hired was a guy named Sean Taylor, and he goes by Digital, so I had to think a minute for his last name, but he goes by Digital, and he just accepted a position with the Houston Outlaws, which is a pro Overwatch team. And so to see him go through college and come through our program as a coach and learn and grow as a coach, coaching players, and then now to go get a job with the pro org, that's something that really gets me excited. So we had a big announcement today, and a lot of the kids that got to work with him first when we first started were just really happy for him and really excited for him. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I don't necessarily know a big moment. I'm always impressed at every event, and I have to give this guy a shout out. William Hoback, aka Epi, running the behind the scenes productions, is an absolute wizard.
Yeah.
Like, the dude is imbued with magic. If there was ever a giant guy that rode a motorcycle and would say, "You're a wizard," that person they would say that to is not Harry Potter. It's William
Epi.
Hoback.
Yep.
It really is. That guy.
I would have to agree.
I mean, he's running the bracket. He's running our production. He's not even listening to me right now, but he's listening to me
because
right
he's
now.
so locked in.
He's locked in. I mean, and it's 2 days. This is grueling, right? And he has got great people over there that, like he's been able to get all that stuff together, as well as run this great, all the stuff that's happening with the stream and all that sort of stuff. So, seeing him work and all that sort of stuff to me is a win. I love to see the faces on the players as they come from a long loss. We did have a couple today specifically. We had I think we had a 3-10 comeback to win.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I
believe
we call
it
the land diff.
It was somebody over damage. So it was a
54,
50,
10-4. It was 10 or
10-4 comeback. 4-10 comeback. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just that's another thing I've noticed. This is my second season or semester-ish with Oath, and there's just some incredible athletes here, and there's just a lot of talent in all of our teams, all of our production. Everybody finds a way to succeed through Oath, and Oath gives everybody a nice opportunity to kind of insert themselves into the scene, and
that's a good point.
As an OSU student, there isn't a whole lot of esports opportunities within the sports media program. And so I'm glad that Oath exists to give, students like me and students like Jackson and Aiden, I think we're all from OSU, that's 3 of our casters, an opportunity to work in esports.
I think all of the casters but Merp are OSU students.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's Epi, is that correct? Yeah, all of it. I love that. Yo, OSU, call me, because realistically, I'm going to say this, and hopefully it doesn't get me in trouble, but OK State's esports program is the most tragic program to me, because we have great players, we've got great casters, we've got great production, but it's not supported by the admin level of the university.
Yep.
And that is absolutely tragic, because, we just talked about the OK State team. So from the collegiate space, because OK State is not recognized as a varsity program, there's leagues that you guys can't even play in.
Yeah.
You can't even participate. And as a D1 school that can't participate with other D1 schools just because a piece of paper, that's tragic to me. That's just tragic. So, go Pokes. And if you're watching out there, OK State, OSU admin, give these kids that opportunity to excel. You're denying them that chance, and that hurts, and I hate that. So, OK State, you got a great school, you got a great esports program. Let's make it official and make it a varsity program. And at the end of the day, we have a philosophy at Oath, and that's 1-1-1. And what that means is one player, one team, one Oath. And the reason why that's important is, as we're learning about esports, as these players are getting better, you can only do what you can do as one player.
Yeah.
Right? I can only do the best that I can do. And then when I do my best, it's the best for my team, right? So that's the one team. It's like we can only work together. We can only do the one team. And then overall, when we work together as a team, it's best for the entire program. And that's esports.
Yeah.
And so that's where that 1-1-1 philosophy comes from. And I really appreciate the fact that you said, Oath gives that space. Because that's one of the things I tell people is, and that's why I'm really uncomfortable with titles about the stuff that I've done, because the reality is all I've been able to do is get a couple people excited and then create this space, and then everybody else has run with it. You in the casting, Epi in the production, and then each player that wants to get better, and then the coaches that want to coach, which makes you better, right? Coaching a team makes you a better player. right? Just, I mean, think about how much you guys have learned as players, but casting. When you're watching it and seeing it in that different level, you learn. You're like, oh, you know, like not. I'm not just saying like even plays, but you just like get better. You think you find a new way to interpret what you're playing, etc. And as a coach, when you have a kid that's like doing one thing over and over again, you're able to see and recognize that, and then be like, oh, I can now be a better player. And so that's really ultimately everything that I'm trying to do with Oath, and that I think everybody that believes in what we're trying to do is trying to do, is just make a better space for esports for everybody. And that's beautiful about esports, is that we can, everybody's welcome at the table. There's nothing that's, you know, gender, sex, money, all that, you know, none of that stuff separates us from the ability to play. Everybody can play at the same time. Oh, OSU is a good example.
Yeah.
You know, there's a mixed gender team that is doing really good in this tournament. And they're all playing, they're all doing really great, and they're a great team. And there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that outside of esports. Period.
I couldn't agree more, and that's one of the reasons I love esports, is because every single person has an opportunity to participate or even succeed. I mean, most people do succeed in the esports scene at a high level.
And you know what happens with success is you start to earn more money, and then you know what you do with that money? You go to our sponsor, Bank First, and deposit your money in the bank.
I mean, I think they have over 100 locations
I've heard
in
that.
Oklahoma.
I've heard they have that, yeah. And you know, they have online options as well. So as you're going to other esports tournaments, you can always check your bank account and see if, you know.
I mean, you might need to stop at an ATM at a Bank First to get some concession money even.
There you go. Exactly. No, but realistically, yeah, I do have to give a shout out to all of the sponsors that we have. Bank First. Bank First, and it's BANC first.bank. You can find out more information then. Rail Yard Pie Shop, Titan Electronics. You can follow them at Jasco online. So Jasco's out of Edmond, and EPA.gg, Esports Performance Academy, the OESL.gg, a great program there. And I'm trying to think, have I missed any? Oh, Fat Cap, of course. So Fat Cap Esports Apparel, Oklahoma's leading, and actually the nation, as far as I'm concerned, leading esports apparel manufacturer. Cut and sew, no print on demand bullcrap. None of that.
Like that.
Made in America.
Like
Designed in Oklahoma.
It means a lot.
You can't go wrong.
Can't not.
And they're all delivered. All the jerseys are delivered in a pizza box.
Really?
Yeah. So
That's awesome.
everybody gets their own little pizza box.
That's so cool.
With their name on it. And there's always some like random things in there too.
And spray
can creative.
Spray can creative. There we go too.
Realistically, all of this is because of Spray Can Creative and another person that goes by Home and OK. She puts so many minutes into this, but the reason why she does it is because of those kids. She loves the kids that are doing this. So she's the owner of Spray Can and the owner of Fat Cat. And so she's a woman business owner, and she would hate me for saying this, but she definitely is the queen of esports, because, you know, not only is her and her team setting a design standard for esports through Fat Cap and the jerseys. I mean, basically every high school in the state of Oklahoma, for the most part, are wearing a Fat Cap esports jersey. And so she and her team have set that standard for the look of esports. She has been able to provide this opportunity with Oath and the sponsorship of Oath. All the graphics are done by Spray Can and her staff. And if that's why, again, the titles, right? She won't take any title for that. She won't take any credit, because it's all of these people involved that are making this successful. So anyway,
but don't discount yourself too. I mean, you're up there right with hers. So
well, everybody thinks I want recognition all the time, but the reality is I just want esports to get better for everybody. I want it better for everybody, and that's why, you know, once you're a part of Oath, you're a part of Oath forever. And let's work to get, you know, I'm not against ideas. I'm not against doing new things. Like, we have to build this. We have to, and we have to set that standard and build that strong foundation. So colleges like OSU, you guys won't have the struggles that you have. Right. Because, you know, we have Kansas Wesleyan University here. We've had Rogers State, and they're looking at these kids to recruit. Because these kids know teamwork. They're learning to work on a team, right? Think about how many players you know in just in the degree track you're going in. Not even esports, but if you're recruited, but you to play football, but you can't play as a team, it doesn't matter how well you throw the football at OK State. If you can't play on your team, what happens?
You don't play.
You don't play. But you've just gotten really good at playing video games, and so then you get recruited to a college, but now you've got to play on a team. Now you have a coach. Right? It's.
I mean, you basically, teamwork is integrated into
Right.
most esports,
Right.
besides like your sports games.
Right, and that's why we do. That's why we have the coaches with the teams. That's why we do what we do, is because a lot of these kids, a lot of people really struggle with coachability, right? And I don't know if you've talked about coachability in sports media, but every person has every Olympian, gold medal winner has a coach, right? And so within esports, there's this idea that you have to be a real high level player to be a coach, but that's not the reality. NFL, for example, you know how many pro coaches played in the NFL that are coaching right now?
Probably less than a quarter.
It's one.
One?
Yeah, and I can't remember his name. And actually, the majority of them probably rode the bench in high school.
Yeah.
Because being a coach is a very specific trait, right? It's a very skill set
It's
that's
a
needed for the
completely
team.
different mindset and
Right.
approach.
Yeah, you might not be, you might not be the biggest guy. I can't take a 5'5" player and make them an NBA player, right? But in esports, you can sit down at a keyboard, and with a good coach, we can turn that player into a great player, because none of that other stuff matters, right? And that skill to be able to do that does not just necessarily, it is not congruent with being a high level player. So, well, let's wrap this up, man. This has been a good talk, though. You've done
I
a great
agree.
job.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much for joining
good.
me up here, and I think we'll throw it back to another quick break before we get back with, I think a losers semifinal maybe. I think the next match though, maybe a third place match.
I want you to see kind of what's going on over here. In the venue, we have skylights, and the skylights are coming down right on one player's screen.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Actually, now that you mention that, one of the most famous Call of Duty players, I'll bring this up just because it kind of.
Well, before we go to that story, I just want to recognize that the coaches are holding up a piece of paper.
That's awesome.
To block the sun that's coming down onto that monitor. So, okay, so pro Call of Duty player.
Yeah, he actually one of the few, like he had a really bad performance, but it was because of the lighting, and so he went 4-23, which is really bad. But what is today's date? It's 4/23. So I was like, oh, this is perfect, an opportunity to bring this up. And I think he probably would have. I think he wishes somebody would have done that for him. Yeah. Because there's not a lot of coaches in Call of Duty like we have here.
True. Well, we do have some great coaches in Oklahoma, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Tyga, Coach Tyga. Help me out with his last name. Home and okay, I don't know where she is, but anyway, he coaches in Blair, Oklahoma, and their Call of Duty team is phenomenal. Like pretty much 4 seasons basically undefeated.
Nice.
This is their first year to lose, but they lost in the finals. They got all picked up by Southwestern Oklahoma State University. Took the whole Call of Duty team. So yeah, great Call of Duty coaches with Coach Tyga down there in Blair. But we're supposed to wrap this up. Epi's giving us the sign.
Yep, and he's the boss.
He's the boss.
wizard. So
well, thanks for everybody for watching. Stay tuned. We've got a lot more matches coming on the air. We're gonna have some more in the stream, and there's still time to come down here. Honestly, if you're in the area and you want to stop by, don't even come by with a ticket. Don't even worry about it. Just come in, come cheer on these teams. OK State's already in the final.
yeah,
they're in the
we've
final.
already
They've locked it
we've
in.
already got one of our final teams. So I mean, come watch some high-level Valorant.
There you go. Or just stay tuned to the stream and keep watching, but make sure you engage in chat. I'm Refresh.
I am Isaac or Ghost.
All right, or Patrick. And you're watching the Oath Esports Finals and Open.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Oath Valorant for the Open Tournament. I am Aiden Tees, and I'm here with Atlantis Caleb, and we are about to start our next game between Oath Green and Oath Orange. Caleb, what do you think?
Well, we have some interesting matchups on here. We have on Oath Green, we have Canvella, Nami, Zuffy, Rumor, Panther. We have a strong lineup there. I coached them for a little bit last semester. Then on Oath Orange, we have Opie, Phoenix, Micro, Cleanix, and Apollo. So I think we just got map ready. We have decided on Haven. What do you feel like what the teams need to exploit on Haven to make sure they come out with the win on this map?
Well, I mean, one of the most unique things about Haven is that it does have the 3 sites. So just being able to read the other team and being able to just go to, I guess, the correct site, being able to make the right decisions with their rotates is definitely going to be something that both teams are going to have to be able to do well if they're going to be able to come out on top here.
Yeah, for real. And I'm expecting to see a lot of fakes out of these teams. Like Haven is such a big map, like one miss rotate could spell disaster for the defense if they commit to a rotate too early, and that could leave some holes for the attacking team to exploit. Speaking of attack and defense, we have Oath Green starting on defense and Oath Orange starting on attack. Let's look at the picks we're getting in here.
Yeah, already we see most of Oath Orange having locked in with a backflip just hovering over the Reyna. So, but we do see the Omen, Breach, Killjoy, a lot of pretty standard picks coming out from Oath Orange, and then for Green, a lot of the same really. We a little bit different with the Fade and the KO, leaning a little bit more towards the, I guess, anti rather than the information that the Sky would get. So
yeah, another thing I noticed here is Oath Green is going for not really an info gathering like comp here. They have Sky for flashes, they have Breach for flashes. They're going a very aggressive comp for Haven, which is not unusual, but I definitely say the Reyna is the most unusual pick for this map. I know Canvella loves his Reyna, so we're gonna see if he can shine on it today. And Oath Blue here,
Turret out.
Oath Orange here starting on defense. This looks like a pretty standard defense setup, wouldn't you say?
yeah, yeah, standard would be just definitely the way to word it, just because you gotta spread out, make sure all the bases are covered for all the entrance points, and I mean, that's just already what we're seeing here. With the Green leaning towards the C site a little bit already, and along with a little bit of garage pressure. Apollo is going to be sighted by the dog already, so that's going to be very early information gotten from Oath Green on how this might be playing out.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little build up outside garage and C.
So,
Oh, we have a
early
huge flank coming through with Opry and Micro getting one, and it seems like that's 2 picks early for Oath Orange. Like, that's huge.
Zuki is going to be spotted out by the dog and even blinded, so in a little bit of an awkward position here, having been pushed all the way back into side Opie, trying to push the issue, getting the first pick onto Rumor, and just continuing to try and apply this pressure backflip. Going to be able to hit the headshot onto Opie though, as Phoenix continues to push in through behind the rest of his teammates. Yeah. Apollo just backing up though, as over on A side, Micro is in the 1v1, but going to fall to Zufi. So now Zufi 1v2, able to get the pick onto Phoenix. So now in this 1v1, going to have to get the spike down.
Seems like
Spike planted.
it seems like Zuffy manages to catch out Apollo there, walking on the side. Seems like both of them were looking elsewhere, and it seemed like Omen just had the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great job right there from Green, because early on in the round, Orange got really aggressive with that flank, with the double flank. So everything everything Orange was doing was just to try and compress Green back into their spawn, and it was working out fairly well, but Green was just able to get those right picks and be able to get over to the site, which allowed them to win that round. So
yeah, seems like we're seeing Oaf Green here set up for a hard C push. We have a KJKO Jet already on site. We might see an instant retake here. Rumor getting one, Camper getting one, Camper getting another actually.
Last player standing.
Good, and we got Bell getting one as well. Green has just flooded on the side, and Orange can't contain it. And we have a flawless, like, really quickly into that round. Like, Oaf Green showing that they're aggressive comp here, like, really oppressive if you can't, like, stop, like, the amount of flashes that team has.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that was just very quick, and I think that also to part of why they were able to kind of just get away with running it down long like that was because of the weapon advantage. Being able to have those stronger weapons and being able to have that confidence really helped that round for Green, I think.
It definitely seems like we're seeing a similar setup to their first round actually, with 3 towards C and 1 trying to lurk up Garage, but this time slightly different. We see an adjustment out of Oaf Green. They're really making sure that A flank doesn't come through. But it appears Oaf Orange is content not to push up too aggressive, but is in fact just waiting for them to try and make space here.
Yeah, but Micro in this forward position, able to find one, gonna throw the smoke down to be able to get that little bit of cover, but Backflip is just gonna swing out and get the trade. Apollo did find one elsewhere, over by B it looks as though, but Green still have made the space needed over on the A side, so Zufi is going to be able to get the plant
Spike
down
planted.
as now Green going into the post plant here. Opi's going to get gunned down by Zufi
One
though
enemy
through
remaining.
the smoke, and Zufi's just going to be able to teleport away using that ability from Omen. Now,
Looks like a slight miscommunication there from Oaf Orange. You see he had 2 people walking on the site, and I think CleanX just wasn't quite ready to support his team, and now he's stuck in a 1v2 situation, just falling down from heaven, and Zuffy is just waiting for the drop, waiting off his teammates' information. Really good post plan from Oaf Green.
yeah, and that's really good, like you said, really good post plant from Green. And then also kind of a difficult situation right there for CleanX, trying to jump out of that window. And so there's so many angles that need to be cleared, especially when it's smoked off. And so just, oh, excuse me. It was just a little bit of a gamble right there to try and look at hell, but then it just didn't work out right there, as both of the remaining Green players were not there. So
Different look here. This time we have a heavy A push. Micro is tried to walk up again, but just gets caught out by the entire squad of Oaf Green. And it looks like we're going into a hard A height site here. Dog is coming out through the flash to the back site. Fade is trying, Oak is trying his best to hold on here, but can't. And a series of trades coming out from both teams, and now we're down here in this post-plan situation, 2v3.
a nice shot from Clean, as just trying to get onto site, but with only the Sheriff, it's just so difficult. And the flash is coming through, and Navi's gonna be able to get the first, and Rumor backing up their teammate, able to get that last pick onto Apollo, and Green continuing with this win streak with their 4th of this match.
Coming into this buy round here, Oaf Orange is probably looking for an adjustment of some sort. Like they've been trying to gain space on other parts of the map, but they've just been getting shut down. They either push up and Oaf Green is just waiting for that flank, or like they just get ran down on site and the flankers are like really late. So I'm thinking Oaf Orange here is looking for a change of pace maybe, and it seems like Apollo might be the one to do it here in Garage.
Yeah, already gonna get spotted out by the dog, so there's gonna be the Cloudburst thrown down as the spray comes through to try and clear out Apollo, and Rumor will be able to land that shot to do so. So that's the Garage taken, but it seems as though Green just doesn't really want to continue through there, as they're just going to adjust and go into the B B site. As Zuvi's getting that spike planted, Rumor does find another pick onto Phoenix, and Nami with the swing through the smoke as well. So that's going to trade out. Now
Last player
sitting
standing.
pretty in the 3v1, but Clean able to find two, but not before Zuvi able to finally land that headshot, and Green continuing to get their 5th round.
Yeah, it seemed like Apollo wanted to make an aggressive play out of Garage there, but just the Skydog just clearing them out, and then all of the spray just coming through garage doors. He was really trapped there. And like Oaf Orange, like needing to find some momentum here. They're here on a save, so let's see if they do something a little bit weird to try and mix things up and see if they can like find a way to like get a good buy round in.
Yeah, I think definitely a little bit on the lighter side of the buy. We still do see the Bulldog coming out, and Apollo, even with the knives, still going to be doable for Orange, even though it is on the weaker buy. But with the Breach ult coming through, there's just going to be so much for Green, and all the kills are just going in Green's favor. And now Clean by himself trying to get something going with this Sheriff, but it's just so difficult. This backflip going to just swing wide and land that headshot. And I mean, it wasn't looking too bad earlier on in the round, but as soon as that Breach ult went through, I mean, that caught most of Oath Orange right there. So it just made it easy pickings for Green as they hit the site.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like Oaf Orange actually had a read for the A hit and were set up for it, but like we said earlier, they being on a save and then the Breach ult coming through, that like compounds like an already difficult situation. So now they're here on a buy. It looks like Oaf Green is setting up for, like, they're just waiting for Opie to see if he walks up again. Opie isn't giving him the time of day this time, however. Seems like a KO Knife is coming out to spot this A push, and it seems like Oaf Green is slowly going to start making their way to our A site. We see some rotations from Oaf Orange towards A site, and we have a few aggressive positions. Apollo, the timing! The timing! Apollo and Apollo and Canvelo just barely missing each other, and luckily that just leads to a series of trades. So far we're even 4-4 with this KJ ult, and it seems like Oak Green is going to be taking A site here.
Yeah, now with the spike being planted also, we're going to be entering this post plan as a 4v4. That Fatal is going to be thrown through, and we're going to see a couple of trades come through. But still, Orange is trying to push their way onto site. Nami killing 2, and Zufi following up with the headshot onto Phoenix, and Green continuing with their momentum.
Yeah, like brutal. And here we see the timeout coming out from Micro and Oaf Orange. What do you think they're going to be looking for with this timeout, and what adjustments do you think they need to make to get back in this game?
I mean, as of right now, I don't necessarily think their reads are wrong. They're definitely reading the attack well. It's just a matter of the gunfights. You know, just swinging together, winning those gunfights out is really what needs to be happening for Orange.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing that's sending out is post plan. Oaf Green is post plan seems like it's just impenetrable at this point. There's been multiple stages where Oaf Orange has even grouped up and has pushed together into this Oaf Green post plan and has just gotten shut down every time. So definitely Oaf Orange should be maybe trying to see if they can either find a way to break this hold Oaf Green has on their post plan, or maybe see if they can try and hold side a little bit harder, although that's been pretty tough as it seems as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they even tried to bring out a little bit more aggression, like we saw in the first round, in the pistol round. Just try and meet head on almost with their defense. And so instead of just waiting back and letting the attack come, try and meet them out front, and you know, maybe that would help a little bit more.
Yeah. Definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Oaf Green or Oaf Orange maybe try and go for an operator here. That with the flash comp that Oaf Green is running, like you need something to like slow down that push, and maybe the good way to stop that, maybe pull the operator out, see if you can get Oaf Green thinking about it a little, so they just can't rush side as they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some options that can be made for Green as they try and figure this defense out. I mean, I don't really know what could be done because as of right now, Orange just has so much momentum.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. They have a lot of momentum, but like that also means that some kind of adjustment needs to be made, whether they need to give A site, for example. I know a lot of teams love to give A site and try and play retake, but I think of Orange might be a little bit scared to give side at this point because it's just like we said, Oaf Green's post plan has been oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I would like I said before, I would like to see a little bit of extra aggression coming out, just because we did see some chances of it working in the earlier rounds, but. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of options and there's different ways that it can be played out. And again, like you said, the flash comp that Green is playing is definitely something that can be used for a retake. And so, yeah, maybe even just back off of site and do that. So
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely an option. Like, flashes are pretty brutal, and especially when you don't really have anything to, like, counter flashes. Like, maybe you can KO knife or something like that, but, like, it's just hard. Like, the Oaf Orange is kind of in a hard predicament because, like, they're between a rock and a hard place. They can't seem to hold sight. They're having problem retaking. So maybe a lot of like we've been saying, a lot of things can be done, but definitely I think a big adjustment is needed. Maybe doing something incredibly weird might be something and like I said, something incredibly weird seems like A side has been given up completely, and it looks like we're about to see something huge through mid as Oaf Green is getting ready to hit C site. Well, the main emphasis being in here on clean.
I've got your trail.
Stall C site.
oh my goodness.
That was a nice shot. Headshot with the deagle and then this turn and wrapping it up. Now can Kleenex stall this site long enough for his teammates to get this huge flank in the rear? Phoenix getting one, Nami getting traded, Oki trading back. And it seems like Oaf Green is kind of stuck in a pincer here, although Rumor managing to break that as it's now a 3v2 in favor of Oaf Orange.
Yeah, and already we see Apollo as well getting ready to be able to catch this rotate. So Apollo might be able to get one, maybe two. And that's close to see. Zufi's able to hit that headshot onto Apollo and just teleport over onto A. So that's going to be the plant down. And now in this post plant, Zufi teleporting up to heaven as well. So that's going to be some even more space made, just getting pretty aggressive here.
Last player
trying to get something going off the back of the Killjoy ult. But now, Zufi just so far back behind where the defenders play, and Oath Green are able to get another round. And honestly, that was going really well for Orange, but then once Green just rotated away and were able to get that spike down, it was just that much more difficult. So
yeah, definitely. And there, Kleenex obviously fighting through the gun disadvantage. He only had the Sheriff there, and he was trying to defend his ult. But Zuffy, like, knowing he had gun advantage, just forced a fight that Kleenex, like, just wasn't really in a position to take. And, you know, that's what gun advantage can do for you. Here we set up in this next round. It seems like we have a default coming out of Green. This is something we haven't seen quite yet. We have a full-on default, one towards C. Looks like a huge fight about to start towards mid.
yeah, a lot of shots fired, but no damage done, as it was just mostly sprays through smokes or walls. But still, Green trying to figure out what they want to do this round, just hanging back so far. No space really made quite yet as they start heading over to the C site.
Yeah, you definitely see all the sky flash towards A's, making sure OP hasn't made space like he likes to do, but it seems like they're gonna be content with walking C here, and Apollo is ready. He gets one, but he's quickly traded by Rumor. And now we start seeing the breach util come out. Very aggressive util on this C side. And we have the KO ult coming out from Orange. It looks like they're trying to start the retake as quickly as possible. A huge amount of trades coming out. And it seems like Orange actually managing to pull through there. Managing to finish the round with 3 people alive.
Back online.
Yeah, and with that, Oath Orange are going to be able to find their first round of the half, and that retake was much better as from what we've seen. They were much quicker with jumping in, and I think that really helped out for especially that round because it didn't really give Green a chance to get situated. They didn't have a chance to get back off of site, throw their mollies down, do anything that they needed or wanted to do, and so it worked out pretty well because it left them on their heels.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Oath Green was expecting that like instant retake off the bomb plant. So like Oath Orange like was ready for that retake and it showed. And I think I think it really threw off Oath Green because they've kind of been playing with the assumption that they're going to have time to set up and that Oath Orange is going to like set up for the retake, but not this time. They just hit the KO ult and they decided they were going to run it down. And you see, that gives them their first round, so we might be seeing more of that coming these next few.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, honestly, that round, it didn't really seem like Green were too confident in what they wanted to do either. It seemed as though they were just kind of sitting back in their spawn for most of the round, and then once it was actually time to like they needed to get a execute done, then it's like, all right, well, I guess we'll go over to C. And so I think that kind of passiveness ended up biting them in the butt a little bit.
Yeah, I think with that default they were trying to work. They were trying to see if they could pick someone off, maybe see if they could catch Opie again, but Opie hasn't given them that space at all. And we saw there that we have some 2 people on Oath Orange trying to push mid, but they're quickly stalled by this mid push we're seeing here.
Yeah, already. We're seeing very similar to last round where Green just kind of stalling out back in their spawn from where the walls went down originally at the beginning of the round. And Phoenix is going to take a little bit of damage from the spray through the wall, but nothing really quite worthwhile. And still, Orange just playing very patient here, not wanting to give Green too much room as the round continues to go.
Yeah, it looks like Oath Green has decided with that Sky Flash getting nothing A long, they're going to try and go C, but it seems Oath Orange has a read. 3 people already rotated to the site here. Sky coming out. Apollo getting caught out by Cabela. Cabela's flash. Only hitting 1.
Spike
Opie getting
down
1.
A.
Cabela
30
managed
seconds
to get
left.
a trade. And it seems that like Oath Green has sight here and that Oath Orange is going to play retake in a 3v3. Definitely
Spike
not
planted.
looking in their favor health-wise, but we have some good positions here. Opie walking up, knowing it's across. Nami picking him.
Last player standing.
Trying to TP, almost got it off, but Kinvella had the awareness there to pick him off, and Kinvella ending that with, what was that, 4 kills?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that, again, Green picking up right where they left off after that timeout, just being able to bounce right back after that one round that Orange were able to pick up, and honestly, just continuing to be oppressive when it comes to their attack, right? And even though they start off slow, once it's time to go hit a site, they're so quick, and there's just not a whole lot that the players, if there are any players on that site, that they can do. And so continuing to look really strong here in their attacking half.
Yeah, Haven is known for its brutal defense. Like as Haven, you have to play defense really effectively, and sometimes that means you just have to give up like sites and or try and take space somewhere. And it seems that Oath Green is really working Oath Orange in this attack, and Oath Orange really doesn't have the space to work inside their defense like they want. They can't really give up sight, because if they give up sight, they're put into an oppressive post-plant situation, and if they try and fight for sight, this like this comp of Breach, Reyna, Omen, Sky. There's just so many flashes. Coming into this round, Apollo taking an aggressive angle, getting caught. And that also gets Kleenex caught out as well as he tries to swing to help his teammate. And it appears Seaside is completely open for Oath Green to just walk on, but it seems OP managing to get a pick from Garage. It seems like the smokes were just a little bit late from Oath Green there, and that gets one of their
Spike
teammates
planted.
punished.
Here.
Yeah, now Micro on top of these boxes does seem to be aware of some of these positions, able to get that first pick onto Backflip as Phoenix on this late flank has an opportunity maybe.
One enemy
but
remaining.
the rest of the team is just continuing the fight on site here. Nami by themselves trying to win this out against Micro, but Micro landing the last headshot onto Nami, and so that's going to be 2-9 in favor of Oath Green.
Yeah, that round started really scary. You get Apollo and Kleenex getting picked within 10-15 seconds of the round
Last
started.
round
but
before
it
the
appears like
switch.
there was just like, I think Oath Green was almost like lost what to do with just the 3 site they were given. Smokes were just a little bit late. That led to a pick, and then it slowly snowballed, and Oath Orange managed to claw back that round from almost certain defeat.
Yeah, and I did like that Apollo and Clean were trying to take a little bit of initiative, and I was trying to get something going for their team. It just didn't end up working out because the entire team of Oath Green was looking down their barrel as soon as they turned the corner. But still, trying to change something up for Oath Orange seems to be the name of the game, as already they've set up for a post-plant retake, as they didn't even have anybody on the A side. They were just giving up A side and just playing retake. So Backflip taking quite a bit of damage as Orange continue to try to poke and prod to try and get onto the site.
Yeah, Oath Green using 3 ults for the site that nobody's on, and Oath Orange is going to try and force their way through this. They just weren't ready for this cross of Nami and Convella and Zuffy, and all of them are
Switching
slaughtered,
sides.
like trying to walk on the side. I guess positively they got 3 ults from sitting off site, but you might be thinking like that was just a brutal post-plant hold that we've come to expect from Oath Green.
Yeah, and it was looking pretty solid early on too, because like you said, they were able to waste those 3 ults and then start to make their way onto site. But the crosses held by Nami and Backflip were just, I mean, that was kind of the end of things. As soon as they tried to make their way, so.
Yeah. However, we have flip sides now. We're seeing let's see what Oath Orange can work on attack. We know Haven is usually an attack-sided map, but let's see what Oath Orange can work with here as they decide that they're going to try and hit this B site on their pistol round. Although it seems like they've been stalled by Omen, Smokes, and Flashes, and it appears they don't really want to try and take B, or they're just waiting to see if someone on Oath Green makes a mistake here.
Both Panther and Micro will spot each other out, and now we are getting the plant down. But Zufi walking through the smoke is able to get a quick 2, and now Backflip
enemy
with
remaining.
1 for himself as well as a Rumor. All the kills just going in favor of Green. Micro by himself trying to get something to happen, but Panther wiser, able to get the headshot on, just aware of the movement, and Oath Green continues with this momentum.
Yeah, Oath Orange seemed like they had sight and well established, but it appears Zuffy managed to get a timing when everyone was looking towards A link, maybe suspecting that someone was trying to walk through, and Zuffy managing to get 2 in return for his own life. So, like, that was just a huge play by Zuffy, managing to just do a risky play like that and get rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since it was just walking right through the smoke, no flash, no nothing. But already, Orange picking up the pace. They've already gotten onto the site, so now it's just a matter of getting that spike planted. spray through the smoke is actually going to do quite a
Spike
bit.
planted.
Almost finds the kill, but still able to escape, keep their life, as now Green trying to get this retake going. You're going to see a quick trade right there, but Micro still
One enemy
finding a
remaining.
lot of kills, and that's 3 in a row for Green, and Green just collapse onto the site, and there's just, I mean, it's just looking so good for Green. Everything is going in their favor.
Yeah, you saw that also there. Orange decided to commit to the force, maybe trying to claw back around,
Match point.
but it didn't seem to quite work out in their favor, and now they're forced in a situation where they're on a weird buy, and it's possible that even if they win this round, it's going to be a span of weird buys until, you know, they manage to get their economy together. But definitely, actually, Oath Green actually deciding to kind of force up here and go for the win here. They know they have economy advantage and gun advantage. They have the rounds to give, and they decided they're going to go all in for it.
Yeah, so this is going to come down to it, but Zufi with a very early pick onto Apollo through the smoke, actually. So that's going to be a huge opening pick for Green, as now Zufi even has the spike in sight. So now you're just going to sit and watch over it and make sure nobody else can take it. But Phoenix, aware of Zufi's position, able to get that pick and upgrade to the rifle, but backflip with the push forward,
Last
gets the
player
pick onto
standing.
Phoenix, but a bunch of kills just going in favor of Orange off of that. So now, all Orange in the 3v1, all up to Panther here to try and secure this round for the win, but going to be able to get the plant. Panther pushing out of Garage, finds the first onto Micro, but Opie gets the headshot, and that's the 3rd round in favor of Orange.
Yeah, that was very scary in the beginning there. Green getting that first pick, and Zuffy actually managing to get eyes on the spike, leading Candela to come to his aid. But, you know, I think they kind of pushed their luck a little far with those aggressive plays and got punished for it. And now we see the exact opposite of last round. Orange has some momentum here, has some guns to spare, and now Green is the ones forced on the save.
Yeah, already Oath Orange trying to push up this C-long position. The KO knife will be thrown through, but it doesn't actually catch anybody, I don't think.
Yeah, very passive setup here by Oath Green. You have some jump spotting, and it seems that actually quite a bit of Oath Orange just maybe trying to look to go A, but never mind. They're double thinking. They're going back on what they're looking for, and maybe we might see a commit towards C here. We see a Micro lurking up, but ooh, Panther was trying to get him to walk up a little bit more so he could swing. And we have a very interesting setup now where A is completely open, and Oath Orange is kind of spread out really thin right now, trying to figure out like where these Oath Green players are.
Yeah, and just slowly trying to make their way on. It seems as though they're pretty confident now. Apollo with this lurk in Garage, able to find the first onto Panther now, fighting 3 of the Green players. Finds Zufi, still looking for more though. There's the swing on Nami, but it doesn't quite find the pick, but backflip, able to hit the headshot onto Apollo, so that'll be the upgrade to the rifle to help out a little bit more, but already this spike has been ticking, so they're going to have to pick up the pace if they want to be able to retake this.
Yeah, different look than this time. Now it's Oath Orange set up in the post plant. Now Green is having to walk into this cross. The flash is coming out from Phoenix. All 3 of them backside. The bomb's ticking. It's going to be real close. Oath Orange trying to stall. Kleenex getting 2 of his nades, and that's no time, and that's going to be the round for Oath Orange.
Yeah, and that was a great round from Orange to be able to just kind of read the passiveness of Green, but also a great round from Green. Yeah. They were able to kill all 5 of Orange, so even though Orange wins the round, they were still able to get the picks. So that's definitely going to hurt the economy, as we already see. Orange is struggling a little bit when it comes to their buys, and now that Green is into a little bit more of a standard buy as well, it's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, it seems like Apollo has managed to buy a Bulldog for one of his teammates because he has the knives, but yeah, like I said, Oak Green managed to do a lot of econ damage with that round, and now that Oak Green is on a buy, Oak Orange is going to have to be a little more conservative about this angle. Zuffy finding the entry, Phoenix managing to trade, and the attacker KJ is out. Nami in the middle of it, managing to get out, it looks like.
Spike
as we
planted.
see this plan on B, and it seems Oak Orange, instead of trying to contain sight here, is looking to play main. Panther trying to flank, Micro catching him. We see a lot of ults coming out from Oak Green. We have the breach ult coming out, but Micro flanking. We have nades on the spike.
Last player
Bella stuck
standing.
between the rock and the hard place. 4v1, can't manage to like catch anyone out. That's gonna be we're gonna be at 12-5 now for Oak Orange. It seems like Oak Orange is starting to pick up the pace here on attack. Seems like they've found their groove. And Panther, like, wanting to maybe see if he can cancel this momentum, calling the timeout here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, with Orange being able to pick up a little bit of momentum here off of these last 3 rounds, and I mean, for Green, it's getting a little bit more difficult. They have to be able to save. They have to be able to get those rifles in their hands if they want to be a little bit more on even ground to be able to win these rounds. So it's definitely, this could be to both break up momentum and then also maybe even just discuss how they want to approach this next save round, whether it's gamble stack a sight or just do what they did last time and spread out, play very passively, make Orange swing them. So it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to approach this next round.
Yeah. I think Oak Green maybe trying to break up momentum and maybe, yeah, like you said, maybe trying to discuss, but I don't think they have a reason to be worried quite yet. They still have quite a bit of rounds to work with, and the threat of match point is always looming over Oak Orange heads. One misstep could spell the game. So Oak Orange, I think, is looking to continue playing their game, but they also need to be very careful, right? And especially on a round like this, where like one misstep could maybe lead you into the Hornet's nest, but it appears Oak Green maybe going for a little default. They're still their default defense. 2 towards C, 1A, and then 1 garage and 1B. And it looks like they're going to try and hit the C site with KO. The Orange going in. Zuffy backside here. Can he catch one? Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
Green
favorite Zuffy. Oh my gosh.
Defenders
The thrifty to end the game. Oath Green putting in work with the Sheriffs.
We could barely get any words out. That happened so fast. And like I said, like, you have to be very careful. If you stir the Hornet's Nest, like, the Sheriff might be a pistol, but if you walk into it, it's a one-shot to the head, and you have some very, like, good aimers on Oath Green, as you notice, Zuffy getting 2 with the Sheriff, right? We got, like, 4 picks happening insanely fast, and that shows that Oath Green, like, even though it was a save, they were ready for that push, and, you know, Oath Orange really, like really attempted that C site, but Oath Green said, not today.
Yeah, and I mean that was a great game from both of those teams, but I just want to do a quick shout out to Fat Cap for sponsoring us. Fat Cap, your team deserves custom esports drip imbued with special powers. At Fat Cap, every jersey is enchanted with sweat wicking and antimicrobial properties by local wizards. Always fresh, never frozen, no templates, freaking ever. Learn more at fatcap.gg for fly attire.
Yeah, you could get a jersey like mine.
Absolutely. But we're going to go into a short break as we get ready for our Oath Open finals. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.